Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the International Seminar on Biblical Studies. Thank you to all the participants who have joined us via Zoom. Thank you to our moderators and thank you to our speaker. The theme of the seminar is textual criticism of the Hebrew Bible, Septuagint, and the New Testament, with speakers from multidiscipline, nation and our countries. The seminar is divided into 8 sessions and will be held over 2 days, Wednesday and Thursday. During the event, we will share a Google Form link that you can use to record your attendance and register for a seminar certificate. For those who require a certificate, please register and submit proof of transfer of 20,000 rupiah. This international seminar is a collaboration between the Scriptura Indonesia Foundation and Morayah Theological College. We will begin the event by singing the Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Please stand up. Sit down, please. The time for Dr. Sri Mulyani for you.
Thank you, Dr. Duryadi. Let us take a moment to pray. Our Father in heaven, thank you for your love and presence so that we, your children here, can gather in Zoom for enjoying the current international seminar hosted by Moriah Theological College and Scriptura Foundation. We surrender today's and tomorrow's seminar activity into the loving hand of God. Lead every speaker, moderator, committee, and all participants in organizing this seminar. May this seminar increase our insight and knowledge regarding the Bible and enable us to practice it. We assume and believe that You are present with us. Open our eyes, ear, and heart to know you more deeply. We surround the entire series of this seminar only in the name of Jesus. Amen. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the International Seminar organized by Moriah Theology College and the Scriptura Foundation. This is our last international seminar that we hold in 2024. All right, we will soon hear opening remark from Committee, Dr. Philip S. Chia. I invite you to deliver your word.
Okay. Let me check Dr. John. Yeah, he just sent me an email, but he's not here yet. Okay, once again, I just want to thank all of you that join our conference, our seminars on textual criticisms. First of all, I want to thank Yayasan Scriptura Indonesia and also Moria Theological Seminary, especially Dr. Gendry. Thank you, Dr. Gendry, because this is our conversation, and then you have the same desire like me to have to equip more of Indonesian students and also internationally in biblical studies. And once again, thank you, Dr. Gendry, and also our team, Dr. Sri and Shania and everybody that involved in these seminars. Once again, thank you. And also I want to thank our audience that you already registered and you want to participate and you want to learn together with us, because this is a unique opportunity. Why unique opportunity? Because we invited scholars from different part of the world. So we are so thankful. We have like scholars from Germany and we have scholars from UK as well, and also from United States and Taiwan. And we are so thankful we can gather together, we can learn about Old Testament textual criticism, about Second Temple Judaism, and also Dead Sea Scroll, and the last New Testament studies. So if some of you are interested in Old Testament, you can ask Dr. Peter Gentry and also like John Mee. They will explain to us, they will teach us about Old Testament textual criticism, not only about Old Testament textual criticism, but also textual history. And then once again, our guest speakers will cover not only the text, not only the language, but also the textual history of the Bible. So once again, we are so thankful for your participation. And yes, I think yeah, that's from me. Once again, I hope we can enjoy our moment, we can enjoy our studying, and we can enjoy our learning from these scholars for these 2 days. Once again, enjoy our conference on textual criticisms. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Philip, for your opening remark. Next, we will hear the opening remark from the President, Moriah Theological College. Dr. Antonius Misa, please take your time.
Thank you, Ibu Sri, for your opportunity for me. Hello, everyone. Greetings to all of us. Welcome to the international seminar organized by STT Moraya and Scriptura Indonesia Foundation. Greetings and respect for the speakers, moderators, and the participants of the international seminar on Biblical Studies 2024 with the theme Textual Criticism of the Hebrew Bible, Septuagint, and the New Testament. Praise and thanks to God, because by His grace, this international seminar can be held today and tomorrow. I believe through this activity, the participant be equipped with knowledge related to the Bible text comprehensively from speakers who are expert in their respective fields. Hopefully, all of us can follow this event well in order to broaden our horizons in serving God through church, education, and society, according to their context, as well as being explained, example, and role models in practicing God's word. I hope that through this international seminar, I can increase the cooperation of STT Moraya with the other universities, both national and international, so that STT Moraya can compete internationally to serve God and others by bringing peace wherever and whenever and to anyone, for the glory of the name of the Lord Jesus. That's all from me. Thank you. God bless you all.
Thank you, Dr. Antonius Misa. Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the seminar session that we have been waiting for together. The first session will be guided by Dr. Philip S. Chia. I will hand it over to Dr. Philip. Please, Dr. Philip, to start the session.
Thank you, Dr. Sri Mulyani. And I would like to introduce our first speaker. Our first speaker is Dr. John Mee. He is an associate professor of Old Testament Studies at Phoenix Seminary. And he is also co-founder and also a co-director of Text and Canon Institute. And he got PhD from the Southern Baptist Theological Seminary. It was sad, actually, because I couldn't see him, actually. This is like our first time we met this is the first time we met virtually, but hopefully our relationship will grow up in the future. And also, he has so many publications. I count maybe almost like 50 publications, and I cannot read one by one. And also, he is also a member of editorial committee of Hexapla Project, Hexapla Institute. And John Mee is married to Annie. And also, like, Dr. John has 4 children, Karis, Magdalena, Emma, and Peter. And I would like to give an applause to Dr. John Mee. Once again, thank you, Dr. John Mee. Are you here, Dr. John Mee? Yeah. Is Dr. John Mee here? Okay, Dr. John Mee is here. Once again,
I'm here, Philip.
okay, thank you, Dr. John Mee. And we will.
Can you
And now
hear me
the
okay?
time
Can you
is.
hear me okay?
Yeah, okay. We can hear you. Thank you once again for your participation, your willingness, your availability to equip us in Indonesia, far away. And also, like, I know it is already night for you there. And once again, thank you. And we would like to get to know from you more about Text and Canon Institute. And also, we would like to learn from you as in Old Testament textual criticism. You are my senior, and you are, Dr. Peter Gentry says many great things about you, and we are honored to have you here. So the time is yours now.
Okay, well, thank you all for having me. And I must confess, this is the first time I've presented this material like on a Zoom call. So this is a new experience for me. Does the presentation start now or at 7? Or I guess we can just go now.
Yeah, you can go now.
And we'll see how it goes. Okay. Well, Dr. Chia did a great job introducing me there. I can say more about the Text and Canon Institute maybe during the question and answer, okay, Q&A. But I think at the moment, I want to see if I can share a screen, and I've got a presentation that I'll walk us through regarding the text of the Old Testament. And looking at all the different speakers coming your way here over the next 2 days, this will just be, I feel like this will be more of a flyover, a survey, and there'll be some presentations that will go a bit deeper. So let me see here. 1 second, see how this works. Get this into, oh, that's not what I wanted really. Let's see. I think I might have to do it this way. Go share. All right, is that sharing now? And then let's see if it'll go into slideshow mode here. Okay. Can everybody see that okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. I can no longer see myself. All I see is the screen, but here we are. Okay, so the text of the Old Testament. And there's many ways we could sort of start this off, but I kind of like to show the different views that maybe are out there. And so when we talk about the text of the Old Testament, there's a whole lot of debate, okay, about what it looks like. Can we retrieve it? Was it reliably copied? Was there even an original text of the Old Testament? So here's a quote. Perhaps it's too provocative, but here we are. By Michael Law, When God Spoke Greek. The quote is, "To be candid, before the Bible, there was no Bible, nor was there any way of knowing how the final version of the individual books would appear." Okay. A little bit later in this same book, he says, "We have seen repeatedly that the Septuagint, and especially the Dead Sea Scrolls, offer proof that the Hebrew Bible was not fixed before the 2nd century CE. And readers before then were not bothered about it." Okay, so we have a couple of key issues here. Number one is, was there a fixed text before the 2nd century AD? And what is the evidence, okay, for a fluid text and for a fixed text? Okay. And the second issue is, were ancient readers and scribes of the Bible bothered by the state of disrepair of their copies? Okay, so I think they actually were. Okay, I remember we're talking about human issues here. Okay, and one of the questions here is, how much has humanity changed? Right, or not? Okay, and here's a quote from a document known as the Letter of Aristeas, or sometimes called the Letter of Pseudo-Aristeas, paragraph 30. This is written around 100 BC, okay? And here's the quote, okay? "The scrolls of the law of the Jews, together with a few others, are missing from the library, for these works are written in Hebrew characters and language, but they have been copied somewhat carelessly." Okay, that's interesting. "And not as they should be, according to the report of the experts, because they have not received royal patronage." Now, I like this quote because it actually shows that in the era before Christ, there actually were Jews who noticed that their Hebrew copies, okay, had been copied somewhat carelessly. Some translations will translate the Greek there as the copies are in disrepair. Okay, they could actually recognize the difference between a good copy and a bad copy, or a copy that was carelessly transcribed, or one that wasn't. And this is, again, well over 2,000 years ago, okay, that we've got this kind of testimony. Okay, so it's quite clear to me ancients did notice and they did care whether their copies were copied well or not. So with that, what's the evidence for the Hebrew text? Okay, we're going to start with our Hebrew manuscripts here. And the Dead Sea Scrolls probably need very little, if any, introduction. Notice the date range I'm applying to these, the 3rd century BC to the 2nd century AD. We'll talk more about the Dead Sea Scrolls as we go. A witness that's talked very little about in these discussions is the Samaritan Pentateuch. And notice I've given a date range of 9th century to 11th century AD. And the reason for that is the manuscripts are dated to that range, okay? What's interesting is the manuscripts are late, but we know the Samaritan Pentateuch came into being quite a bit earlier, okay? We actually know the final kind of dividing point or dividing marker between Jews and Samaritans happened around 110 BC when John Hyrcanus, the Jewish leader at the time in the Maccabean period, rolled up into Samaria and destroyed the shrine there on Mount Gerizim. Okay, not a great way to win friends and influence people, you see, but here we are. And so the Samaritan Pentateuch, and again, we kind of know that some of its distinctives were around or were in the text. That is the altar that the Israelites first built, according to Deuteronomy 27, was not on Mount Ebal like our Masoretic text has, but was actually on Mount Gerizim, according to the Samaritan Pentateuch. In John chapter 4, when Jesus had to go through Samaria, and he met that Samaritan woman by the well, and he explains that, there's coming a day, right, when Jews and Samaritans, right, will no longer worship on this mountain or in Jerusalem, right? But they're going to worship in spirit and in truth. And the woman basically takes issue with that and says, well, no, we Samaritans say that we worship on Mount Gerizim. And she's pointing, right, to the Samaritan Pentateuch for the evidence for her viewpoint. The Masoretic text is the dominant Hebrew strand, okay? This represents, well, I don't know, many, many thousands of manuscripts. We'll come back to that issue a little bit later in the presentation. But again, the manuscripts are all dated to somewhere between the 9th and 11th century or 9th to 15th century AD. In many ways, this presentation is about how old and how reliable is the Masoretic text tradition. So we have Hebrew manuscripts and we have them in droves. Okay, we have like thousands of them, and we'll talk about that issue here in a moment. Another piece of evidence that Old Testament or Hebrew Bible textual critics make use of are the ancient Greek versions. Here, of course, we have in mind the Greek Septuagint. Okay, and here again, I've dated the tradition, 3rd century BC to the 1st century BC is probably when all of the books of the Hebrew canon were first translated into Greek. Okay. And again, this is a caption from the Codex Vaticanus from the 4th century AD, okay? But quite clearly, this is a Christian copy of books that were translated into Greek centuries beforehand. As often happens with translations, later users, later readers of these translations become dissatisfied with the older translations, okay? And again, this happens in modern day. I'd like to hear from you all how much it happens in Indonesia, but it definitely happens where I'm from. And but there's nothing new under the sun, okay? And it's very clear that as soon as these earliest Greek translations were carried out, they immediately began to be revised. Jews started to revise them. Whether it was just because they wanted to keep the language up to date, whether it was because they wanted proper interpretation and exegesis of the text represented in their translations, we can't know for sure, or whether it was simply they wanted to make sure that the translation was based on the most accurate Hebrew copies. Okay, they don't give us all the reasons, but what we do know is that many Jews started to revise these so-called Greek Septuagint translations, and there became 3 very famous ones named Aquila, Symmachus, and Theodotion. And these are usually dated to the 1st and 2nd centuries AD. And so prominent were these translations or revisions, okay, that the church father of Origen of Alexandria in the 3rd century, he included these 3 different Jewish translations along with the Septuagint and the Hebrew text and a transcription of the Hebrew in Greek letters in his so-called hexapla, or his 6-columned Bible, okay, of the Old Testament. This is actually a snapshot here of a manuscript known as Ralph's 86. This is dated to the 9th century or the 10th century AD. I don't know if you can see this. Hopefully you can. It is headed with the Greek term ektone hexaplone. This is actually out of the hexapla. And what the scribe has done here is he's given us the verse of Hosea 11, verse 1. Right, that very famous verse that contains the words, "Out of Egypt I called my son." And down here, the scribe is actually very, very interested in which version Matthew, the gospel according to Matthew, quoted. Okay, did he quote the Hebrew, or did Matthew give a translation of the Hebrew? Or perhaps Matthew had somehow access to Aquila or Symmachus's or the Septuagint or Theodotion. But in this case, the scribe gives you 5 out of the 6 columns of the hexapla, you see, which is incredible. And again, this is probably too small to see on the screen, but this is actually Hebrew words in Greek letters. This is the actual transcription of the Hebrew text of Hosea 11, verse 1. By the way, we know that Matthew does not quote the Septuagint of Hosea 11:1 because we are told instantly from the hexapla that the Greek text is metakalasa. I summoned ta tekna autu. I summoned his children, which of course is not what Matthew quotes, where he quotes something like, "I called my son." And what's interesting is all these other Jewish revisions, Aquila, Symmachus, and Theodotion, have some variation of the language of my son, which goes all the way back to the Hebrew text, you see. So Matthew probably makes his own translation, but that's a question for another day. But these ancient Greek versions are absolutely critical to biblical studies, okay? They're absolutely critical to not only textual criticism of the Hebrew Bible, but also the exegesis, and particularly early Jewish exegesis of the Hebrew scriptures in Greek translation. There are some other ancient versions that we won't be able to talk too much about here, but we've got the Latin Vulgate from Jerome, who worked in the very latter part of the 4th century and early part of the 5th century AD, working on a Latin translation, a brand new Latin translation from the Hebrew text. Now, there was an already existing Latin translation, something known as the Vetus Latina. And the old Latin translation was from the Greek Septuagint. Jerome created something known as the Juxta Hebraeus, or the Juxta Hebraeum, according to the Hebrew, you see. In fact, the name Vulgate, the Latin Vulgate, as a title for this translation, didn't really surface till about the 16th century AD, right? So the very kind of latter part of the Renaissance and early part of the Reformation. But until then, it was known exclusively as the Juxta Hebraeus, or the Latin version according to the Hebrew, as over and against the Latin version according to the Septuagint, you see. So the Latin Vulgate is a very important text for textual criticism of the Old Testament. And a version we'll say even less about is the Syriac Peshitta from the 2nd, 3rd century AD. Again, in Edessa, Syria, it seems that there were some Christians who perhaps converted out of Judaism, living there in Edessa, Syria, and they made a brand new Syriac translation from the Hebrew scriptures there. The earliest complete manuscript of this goes to something like 600 AD, or somewhere in the 7th century, okay? And so very, very important witness, again, to the Hebrew Bible. Just to give you an idea of how important Jerome's Latin Vulgate was, I want to show you something. And I don't know, this is Michelangelo's Moses. Okay, this is his famous sculpture. And I don't know if you've ever noticed the two horns on the top of Moses's head here. Everyone familiar with this? Yeah. Some of you are like, oh man, I can't unsee that now. So, and so anyhow, we've got Moses represented with horns. And I was curious one day, how did this happen? Well, a common English translation of this, of Exodus 34:29, would read something like, Moses did not know that the skin of his face shone. Okay. And the Vulgate, though, has something like, and he was ignorant that his face was horned. Hornuta esset facie sua. And here, it's quite clear that Jerome had read the same Hebrew verb karan, but he read it in a very literal way, or an etymological way, from the Hebrew noun keren, meaning horn. And so the Vulgate had Moses sprouting horns on his face or his head. And that verse has influenced many, many, many representations of Moses in medieval art and sculpture, you see. So I like to say that Bible translation has massive consequences, you see. So anyhow. All right, so that is a quick survey of the ancient versions, okay, that are in play. We could talk about the Aramaic Targum as well, but I've left that out for the sake of time. Now, how about important Hebrew manuscripts from the 3rd, 8th century AD? Notice there are very few listed here. There's probably a good handful more that I could have included, but they couldn't all fit on the slide. There are more early copies or parts of copies of a late medieval Hebrew Torah scroll. Okay, some 10 fragments have now been shown to belong to the same manuscript, even though they're divided up. Some of these fragments are in Cambridge, some of these fragments are in Duke's library, which is fascinating. So anyways, they're all over the world, but scholars have been able to piece 10 or so fragments together, showing that they are all part and parcel of the same Hebrew Torah scroll. So we could add probably a good 8 or 9 more texts to this, but this is sometimes called the silent period. Okay, there are very few Hebrew manuscripts from the 3rd to 8th century AD. Scholars speculate about that as to why we have so few copies, but the fact is we do not have many copies from this period. Here's a list of important Hebrew manuscripts that date to just before 1100 AD. Okay, we'll talk quite a bit about the Leningrad Codex, the Aleppo Codex. These are the two most important, I would say. Just to give you an idea as to the value of these, Sassoon 1053, dated to the 10th century AD, contains most of the Old Testament or the Hebrew Bible. Here's a good picture of it. And just a year or two ago, this codex sold for about $38.1 million at Sotheby's auction. Okay, so pretty fascinating there. And but this is a complete Hebrew Bible, very, very important text that again sold for almost 40 million bucks. Here's a leaf just out of the Leningrad Codex. Again, the colophon or the final note in the Leningrad Codex dates this manuscript precisely to 1008 AD. And again, this is just Psalms 81 to 84 here. Here's the same text range in the Aleppo Codex, again, dated about a century earlier to about 925, 930 AD. So that just kind of gives us a really good survey, okay, of all of the witnesses that go into thinking about and reconstructing the Hebrew text of the Old Testament. But with that, now I want to go into what is the earliest evidence for the Hebrew text, okay? I get this question a lot. And let's start with the indirect evidence for the Hebrew text. Here is a silver amulet from Hetef Hinnom. And the text reads, "May he or she be blessed by Yahweh, the warrior, and the rebuker of evil. May Yahweh bless you, keep you. May Yahweh make his face shine upon you and grant you peace." Now, again, most of us would probably recognize that as a text pulled from Numbers 6, 24 to 26. The silver amulet here is dated to the 7th or 6th century BC. Okay, now this is the earliest evidence for a text remotely biblical. Okay, but as you can see here, right, this is no manuscript, right? Like this is a piece of silver. It's a piece of jewelry that one might wear around their neck, you know, to carry the Aaronic blessing around with them, you see. And so this is not a manuscript, of course, but it is still the earliest textual evidence for anything in the Bible. Okay, and it just happens to come from number 6 and Aaron's blessing upon the people. So the fact of the matter is we don't have any other textual evidence of the Hebrew Bible until we hit the 3rd century BC with the Dead Sea Scrolls. But still, scholars still speculate, though, about what ancient Israel might have done, okay? And here we start with, and again, I could have chosen any number of ancient texts, okay? I chose something from the Hittites, but we could have chosen texts from Mesopotamia, Egypt, the Hittites. No question that the ancient temple or the ancient shrine played a massive role in the curating of a nation's documents or a nation's texts. Okay, so here's the kind of the colophon or the deposition clause of a Hittite treaty from around 1300 BC. This treaty tablet has already been made, and it shall be placed in Arena in the presence of the sun goddess of Arena. Okay, again, it's very simple, it's very basic. It's talking about this treaty, this document being placed in the shrine, and the text we can date to about 1300 BC. I could show you numerous Hittite treaties that have these deposition clauses showing the same thing. There are texts in Egypt, from Assyria, from Babylon, that all show a very similar pattern. So that's why but I bring these up to show that there are references to these so-called temple texts in the Hebrew Bible itself, right? So in Deuteronomy 31, 24 to 26, when Moses had finished writing the words of this law in a book to the very end, Moses commanded the Levites who carried the Ark of the Covenant of the Lord, take this book of the law and put it by the side of the Ark of the Covenant, which of course was located in the shrine, right? In the Holy of Holies, in the tabernacle, right? And then eventually in the Holy of Holies or the Devir of the temple itself. This same theme appears in 2 Kings 22, verse 8. And Hilkiah, the high priest, said to Shaphan, the secretary, I have found the book of the law in the house of the Lord. And Hilkiah gave the book to Shaphan, and he read it. So you can kind of see, right? Like it's clear, I think, that what we call the biblical texts, these scrolls, were preserved in the ancient tabernacle and eventually the ancient temple, okay? And so consistent was this that even down to the Jewish historian Josephus from the 1st century AD, as he's recounting the tale of the Romans coming in and destroying Jerusalem and destroying the temple, he has this to say. He says, the spoils in general were borne in promiscuous heaps, but conspicuous above all stood those captured in the temple at Jerusalem. And he goes on and he gives a list of things they took. But then he says, after these, and last of all the spoils, was carried a copy of the law of the Jews, you see. So from the very beginning, right, in Deuteronomy, we get this deposition clause of the law being stored in the temple to the very end of Israel's history in the land, right? Josephus recounts that the law of the Jews, a copy of that law, was in the temple, and the Romans carried it off. So this again is not a smoking gun, right, for the direct preservation of the Hebrew Bible, right? These are just some indirect pieces of evidence, I think, that go a long way to showing how we have a text of the Hebrew Bible at all. But with that, let's then turn to the direct evidence, okay, for the Hebrew text. And here we're looking at Qumran and beyond, right? So a little bit of a map here, just to kind of show, here's the Dead Sea, Jerusalem and Jericho, right? Qumran gets all the press, right? Very, very well-known, popular spot. But there are other spots along the Dead Sea known as Wadi Mirabaat, Wadi Seir, the Nachal Hever, right? The Cave of Horrors, Nachal Se'alim, and then, of course, the fortress at Masada. Okay, so what do all these sites tell us about the history of the Old Testament? Well, archaeologists were able to discover some 20 biblical scrolls from other sites. That is, sites not Qumran. Okay, so from all these sites here, we've got some 20 biblical scrolls. Okay, what's important to know is that, remember we talked about that Masoretic text just a moment ago. Okay, and I dated the manuscripts of the Masoretic text from the 9th century to the 11th century AD. Okay, well, here's text now from around 50 BC to 115 AD. Okay, and all of them preserve the textual or the consonantal text of the Masoretic text. This is something scholars call the Proto-Masoretic text, you see. And that's fascinating. And I'm going to come back and show you a clear example of this that was discovered at Masada a little bit later. But if we look at just Qumran, we will know scholars, archaeologists have discovered some 210 biblical scrolls from Qumran. But what's important to know is that these scrolls are of a mixed character, okay? Whereas the scrolls from the other sites all reflect the Proto-Masoretic text, the scrolls from Qumran sometimes reflect the Proto-Masoretic text, sometimes they reflect maybe the Hebrew text of the Septuagint, or sometimes they reflect the Samaritan Pentateuch. At other times, they do reflect what we might call free copying. Okay, and I'm going to give you an example of that as well here. So a summary of this is that the non-Qumran texts were copied conservatively and always matched the Proto-Masoretic text. The Qumran texts were copied not as conservatively, and oftentimes they were copied freely. And again, I'm going to come back and give an example of that here in a moment. There were later Greek translations and revisions that I mentioned earlier of the Septuagint. Almost all of these, if not all of these, later Greek translations and revisions reflect a conservatively copied Hebrew text, as well as a pretty literal translation approach to the Hebrew Bible. Here is the excavated fortress at Masada, okay? And there were manuscripts such as a Psalms scroll, preserving Psalms 81 to 85, discovered in the synagogue here right off the corner here. And there were a few other texts discovered there as well. I'll come back and talk about this one in a moment. The caves at Qumran, of course, yielding the Dead Sea Scrolls. When we'll say more about that in a moment as well. Here's an example of a Greek text, okay, that was discovered at Nachal Hever, okay? So we tend to think of Dead Sea Scrolls as always being Hebrew or Aramaic, but here are some very clear fragments of Greek texts, okay, of the 12 minor prophets discovered at Nachal Hever. And just to kind of illustrate how conservative the translator was here, what's interesting is, I don't know if you can see this, but you've actually got the Tetragrammaton, okay? Yod, He, Wow, He, Yahweh, okay? In Proto-Hebrew letters written into an otherwise Greek translation of the Hebrew, right? Which, of course, I think signals the very conservative nature of this text. We can speculate further as to whether they were pronouncing the divine name or not, but we'd be speculating at best, okay? Now, what about the Masoretic text itself. Okay, let's talk about this. How many manuscripts are there? How many manuscripts are there? Well, there's no certain figure, okay? But many of you have probably heard that something like the Greek New Testament is the most well-preserved document from the ancient world, right? Scholars date just over maybe enumerate something like just over 5,000 manuscripts of the Greek New Testament. No doubt that's a large figure. But what's fascinating is when you start talking about something like the Hebrew Bible, we now know that there are 24,000 biblical fragments from the old synagogue in Cairo. Okay, I mean that's a massive amount of data and material. Again, all of these fragments would date from like the 8th century AD, kind of on up. Okay, but some 24,000 biblical texts from Cairo. Again, more good work being done on this. There's some 11,000 records of manuscripts and remains in the National Library of Israel. Okay, so I'm not a math major, but that's some 35,000 manuscripts and fragmentary remains from the 15th century and earlier when we're talking about the Hebrew Masoretic text. Okay, that is truly what we're going to call an embarrassment of riches. Okay, that's a massive amount. Scholars have not waded through all of this yet. There's still a ton more work to do on these texts, but it's important to kind of know that they exist, okay, before we can sort of dedicate some research efforts to them. Now, what about the copying quality? Okay, this is always a question. And here, scholars like to talk about conservative copying, or sometimes they might use the term repetition, okay? This is when a scribe clearly has it in his mind that he is going to copy his exemplar, right, letter for letter, word for word, okay, even line for line, right? Every line in his copy must match the exemplar, okay? Every line must begin with the same word and end with the same word. You see what I mean? Like very, very exact copying. Repetition is a great word. But no doubt some of our manuscripts show a freer copying, okay? Or sometimes known as a resignified copy, okay? I'll explain that a bit later. Now, a question that, again, gets asked and sometimes just glossed over in the literature, but did the scribes care about quality control? Well, I'm going to argue that they did. Here we are in the Leningrad Codex of Isaiah 47-8, okay? We've got the text here, Yavesh Katsir Navel Tzitz, right? The flower falls, the grass withers and the flower falls. This occurred, of course, earlier in the verse. Yavesh Katsir Navel Tzitz, okay? And this text is copied correctly. Here's what it looks like, okay? We've got Isaiah 47-8, okay? Here it is in English translation. We've got the Hebrew text out here. Some of you can guess where this is going because we have 4 identical words here, only separated, right, by a line or two, right, in the Hebrew manuscript. What could possibly go wrong? Well, we don't have to guess or speculate because in a copy of Isaiah, known as the Great Isaiah Scroll, dated to, say, 150 to 100 BC, the experiment actually plays out, okay? Because here we are. We've got the Yavesh Chatzir Navel Tzitz, this line right here, right? The grass withers and the flower falls. And then instead of for the breath of Yahweh breathes on it, right? And for all flesh is like grass, we go right in to the text about the word of our God, Yakum Le'olam. So the word of our God remains or stands forever, which is the way verse 8 ends, you see. So what happened? Well, it's obvious what happened. The scribe's eye up here skipped from that first instance of Yavesh, Chatzir, Nevel, Tzitz, all the way down to the second instance in verse 8. And all of verse 7 in the Great Isaiah scroll was initially skipped. Okay? Now, here's a question. If the scribes don't care about quality, if the reader and the user of the manuscript don't care about quality, then you might just keep going, right? But that's not what happens here at all. In fact, the missing verse is added here between the lines and all the way down the margin, you see. Okay? So in my thinking, scribes do care about quality control. They do make mistakes, okay? But in this case, the scribe or a later corrector caught it, and the additional text is added word for word between the lines and then down the margin, okay? All of this happening around 150 BC. So, very interesting. So, they do care about quality control. I think that's obvious. I could show numerous examples in this manuscript where that happens. Now, of course, they don't catch all the mistakes that they make. But here is a great example where a big mistake was committed and they actually caught it and corrected it. Now, when we talk about conservative copying, let's look at Exodus 14 and 15 here together. What I'm going to do is I'm going to show you two kind of manuscripts side by side. And just kind of as a global statement here, okay, textual information on these two manuscripts, there's hardly any spelling or other copyist mistakes between the text I'm about to show you. In fact, the layout and poetic line divisions in between these manuscripts is preserved. And we'll make some summary conclusions. Here we're talking about the Ashkar-Gilson text, which is actually housed in the Rubenstein Library at Duke University in Durham, North Carolina. And last year I had the wonderful privilege and opportunity to go and actually see this manuscript. I don't know if you can see my hand here, but look how massive this is. And this is almost the entire top margin and bottom margin preserved. Here's the same text, but in a negative image. I don't know if you can see this, but it's a little bit clearer now. But look how complete the bottom margin is here. And the top margin is mostly preserved as well. And then you've got these massive columns of text, don't you, as preserved here. In fact, this is kind of the end. Well, this is some Exodus 13 and 14. And then this is Moses' song by the sea in Exodus 15. But can everybody see, right? You got these narrow columns. And then when you hit this column here in the scroll, it widens out a little bit. And then, of course, you have 5 lines here. I'll talk more about those in a minute. You've got a space. And then you've got this elaborate layout here, don't you? For the poem of Moses' song by the sea. Okay? And then after that poem's done, you get a space, and then the text kind of continues on. Okay? But again, this is a scroll. This is not a codex. Here's the same text, but now fast forward a few hundred years. And this is the end of Exodus 14, okay, in these narrow columns. And the very next page is that same elaborate layout. You see the 5 special lines, the space, and then Exodus 15, Moses' song by the sea, presented here quite intricately and elegantly and elaborately. Here are the 2 images kind of side by side. It's really important to understand, right, that at this point of copying, every single line must begin and end with the same words, which they actually do. What's fascinating is the earlier scribe seems to have this down. Once the Jewish scribe started to work in a codex format, it's fast. I think it threw off the approach. Does everyone see these little dots here? They're like little fillers, okay? Just to ensure that the scribes will begin and end each line as his exemplar has, okay? And notice how even this line here ends a bit early, so he adds in more filler dots, you see, so that Exodus 15 will begin where it should begin. So when I talk about conservative copying, This is a great example. And we're talking about a period of 300 to 400 years between this Torah scroll here and the Codex Leningrad here, okay? This is, I mean, we're just throwing out numbers here, right? But you have to imagine how long a period is 300 to 400 years to have exact copying, okay, from the Proto-Masoretic to the Masoretic period. Again, we could point out more differences here. Notice that there are no vowels here yet, right? But this text is filled with vowel points and dashes, okay? But, and of course, again, the big difference is this is a scroll, whereas this is a codex, okay? So there were massive differences happening, even in technological use, you see, by these Jewish scribes over this some 400-year period. Now, this is a great example, but how far back can we push the conservative copying, okay? Well, I want to show you an example, again, of conservative copying from Psalm 82. And again, the examples I'm going to show you, again, there are hardly any spelling or other copyist mistakes. We're going to talk a little bit about the layout and poetic line divisions, and then we'll have some summary conclusions. But I'm coming back here to Psalm 82 in what's known as the Masada Psalms scroll, okay? And I'm just, again, for the sake of time, we're going to focus on Psalm 82. This is the Mizmor LaAsaph, okay, a psalm of Asaph. And just some things to notice here. Notice how verse 1 would begin here, okay? And there's a space. And verse 1 continues on the second in the second column. But this is actually one verse made up of 2 Hebrew lines of poetry, okay? In fact, it's quite clear to me that the space represents for the reader when he is to pause. And then he begins the next line, and at the end of the line, he will pause again. And then he will pick up the next line, okay, and continue on. But the system of spaces is crucial to the dividing up of each verse, so to speak, into various poetic lines, okay? Now, this is, again, note the date on this. This is sometime probably between 30 BC or sometimes 50 BC, depending on which scholar you read. This is quite early to something like maybe 15 AD, okay? This is the date range given to these things. Here's Psalm 82 in the Aleppo Codex. Again, we looked at this earlier, and this is from 925 AD. And again, here's our Mizmor LaAsaph, the Psalm of Asaph. And you'll notice, right, that the scribe even tries to preserve some of these spaces that we saw earlier, right, from the manuscript 1,000 years earlier, okay? And you'll see the spaces here and here and here. But what's fascinating is, clearly, right, not every verse has a space, okay? And so Dr. Gentry and I have done some research on the Masada Psalm scroll. Our conclusion is that the relationship of the Masada Psalm scroll to the Aleppo Codex is one of very accurate textual copying. And the spaces in Aleppo simply represent an earlier scribal technique, right, of dividing a verse into its 2 lines. Okay, it's A line and it's B line. But in time, the Masoretes developed a system of accents, okay, that performed the same function as the earlier space and end of line. They actually developed what's called the Athnok accent here, which signals to the reader when he is to pause. And they developed the Saluk accent, like down here, this little vertical dash here, to develop the final pause of a verse, you see. So what I wanted to know is how well does the system of spaces in the earlier manuscript and end of line correspond to the various pausal and what are known as disjunctive accents in the Masoretic text? Well, pretty well, as it turns out. Here's the first space, and here's the first disjunctive accent. Okay, here's the first end of line. I expect that the end of line will correspond with the Seleuc accent here, and that's actually what we get. Okay, and we can see this kind of all the way down. Okay, all the way through this psalm. So what I'm trying to point out here is that conservative copying is not simply letter for letter, so that would be enough. But what we actually have is the reading tradition over about a 950 to 1,000 year period, preserved, you see, from the Masada Psalm scroll down to this Aleppo Codex. Unbelievable conservatism in copying. There is an intermediate step I could show you using Codex Sinaiticus, the Greek translation. This is, again, Psalm 82, but I'm going to skip this for now. We can talk about it later if you want. I need to give you an example of some free copying. Okay, so we just talked about conservative copying, letter for letter. I mean, sense unit divisions, right? How to read the Psalms, okay? Preserved over 1,000 years of copying. But some Jewish scribes did not copy everything conservatively, okay? And I'm going to argue that the motive for the scribes is faithfulness, okay? Whether they're copying in a mode of conservatism or they're copying in a mode of freedom, okay? There's going to be a motive of faithfulness. But this text is known as 4Q Deuteronomy N. It is what is known as an excerpted scroll. It actually begins with a stretch of text of Deuteronomy 8, okay? And then immediately coming after that is Deuteronomy 5. Okay, so already, right, chapters like we know them are out of order, okay? When we're looking at 4Q Deuteronomy N, it is quite an odd specimen. And I should say this, the things I'm about to point out are not to be found in any other scroll. This is a one-off. This is a unique text, okay? And or what we might call an unproductive text. It simply is a one-off, okay? But most of our copies of Deuteronomy 5:15 don't read this way. Therefore, the Lord your God commanded you to keep the Sabbath day. And then we get this excerption from Exodus 20, verse 11, to sanctify it. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea and all that is in them, and rested on the seventh day. Therefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day to sanctify it. And then verse 16 picks up with the next command, honor your father and your mother. Here's what this looks like in the scroll itself, okay? 4Q Deuteronomy N. What we have here is Deuteronomy 5, okay? And Deuteronomy 5. And again, right here in the middle, we get that longer explanation for why the Israelites are to keep the Sabbath day. And it's pretty much word for word, Exodus 20, verse 11. Now, I don't know about you, but I would not call this a conservative copy of the Ten Commandments. I just wouldn't. Like, I would never think that Exodus 20, verse 11, with all of its words, all of its text being added between verses here in Deuteronomy 5 would qualify as a conservative copy. Now, what's fascinating here, and I think you need to catch this, is that in the Hebrew, the addition is bracketed by a repeated term, lakadsho, to sanctify it, okay? And it turns out, this is quite an old scribal technique by which the scribe can bracket added text with the same term, indicating to the reader and the user that this text came from earlier in the work, okay? And in this case, from the book of Exodus, okay? Not the book of Deuteronomy, but the book of Exodus. And so what I like to point out here is that this addition, although it seems quite radical and chaotic to us, it's not. The scribe is actually measured in the addition. The scribe is doing this on purpose. And I think the reason is that this is a very early attempt to harmonize the different reasons for keeping the Sabbath day command between Exodus 20 and Deuteronomy 5. And the scribe here has tipped his hand. He's telling us that he's added earlier text from an earlier book. And the reason, we're left to guess the reason, but it makes sense in this case that he's now stacking the two different reasons for keeping the Sabbath day in his copy of the Ten Commandments. So what's going on? Well, overall, 4Q Deuteronomy N, that scroll we just looked at, is a close copy of the Proto-Masoretic text, okay? But the scribe has added Exodus 20, verse 11 between Deuteronomy 5:15 and 16, and he's made some other harmonizations and excerptions along the way. So was the scribe making a new text? Like sometimes this is put in terms of maybe he created a competing text, a text that would compete with the conservatively copied text. Or was the scribe simply providing a liturgical or an interpretive text, right? So remember the commentary genre or the commentary form is developing, right? It's brand new in some ways. Before the commentary, you had what's called rewritten Bible or these expansive and interpretive copies of the text. You can kind of see, I want to go back and show you real quick. There's not a lot of margin to work with here, is there? And they're not going to add a lot of text to the top and the bottom because they know those are the first parts to be destroyed. In these days, you don't add the parallel passages in the margin. You couldn't really fit them in there very well. The technology wasn't quite developed to add these parallel passages. So you simply added them in the body of the text, but if you were a good scribe, you were careful to bracket them off with a resumptive repetition, like in this case, Lakad show. So it seems to me that 4Q Deuteronomy N would be not so much a biblical text or a new biblical text to compete with an older one or something like that, but rather this text is a primitive example of a text prepared for liturgy or commentary, you see. So again, we've kind of covered some massive concepts here, but there are two complementary approaches to the copying of the Hebrew Bible. Okay, we can call them conservative and free. Neither textual chaos nor randomness, but rather care for the text is expressed in both modes. In fact, faithfulness is, I think, at the root, okay, or it's the primary motivation for both kinds of text being created. There were simply text created or copied word for word, but maybe some Jews couldn't understand a conservatively copied text. Maybe they needed an updated text, you see. Certainly interpretive texts would be appreciated. And so what's fascinating is the Jewish scribes doing this kind of genius work were also able to keep distinct the copies that they knew they were copying conservatively, and then those copies they knew they were copying a bit more freely. Sorry, excuse my own context here, but the English Bible is based mainly on the Masoretic text. I don't know about the Indonesian Bibles. I'd be interested to hear more about that. Now, this is some new evidence here, or new research, I should say, that I'm starting to engage. So I'm going to share this with you. Right now, there are two main editions of the Hebrew Bible. There are others well under development, and we could talk more about those later. But if you're learning Hebrew, you have probably bought or you own a BHS, a Biblia Hebraica Stuttgart Tensia copy. And then the next generation, so to speak, of the BHS is something that is called the Biblia Hebraica Quinta, okay, the BHQ. And the Job volume was just published in 2024. Okay, it is the most recent volume and edition of the BHQ project. Now, I was interested, and again, this is fresh research. You can question me about this, but I've got some, I want to do more work along these lines. But here's BHS Job, okay? The date on this would be like 1977. Its fifth printing was 1997, okay? But this is basically a text from 1977. I had some folks help me out with this. There's about 8,343 Hebrew words in Job. Okay. So that's a pretty good number. In the BHS, there is an abbreviation L in the apparatus that stands for lege or legendum, okay, which means read or should be read. I counted some 14 instances of L in the BHS apparatus of Job. Okay, that means that the editor of BHS is basically saying that we should not read with the Masoretic text 0.2% of the time. That's not a lot. Okay, that is a very, very small number. Okay, now if you know anything about the BHS apparatus, there's far more abbreviations to learn. Okay, they have this PRB, stands for probilitor. Okay, 11 times they give a text in the apparatus with PRB. That is a text that doesn't read with the Masoretic text that they print at the top, okay? But that's only 0.1% of the text. They have another abbreviation, FRT, or fortassa, and this means perhaps, so they're less certain about this one. They use the abbreviation 32 times, or some 0.4% of the text. Now, the most mystifying category in the BHS apparatus has got to be this PRP, which stands for as proposed. This is the equivalent of a conjectural emendation, where the BHS editor says we read with no other documents. We're going to read with the scholarly guess, okay, that's in the apparatus. 92 times I counted PRP in the BHS of Job. That's some 1.1% of the text. Now, what I did was I counted up the PRB, the FRT, and the PRP. And if you put all those numbers together against the 8,343 Hebrew words in Codex Leningrad, or the BHS text, that's still only 1.6% of the text of Job that's uncertain in BHS. This does not show textual fluidity, people. This does not show a fluid text at all. This is the most liberal number I could come up with, okay? But now I want to contrast it with the BHQ Job, okay? This year published, okay, 2024. And again, there's 8,343 Hebrew words. Now, they use a different abbreviation scheme. They use this abbreviation of pref, okay? And 19 places in the apparatus of BHQ Job, the editor preferred a text different than that of the printed text in the Masoretic text, okay? Only 0.2% then. Okay, this is not a big number. What's more astonishing is that in the apparatus of BHQ, I could only find 2 places where they use the abbreviation conject for a scholarly conjecture. So that is 0.02% of the text they want to conjecture. And that means only 0.02% of Job, of the Job text, is uncertain in the Biblia Hebraica Quinta. So what again, this is kind of a new avenue of research here. What I'm thinking is that over time, editors seem to be becoming more certain, not less certain, more certain of the wording of the text of Scripture. Okay. Now this is only Job. I want some students of mine to do some research in other editions of the Hebrew Bible to see if the same trends kind of continue. I think I have time. Dr. Chia, do I have time to give a couple examples of TC?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right. I don't want to run over for you guys, but let's look at a couple examples. How do we do textual criticism? And this is a bit of a funny example. How tall was Goliath? Okay. So this is obviously from First Samuel, chapter 17. And right, depending on which witnesses you read, you would arrive at a Hebrew text that has Goliath at 6 cubits and a span, right? Which we estimate is something like 9 feet, 9 inches. And the Masoretic text, those Jewish revisers I was telling you about, Aquila, Symmachus, Theodotion, the Aramaic Targum, Jonathan, the Syriac Peshitta, and the Vulgate all have Goliath at a height of 6 cubits and a span. Well, that's not the whole story. Because a very important Dead Sea Scroll, 4Q51 or 4Q Samuel A, very prominent witnesses to the Greek translation of the Hebrew Scriptures, right, the Septuagint, and then that Jewish historian Josephus in his Antiquities, all have Goliath at 4 cubits and a span, or 6 feet 9 inches tall. Okay, so I joke, is he a giant or is he slightly shorter than the NBA phenom Shaquille O'Neal, right? Like, what are we to think about this? Well, textual critics immediately start to see or ask, is there an accidental error in play? Okay, so some scholars suggest this before they reject it, but at least they suggest maybe a scribe copying verse 4, right, 400, wrote 6 cubits, shesh amoth, anticipating the 600 shekels of iron of Goliath's spear in verse 7. In other words, maybe the text was originally 400, but an eye skip down to verse 7 shows the secondary change from 4 to 6. Okay. It's possible, but most scholars, and I agree, say that that's a long eye skip. Okay. This might be too many lines for the scribe for the scribe's eye to skip all the way down so that he writes 6 instead of 4. Okay, so it's a little bit too difficult to determine the source of this error in some kind of an accident. So this then kind of raises the question, maybe this variant occurs due to some intentional interpretation. And think about it. If you had 4 cubits, right, a shorter Goliath as original, maybe a scribe changes the 4 to 6 to make David's victory seem more impressive, right? It's possible. But 4 is more realistic and provides a critique of Saul, who was head and shoulders taller than his people, we're told, earlier in the narrative in 1 Samuel 9:2. So what you could have is a very tall Goliath that a scribe then makes shorter, okay? So that Saul's cowardice is underscored now, you see. The other issue, and it's not on the slide, but the other issue to consider is that Goliath's height is only mentioned one time in 1 Samuel 17. But what is kind of repeated throughout the narrative is that Goliath is a very skilled warrior in hand-to-hand, one-on-one combat. Okay? And so what could be happening here is that originally Goliath is shorter, okay? He's 4 cubits and a span. And the reason why Saul and the Israelites are scared to go out and fight him is not because he's some big, huge giant. Though he could be, again, like even 4 cubits in a span is still pretty tall. But anyhow, the main point would be they're afraid of Goliath's abilities on the battlefield in one-on-one combat, right? And, you know, when your resume is you're the one who always walks off the battlefield alive and everyone else you have fought is dead, right? This tends to put fear in your heart. So what I like to say about a textual variant like this one that's very difficult to solve, there's no theology on the line here, is there? At no point does this variant affect my knowledge of God, let's say. But what I do come back and say immediately is no doubt this textual variant will change the way you read the story, okay? Because Goliath at 9 feet 9 inches versus Goliath at 6 feet 9 inches does influence the way you read the story. So it can affect the narrative, but it's not going to affect the way our theology is done. I think I have time for one more, and then I will close this out. Isaiah 53:11. Okay, and here I'm looking at the little word "or," where he will see light and be satisfied. This is in the great Isaiah scroll. The textual variant is between whether the word light is to be read as the original text or the original text simply omitted the word light, he will see. Those witnesses that don't have the word light are the Masoretic text, the Jewish revisers, Targum, Jonathan, Peshitta, and Vulgate. Those texts that have the word light are 3 different Dead Sea Scrolls and the Septuagint translation. All 4 of those witnesses have the word for light. Now, what do we make of this? I take it that there's an accidental error here, okay? Independent textual traditions, 3 different Dead Sea Scrolls, and the Septuagint all contain the word light. I could show you that the scribe's eye skipped from word to word because in the script of the period, it's quite easy to demonstrate that the little tiny word "or" for Hebrew word "or" for light simply gets skipped over. Therefore, I think the text should read, on account of the labor of his life, he, the servant, will see light and be satisfied. Now, again, I want to be clear. This reading doesn't influence our theology of the resurrection directly, does it? I mean, the New Testament has much to say about the resurrection of the Messiah. Even places like Psalm 16, right? And maybe even Ezekiel 37, and even the very foundation, right? In Hannah's song and in Moses' song, God kills and he makes alive, right? Like the doctrine of the resurrection is ultimately rooted in numerous other places in Scripture. So I don't think that whether the word light is to be read there or not influences the whole doctrine of the resurrection. But I will say that this text with the word light does make much more clearly, or makes the connection more clearly, that when the servant suffers vicariously for his people, he is vindicated by seeing light and being satisfied. Again, the image of someone seeing light after they've died means that they are coming back from Sheol. They're coming back from the realm of the dead. Something that, like in Job 7, the sages say one who goes down to Sheol never comes back up, you see. They don't see light. But when the servant here is said or predicted to see light and be satisfied, what this is saying is that because he died vicariously, he suffered vicariously for his people, he will be vindicated as the innocent sufferer, and he will be resurrected from the dead by seeing light, by coming back from Sheol or the realm of the dead. Well, just a basic conclusion here. Despite important variants that we've looked at that need more study, research shows a very reliable transmission history of the Hebrew Bible. And I hope the rest of this conference continues to bear that out. And with that, I'm going to conclude. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Johnny, once again for your wonderful presentations. And then while we are preparing for Q&A questions, yeah, we're gonna take some questions from the audience. I would like to start about Text and Canon Institute. Maybe can you explain and you can elaborate what is Text and Canon Institute?
Yeah, great question. So the Text and Canon Institute started in 2019 at Phoenix Seminary, where I teach in Phoenix, Arizona. And it's very unusual for seminaries to have one textual critic, let alone two textual critics, both in the area, one in the area of Old Testament, myself, and then Peter Gurry in the area of New Testament, whom you're going to hear from in a little bit. And when we both realized that we were kind of uniquely positioned to start an institute that could organize and focus efforts on researching the history of the Bible, the reliability of the Bible, the history of the canon. That's a whole nother question, right? How do we have the books? How do various groups in Judaism and Christianity, right, have the different canons that they have? And then the whole massive area of Bible translation, and not just into English, right, but all the languages around the globe, right? The TCI, the Text and Canon Institute, kind of has an interest in all of that. And so what we're trying to do is research issues down to the bottom, okay, studying the Bible according to its manuscripts and history and all that. But then if you go to our website at textandcanon.org, we also supply articles that are more popular in nature to help the general public appreciate appreciate the history of the Bible, and at the end of the day, come to see something new about it that they didn't know. And so we're hoping to foster biblical literacy and things like that as well. So we have again a research program where we have scholarly roundtables and publish the results of those conferences. We have a scholarship for Master of Theology students to come and study with us because they want to go off and do PhDs and things like that. And then again, we have that resource element, mainly the website at this point, where more popular level articles are put out for the public to read and again, learn something new about the history and reliability of the Bible.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Johnny. So basically, if any one of you in the audience want to study more about textual criticism, not only in Old Testament, but also in New Testament, you can check their website. And also if you want to study under them, you can apply at Phoenix Seminary. They will lead you and they will help you about the variants in the Bible. And once again, thank you, Dr. Johnny. And I hope maybe one or two people from this audience will study at Phoenix Seminary. Okay. Okay, and then we have question from Yonghan. Please, Yonghan.
Thank you, Pak Philip. Dr. John, thanks for your presentation. It's very excellent. I don't know whether you know that in Indonesia, pronounce tetragrammaton as Yahweh is some seminary consider as a sin. You should pronounce it as Adonai or Hashem. So my question is, we know that tetragrammaton for the first half we can pronounce is Yah from Hallelujah, right? But how about the other part? Which part of Hebrew Bible that makes you very confident you pronounce it as Yahweh in your presentation? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great question. I don't know if I can get into all the details on that right here and now, but yeah, Yah, right, we can be pretty confident of, as you noted, Hallelujah, right, is the short form of the tetragram. Way, I don't know. I don't know. I think it's probably the best we can do on that. But no doubt, though, it's probably a bit of a what's the word I'm looking for? A re-grammaticalized form of the name. But I will say that I'm not an expert on this, more know better, but if you go and look though at some Dead Sea Scrolls that spell it out, like Yah-O, okay, in some Qumran texts. If you look at Epiphanius and Clement of Alexandria, two very prominent church fathers, they actually give in Greek transcription the full vocalized name, Yahoo. Okay, and I find that interesting. Because I think it should help us see that it's not a sin to say the name. You see what I mean? There were Jews in the Second Temple period that were transcribing it according to vocalization in Greek, and there are definitely church fathers like Origen, Clement of Alexandria, Epiphanius, to name a few, that were also showing that the name could be vocalized. Okay, so I don't know if they're exactly right, but I just know that we shouldn't be too afraid to pronounce the name. So that's why I continue to do so. Adonai is another Hebrew word. And of course, what happened is the Masoretes vocalized all the Yod Hey Wow Heys in the Hebrew text some 6,000 times, right? Vocalized them as according with the vocalization given to Adonai, which means master or Lord. When the Old Testament itself, though, puts a premium on the name of Yahweh, not the title Adonai. So again, we could debate this probably till the cows come home, but I just think it'd be an interesting comparison, and I would like to learn more. So
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. John Mee. And then we have another question from Sean Ko, please.
I actually have three questions. The first question is actually more of a peripheral. In the beginning of the slides, you showed the Samaritan Pentateuch and dated it to 9th to 14th century AD. Is that correct? And if it is correct, I noticed that it contained probably Samaritan Hebrew or Paleo Hebrew. I do not think that in 9th to 14th century AD, these scripts are still in usage. So can you elaborate a little bit more? This is the first question. Would you want me to present all the three questions before you answer?
no, I can answer that one pretty quickly. Yeah, Samaritan Hebrew preserved that very ancient script, which looks like Paleo Hebrew. So yes, Samaritan manuscripts can be identified that way. Yeah, so it's very interesting. It's a unique feature to Samaritan Pentateuch manuscripts. But yeah, that was 9th to 14th century. So they somehow kept that scribal technique and approach alive, you see, through the entire Middle Ages.
All right. The next question would be on textual criticism of Samaritan Pentateuch. In my own research, right, I'm not able to find any manuscript for us to do textual criticism. Have you come across any of them?
Well, there's a couple projects. There's an old edition of the Samaritan Pentateuch by a German named von Gall, Vongall. So that's a critical edition. You can find those for free on the internet. You should be able to download those ones for free. Then I haven't seen it yet. There's a newer edition of the Samaritan Pentateuch. Stefan Schork is one of the editors on that project. And I'm trying to remember, De Gruyter, you know, the publisher De Gruyter. They're publishing these new editions of the Samaritan Pentateuch. These apparently are better, much better than the ones by von Gall. If you want to see the manuscripts, much have been digitized these days. So Cambridge University has a digital manuscript room, and you can look up Samaritan Pentateuch manuscripts from the Cambridge University Library website, and they're amazing. They're pretty cool to look at, but they're hard to read because, as you pointed out, it's a different script altogether. So, but yeah, so the manuscripts themselves, not all of them probably, but many of them have been digitized and are freely available online.
Thank you. And for my last question, right, we move on to the New Testament era. Have you encountered any manuscript of the Hebrew New Testament?
No.
Okay, thank you.
That's not a later translation. Yep.
Okay, thank you, Sean Cole, and thank you, Dr. Me. And now we're gonna move to Bonard. Please, Bonard, if you have some questions.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear
Yeah.
you, I think.
Yeah. First of all, thank you for your such a great presentation, Dr. Med. I have a question about, I might be wrong, but I'm more familiar with New Testament textual criticism. So my question here is, for me, when you elaborate about the evidence manuscript of Old Testament, for me, it seems like more complicated. But when you come with that method of that Old Testament criticism, it looks like a more simple than when we come up with any kind of method of New Testament textual criticism. So for me, it's kind of like the evidence of manuscript of Testament, very complicated, but the method looks more simple. And my question is, could you please elaborate briefly any kind of method of textual criticism currently? Like in the Testament, we have CBGM, we have criticism method, something like that. But could you please elaborate briefly any kind of method of textual criticism? Thank you.
Yes, okay, very good. And yes, there are two approaches to this, isn't there? Right now, the dominant approach in Hebrew Bible textual criticism, when we create editions, we're talking about diplomatic text editions. Okay, so it's again like a text like this Job edition, right, of the BHQ, right? And when I open this, it's just the Codex Leningrad printed up top here, and then scholarly apparatus down below, right, noting the variants to the Codex Leningrad. So a diplomatic text edition is taking the text of one single manuscript, a very good manuscript, and then noting, right, variants to it. Okay. I think that's Bonar. I think that's what you mean that by it being simple in some ways. Because and that's fine. That's a fair, I think, a fair evaluation. Contrast that with the New Testament, right? Something like the CBGM, which Dr. Gurry will tell you more about, more than you want to know about. Okay, when it comes to that. But they're right, they're creating these so-called scientific or eclectic texts, right? That really aren't to be identified in any single manuscript, right? But we're using all the manuscripts in Greek to get back to, right, that original text, right, or arc text. Okay, and the Hebrew Bible world is not quite there yet. But what I will say, there's a critical text project on the Psalter that's underway right now. Drew Longacre and Brent Strawn at Duke University just received an NEH grant here in the States, and they are currently working on a critical Hebrew text of Psalms 1 to 50, okay, for what's known as the SBL Hebrew Text Project. And so this is a diplomatic text edition. That SBL text project is going to be an eclectic text, okay, for the Hebrew Bible. And they are trying to use some of those digital techniques, okay, for collating and for making textual choices and that sort of thing. So great question. Great question.
Okay, thank you, Bonar, and thank you, Dr. Johnny. And we have a question from Dr. Stefanus Karnadi. Bapak Stefanus, are you still here? Okay. Okay, maybe I will just read his questions on the column chat. Okay, Dr. Stefanus says that I heard that the Masoretes have their own political agenda, even in persevering the text, especially pertaining to Jesus as Messiah. Is it true? Do you have any example of this? Yeah, something like that.
It's a good question. I don't know. I'm not convinced, but Dr. Chia, you might know. I mean, I don't know. I go back there. I'm gonna be honest. There's maybe a handful, a few cases in my mind where it's possible to think the Masoretes changed a text to avoid Jesus as the Messiah. Okay, but it's very subtle. Some of it has to do with the accent marks in Daniel 9, for example, that can change when the 69th and a half week is supposed to appear. Okay, and whether that appears in the time of Jesus or earlier. Okay, so there's little things like that some speculate about. There's one that I don't think it's an intentional change on the scribe's part. There's in Psalm 22, verse 16. Most of our Bibles follow the Septuagint, that line where it says they pierced, where the Messiah is saying in Psalm 22, they pierced my hands and my feet. Okay. And the Masoretic text can't be read as they pierced. The Masoretic text reads, like a lion at my hands and my feet. Okay. And it's the difference of one letter, a yod or a wow at the end of the word. Okay. And I just think what happens is the text probably read as a verb originally. That's what the Septuagint of Psalm 22:16 teaches us. They pierced my hands and my feet. But in the textual transmission, by the time that text gets to the Masoretes, they're no longer reading a verb there. They're reading the noun for lion. Okay. And they have a text which doesn't make great sense altogether, but it makes enough sense that they simply point it as like a lion. And some commentators over the years have said the Masoretes intentionally changed that text. And I don't think we have to conclude that. I can see why they say that. But I do think there was a corruption, a very minor one, that just made a big difference in meaning, okay, between the Hebrew text of the Greek Psalms translator and the text of the later Masoretic text, you see. So some have said, well, they're just trying to avoid the obvious conclusion that Jesus's hands were pierced and his feet were pierced. But I don't think that's quite right. But again, we could talk more about that probably. It's a good example, but I don't know. Dr. Chia, can you think of any more off the top of your head? Those are the big ones that I can think of. I don't know.
No,
There's
yeah.
more. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Mi. Okay, now we have question from Dr. Jen, please.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, thank you, Dr. Mead, for your wonderful presentation, and thank you as well for bringing up the discussion about 4Q Deuteronomy and of Dead Sea Scrolls, as we know that it is very different than other ancient texts. So my question is about the elaboration of 4Q Deuteronomy N. If we read it here, there are also not only just differences in the text, but also I mean also in the wordings of the quotation and the wording of verse 15. We read it here in the 4Q Deuteronomy N. Alken tiwaka Adonai Elohecha lishmor et yom hashabat. So the word lishmor in the Dead Sea Scroll is actually in the Masoretic text la'asot. So there is a difference between theological understanding of the Dead Sea Scroll and the word of the Dead Sea Scroll. And also the last quotation from, as you said, that it was taken from Exodus 20:11. The last word lekacho in the Dead Sea Scroll is also different with Exodus 20:11.
Yes, that's right.
So my
That's
question is, do you think that the 4Q Deuteronomy and elaborated the text not only for liturgical, as you said before, liturgical purpose, but also theological clarification of the Proto-Masoretic text? Thank you.
Yes. Right. So that's why I leave it open. Is it liturgical only? Maybe. Or is this a primitive form of commentary or interpretational texts? Right. So that's what I'm getting at. No doubt those are intentional changes, but I think again that goes to the point that the scribe is employing the resumptive repetition, right? He has to use the same term, lekadsho, right, around the beginning and the ending of the edition. And so that's what brackets to let the reader and user of the manuscript know this is an addition from earlier in the book. Okay. So he does have to be free in his copying in order to do that. No question. The other issue is what I've noticed is in 4Q Deuteronomy N, again, there are other harmonizations. I don't take the time in this presentation to walk through all of the different harmonizations in 4Q Deuteronomy N, but many of them seem to flow to other parts of the text. So again, like again, using shamor to keep, right, versus zakor to remember. Right, there are different verbs used, but again, I think overall this fits that scribe's MO, right? His mode of operation, in that he's trying to bring some conformity to this. There's more of a Deuteronomy flavor to this versus the language from Exodus. Does that make sense? Is that helpful? Yeah.
Thank you so much. I think it's very helpful.
Yeah, no, great question. Thank you for that.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Jen, and also like Dr. Mi. And since we have a few Sunday school teachers in the audience, so when you brought up about the height of Goliath, they confused. What should we teach to our kids? So like
Yeah,
maybe,
that's right.
so maybe can you help them?
Yeah, I can try.
Yeah, maybe can you help them like, okay, so in your opinion, in your research, so what is the height of Goliath?
Yeah.
6 cubit
Yeah.
or 4 cubit?
Yeah,
Thank you.
I know. I wish I had stronger conviction on this. I think I'm probably I think I'm still on board with the taller Goliath. Okay, the 6 cubits and a span. So most of our kids' Sunday school curriculum, right? We always present him as this really tall giant. And so I like to say though, if for some reason we became convinced of the shorter Goliath, right, much of our children's Sunday school curriculum would have to change, wouldn't it? Because he would not be head and shoulders over everybody. He would be closer in height to Saul himself. So I think I still think there's great evidence for the taller Goliath. So that's where I'm at, and I that's the way I still teach it today. But there's, like I said, this one's a tough one. But obviously with children, I usually just err on one side. I just say he's very, very tall. So good question.
Thank you, Dr. John Mee. And once again, we are so thankful and we are honored that Dr. John Mee gave his time for us to equip us and then to open our knowledge about textual criticism, especially for Old Testament. And thank you. And now we have like a small appreciation, like certificate of appreciation. Yes. And we're gonna send it to you, Dr. John Mee. Yes, once again, thank you. Yes, thank you once again for your participation. Thank you for your lecture, and thank you for your time. We cannot, once again, it is an honor for us. It is a blessing, and we have audience not only from Indonesia, but also we have audience from Malaysia as well. Once again, thank you. Thank you for being a blessing for many nations, especially in Asia. Once again, it is an honor for us. Okay.
Well, thank you all. It was my pleasure. So.
Okay, thank you. And then I will return to Dr. Sri Mulyani.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, Dr. Philip, and the speaker in this first session, and the second session will be guided by Miss Betaria Sonata. Please, Miss Beta.
Okay,
I
thank you.
invite you. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Sri Mulyani. Good morning, everyone. This is privilege to moderate this second session. I'm grateful that you are committed to following. I'm honored to introduce you our speaker, Dr. Peter James Gorey. Dr. Peter is a leading academic in the field of New Testament studies, currently serving as an assistant professor at Phoenix Seminary. He has a rich background in the textual criticism and linguistics, holding a PhD from the University of Cambridge, where he completed his dissertation titled Critical Examination of the Coherence-Based Genealogical Method in the Catholic Epistles. Peter is the author and editor of numerous important publications. He is also actively involved in the academic community, presenting at various conferences such as the Society of Biblical Literature and the Evangelical Theological Society. He has contributed articles and research to several journals addressing fascinating topics like the number of variants in the Greek New Testament and new genealogical method in textual criticism. Not only Dr. Peter an esteemed scholar, but he is also active in church ministry, currently serving as a pastor at Wheaton Avenue Bible Church in Phoenix. With his wide-ranging experience in both research and practical ministry, we are very fortunate to hear Dr. Peter's insight today. And please join me in warmly welcoming Dr. Peter James Gorey. Hello and good morning in Indonesia, Dr. Peter.
Can you hear me?
Okay, we are glad having you here and can wait to hear your presentation. So your
Great to be
time
here.
and hour. Okay,
Okay.
please.
Can I share my screen? Is that possible?
Yes.
All right, let's see if this will work here. It'll help us if we can see some slides here. Let's see, share. All right, screen 2, that's what I want. All right, let's see, does that work? Can you all see that? Can you all see my slides? Okay.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, very good. All right, so what I'd like to do with the hour that we have together, I know there's some time for Q&A at the end. I know there was some question about things like, what is the critical text? How does that relate to the Textus Receptus and the majority text? So what I'm going to do is give you an overview of textual criticism for the New Testament side of things. And I'm going to let you ask me what you want to know about those topics of the majority text and the Textus Receptus, okay? Because we'll basically cover the basics of how we do text criticism on the New Testament side. I am a proponent of the critical text, but you are more than welcome to ask me about the other views as well, and I'll do my best to answer those, okay? So let's think together then over the next hour about this question of the text of the New Testament. And oftentimes the way people encounter this question, you've already heard a lot from Dr. Mead on the Old Testament side of things. And so there's clearly some overlap. But probably the most common way that people are going to encounter the issue of textual criticism is in our Bible translations, and particularly in their footnotes. So what I've shown you here is a picture of actually one of my English Bibles here. And you can see sort of at the bottom of the page, there are some footnotes. And in particular, if you were reading it, say, Luke 23:34, which is what I have open here in my English Bible, you would find the famous prayer of Jesus from the cross where he says, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. And then the text goes on and says they cast lots to divide his garments. Well, in my English Standard Version, there's a footnote there saying that some manuscripts omit this prayer of Jesus. The words, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do, are not found in some Greek manuscripts. So that's usually how people come to this question, whether you're a Sunday school teacher or a pastor. If you get asked about this, oftentimes it's going to be because someone's been reading their Bible very closely, or maybe somebody else has pointed it out to them and said, hey, how come there are these footnotes in the Bible? How come there are these differences sometimes between translations? Okay, so we'll come back to Luke 23:34 in just a bit. It may also be that someone in your congregation has heard about or read something from, say, Bart Ehrman, or someone who has read Bart Ehrman in his book Misquoting Jesus, which was a bestseller here in the United States and I think sold pretty well over in the UK as well. He says at one point in the introduction, he says, how does it help us to say the Bible is the inerrant word of God if in fact we did not have the words that God inerrantly inspired? So he's raising the question that well, if we've lost those words that God inspired, what good does inspiration actually do us? And so he's raising an objection to us on this question of textual criticism, a question for those of us who hold the Bible in high regard. Sometimes now, I have to say, people have a view that they've gotten from Bart Ehrman, but it's not quite expressed with the same level of care or scholarly precision as Bart Ehrman might say it. So I don't know if you have the cartoon Dilbert there in Indonesia, but it's a fairly popular cartoon about the business world here in the United States, drawn by a guy named Scott Adams. And back in 2006, he read Bart Ehrman's book, and here was his summary of Bart Ehrman's book. He said, I never knew that there are about a zillion different versions of the Bible because it was copied and recopied by hand by semi-literate, opinionated morons for hundreds of years. So I kind of like to describe this as sometimes the way Bart Ehrman's views get boiled down or get interpreted or understood by people sort of on the ground, by the ordinary person who's not a Bible scholar. And as you can see, that's a pretty negative view of the history of the Bible. All right, so we'll come back to those issues, but I want to suggest that those are not quite right. But before we come back to that, I want to step back and ask a question that maybe Dr. Mead covered with you already, but it's important, I think, to talk about it right up front here, and that is, why do we even need to think about textual criticism? That's the technical term for this discipline, for this area of study of the Bible. We're not criticizing the Bible in some sort of negative sense. The idea is that we're studying the Bible carefully, and in this case, we're studying the text of the Bible. We're asking the question, where the manuscripts are different from one another, how do we know what the text of the Bible really is? Why do we need to even do this? Well, I'm going to give you 3 reasons that are historical, and then 1 reason that is theological. Okay, so the first historic reason, is that the original documents, what we call the autographs, are lost to us. We do not have the copy of Romans that Paul sent to Rome. And if we assume that Paul maybe kept a copy of the letter to the Romans for himself, for his own archives, in his own files, that one has also been lost. So we don't have any of the original copies of the New Testament. This is true, of course, for the Old Testament as well. It's also true for virtually every ancient literary writing. I don't know of any major literary writing from the ancient world where we know that we have the copy that the author actually penned. All right. That's not surprising, given the distance between us and the original writings, given the material that those things were written on, that those documents were written on, and given things like fires and persecution and all sorts of things, there's every good reason to understand that they've been lost. Not surprising at all. Okay, so the originals are lost. But second, copying by hand is hard. It's not the end of the world that we don't have the originals. We don't actually, as I'm going to argue, we don't actually need the original documents, the original manuscripts. That's not really what's important. What we're concerned with is the wording on those original documents. But the problem at this point is that copying by hand is hard. And I always like to say, if you don't believe me, just try it. Take out your Bible today and try to copy the letter to the Romans by hand and see if you make any mistakes in the process. I can guarantee that you will make some mistakes because it's hard to do. And so scribes made mistakes sometimes when they were copying manuscripts, as you've already heard from Dr. Mead. As a result, the third historical point is that means our surviving copies, we have thousands of copies of the New Testament just in Greek, as we'll see. Those surviving copies don't all agree with one another. All right, so we have to ask the question, when they disagree, which one do we think is right and why? But those are all, as I said, those are all historical reasons why we need to do textual criticism for the Bible. But there's a fourth reason, I think one that's important for us as Christians to think about. It's a theological reason. Because you might think that, well, it's fine to think that these things are all true of the Bible and true of other ancient literature, but the Bible is different. We believe as Christians, the Bible is different from all other literature. So why wouldn't this be different? Why should it be that the originals of the Bible are lost? Why should copying by hand be hard for the Bible? Why wouldn't it be different? I think the reason is simply this. Christians historically have believed that God inspired the authors and kept them from error. Christians have never believed, to my knowledge, that God also kept every scribe ever from those same errors. All right. So the kind of protection and inspiration is the technical term, right? The kind of inspiration that God did, that the miracle of inspiration, applies to the original writers, not to every scribe who came after them. So it's clear that there are differences in our manuscripts. You've seen plenty of them, I'm sure, from Dr. Mead's presentation already. We'll look at some in just a minute here for the New Testament. But simply, I think it's the case that God inspired authors and not scribes, and so we should not actually be surprised that he allowed scribes to make mistakes. Just as we have uncertainty when it comes to interpreting the Greek or Hebrew text of the Bible in terms of its meaning, we should not be surprised that God is okay with there being some uncertainty at the level of the text as well. We can come back to that point later if you'd like, because that's an important one, I think, theologically. But those are 4 reasons why we need to even do textual criticism, all right? Now, let's think together then about the evidence that we have for doing this. What kind of evidence has God provided for us to do this work of trying to identify the original text of the New Testament? First, we have a large category of evidence that we call Greek manuscripts. This is the most important category of evidence because, of course, as you know, the New Testament was originally written in Greek. And so our Greek manuscripts are especially valuable. By one recent count, we have something like 5,700 copies of the New Testament just in Greek. All right, I'm going to qualify that in some very important ways in just a minute, because not all of those Greek manuscripts are created equal. They're not all equally valuable for us, but that is still a lot, as we're going to see. That's a lot. All right, so we have Greek manuscripts. Then secondly, as with the case with the Old Testament, as you heard from Dr. Mead, we have translations of the New Testament. Very early on, the New Testament was translated into other languages like Latin, like Syriac, like Coptic, for instance. Then eventually translated into languages like Arabic, Old Church Slavonic, and the list goes on and on and on. Now, the most important ones for what we're talking about tonight, sorry, it's today for you all, it's tonight for me, but what we're talking about today is the most important ones are Latin, Syriac, and Coptic. Those are by far the three most important ones for us, okay? Now, translations, however, we have some difficulties with these, okay? There are two in particular. One is that the translations, they all had to be hand copied as well. So what you see here is on your screen is a picture of a Latin New Testament manuscript, and you can probably tell it's been written by hand. What that means is before we can use, say, a Latin copy or the Latin translation of the New Testament to help us understand what the original text of the Greek is, we actually have to do textual criticism on the Latin as well. Right, so all these other versions, they have their own problem that they had to be copied by hand, and scribes of those translations made mistakes sometimes in copying them as well. So we have variants within the Latin tradition, we have variants within the Coptic tradition, we have variants within the Syriac tradition, and we need to try to sort those out before we try to get back to the Greek behind them. All right. Secondly, besides the problem of doing text criticism on the translations, is the translations are, to state the obvious, they are translations. And not everything can be translated, or sometimes we like to say sometimes things are lost in translation, aren't they? The meaning doesn't always get across the same way. And in particular, some of these languages do not map onto Greek always the same way, just like English doesn't, or any other language. So for example, Latin does not have an article the way Greek does. Well, what that means, practically speaking, is that we are almost never in a position to be able to use the Latin translation of the New Testament to try to determine whether the Greek text behind it has the Greek article or not. Okay. In other cases, there are just matters of translation philosophy. In Syriac, when they speak about body parts, they almost always like to use a personal pronoun. So in Syriac, you just almost never say something like, he stretched out the hand, the way Greek would be happy to do. In Syriac, you need to say something like, he stretched out his hand. Because that's just a matter of Syriac idiom, the way Syriac speakers speak Syriac, you cannot assume when the Syriac text says he stretched out his hand that the Syriac translator is translating a Greek text that necessarily says he stretched out his hand. The Greek text being translated may well say just he stretched out the hand. All right. So there's issues of translation that we have to wrestle with when we use the translations. All right. So those are the first two types. We have Greek manuscripts and early translations of the New Testament. Third and finally, the third type of evidence we have is what we call citations. What we call the group of people we call the church fathers, people like Augustine or Jerome or Origen, people like this. They were early and important leaders in the church. They were all of them theologians of one kind or another, and they often wrote big books about the Bible. Sometimes they preached sermons like John Chrysostom, and when they did, they often quoted the Bible, and that includes the New Testament. So we have thousands and thousands of citations from the church fathers that we can also look at to see what text were they using. And what's especially helpful about them is for most of these church fathers, we know when and where they lived. Sometimes we even know if they moved from one city to another. For example, with Origen, we know he moves from Alexandria to another city, right, across the Mediterranean. So that's helpful because we can then see when we're reading these authors' works, we can say, well, I know Augustine lived in the 4th century and lived and worked in North Africa, right? I know that someone like, someone else like Chrysostom is in the 4th century, right? And he's in the eastern part of the Roman Empire at that time, right? So we can often pinpoint these church fathers in time and place, which is really helpful because sometimes that allows us to say which variant existed in what place and what time. Sometimes we can even get behind our Greek manuscripts using the church fathers because we know they might have lived before the time of our earliest manuscripts. That's especially important in a case like the longer ending of Mark, where our earliest evidence is actually not from Greek manuscripts, it's from church fathers. Now, there are some limitations for citations. We had some limitations with translations. We have some limitations with citations as well. And some of those are the same because some of these church fathers are writing in a different language, like Augustine, for example, is writing in Latin, not in Greek. So we have the issue of translation there again. But then in other cases, even when the church father is writing in Greek, we still have the question of when they give a biblical text in their writing, are they quoting it from memory or from manuscript? And we've all had the experience where you've tried to remember a verse off the top of your head and you can't quite remember it right. And you say it's something like, and then you go on to give a quotation and it's close, but not exact. If you were to open your actual Bible, you would see that what you said is not the same thing as what's actually in the Bible you memorized it from, right? Because sometimes our memory fails us. We just can't remember the details. That certainly could happen in the church fathers, where when they were writing their works, they may not have bothered to flip open a manuscript to see exactly what it said. They might have quoted from memory. And that helps explains why sometimes when we're looking at the church fathers, they can actually quote the same verse 2 or 3 times across their writings, and they never quote it the same way twice, right? That's not surprising to us, but it does mean we have to be cautious sometimes with the evidence from the church fathers. Okay, so again, we have Greek manuscripts, translations, and citations. By far the most important type of evidence is the Greek manuscripts, but the other two can be very helpful in some cases. All right, now let's think together about the Greek manuscripts in particular, because we need to qualify. I said to you earlier that when it comes to Greek manuscripts, we have about 5,700 of them. Nobody knows the exact number really because sometimes they move around from library to library. Sometimes libraries lose them or at least lose track of them. And so it's hard to keep track of all of them with great precision. All right, but the best count that I've seen recently is about 5,700. But as I said earlier, we shouldn't think that they're all the exact same. All right, so let's qualify that. In the first instance, we need to say that not all of those 5,700 manuscripts are equally early. They range in their date, and so you can see from this chart, this is from 2015, so this data could probably be updated a little bit since then. And sometimes these manuscripts are dated between 2 centuries. They may be second or third. So I've been a little bit liberal here and said if it's second or third, I'll put it in the 3rd century here. Okay, so some of these you could push a bit earlier if you wanted to. But you can see very clearly from the chart that the bulk of our New Testament manuscripts come from the Middle Ages, from the 11th, 12th, 13th, and 14th century. Okay, so you should not think that when you hear something like a number like 5,700 manuscripts, you should not think, oh, and those are all from within 100 or 200 years of the New Testament. They are not. The bulk of them are up to 1,000 years after the time of the New Testament. Okay, I don't think that's necessarily bad, as we will see, but that's important to remember. Okay, so they're not all equally early. The colors, by the way, these are the traditional ways of grouping New Testament manuscripts. We group them by the material they're written on, by the style of handwriting, and by whether they are what we call continuous text or lectionaries. So a lectionary is a manuscript that has selections of readings that are based on the church calendar, and they're to be read usually in the church service, okay, or a monastery. So you can see the different types that are there, and you can ask me about those if you want later. But let's move on. So they're not all equally early. They range in date. Okay, I'll skip that. Well, no, I'll go back to that. The star there, the explosion there, that's the Muslim invasion, and then the old guy there. That of course is sorry guys, it's a little bit late here. My mind is blanking here for a second. It's Gutenberg, okay, who invented the printing press, of course. Okay, so I just put him there to show you that even after the printing press, people are still copying the New Testament by hand. All right, keep that in mind. All right, keep in mind, early is not always better when it comes to manuscripts. This is a common mistake that people make, and it's because in general, it's true that earlier is better. If all things were equal, we would rather have an early manuscript rather than a later one, but it's not the case that earlier is always or necessarily better. So what I've given you here on this slide is just two pictures of manuscripts of the book of 2 Peter, I believe is what I've got up here. Yeah, 2 Peter. One is known as P72. It's one of our earliest copies of 2 Peter. It's from the 3rd or 4th century. And the other one is a much later one, a manuscript that's designated as number 323 from the 12th century. And based on the most recent major scholarly edition of 2 Peter, scholars actually believe the one on the right, the one from the 12th century, has a better text overall than the one on the left, even though it's almost 1,000 years later. Okay, now we can talk about why. You can ask me later why we think the one on the right is better and not the one on the left. But I just want to at least point out to you that we should not assume too casually, too easily, that earlier manuscripts are always better. Or to put it differently, late manuscripts can also be very good manuscripts, okay? They can be. They aren't all, but they can be. Okay. Now, keep in mind then, and we're thinking about Greek manuscripts still, we said we have about 5,700 of them. We said they're not all equally early. They range in date across, 1,000 plus years. They're also not all complete New Testaments. This is another common misconception. People often have this idea that when we talk about a New Testament manuscript, the fact that we call it a New Testament manuscript must mean it has the whole New Testament as we know it. But this is certainly not true. And so what I've given here on this chart is the manuscripts that we have, those roughly 5,700 ones, and what their contents are. All right. And what you can see is a large number of them, well over 2,000 of them, are copies of just the Gospels. All right, just the Gospels. In fact, at the bottom of this chart in orange, those are manuscripts of the New Testament that are complete New Testaments, everything from Matthew to Revelation. And you can see the number is only 60 or so, right? There's only about 60 New Testament manuscripts that have Matthew through Revelation in one volume. All right. For Acts and the Catholic letters means James through the book of Jude. Those books were often copied with Acts. You can see we have about 600 of them, 600 plus. For Paul's letters, we have about 700, and then Revelation, we have something like, 280 or so. Okay, again, these numbers could probably be updated. These probably come from 2015, the last time I worked on this. All right. But again, I just want to stress to you that most of our New Testament manuscripts are not the complete New Testament. It's also important, I think, to appreciate from this slide something that we easily forget. We live in a time where you can probably download the full Bible onto your phone for free, and you have easy and cheap access to the Bible, and that has not been true for most Christians for most of history. Rather, for most Christians and most of history, books were very, very expensive, including Bibles. And so to have even part of a Bible could be very expensive and very rare, or at least relatively rare. And so what you're seeing reflected in this chart is not some kind of conspiracy about the canon, as if, some of these other books were not considered canonical in this period, although some of them were disputed, like Revelation in the Greek-speaking East. But what you see reflected here is the simple fact that books are expensive. And so Christians for much of history, when they had a choice to make, and they often had to choose which part of the Bible they wanted to have a copy of, at least when they came to the New Testament, they would often prefer a copy of the Gospels, right? If they had to make a choice between the Gospels and, say, Acts and the Catholic letters, they would choose to have the Gospels, all right? I think it's probably fair to say, though I don't have exact numbers on this, that the two most frequently copied writings in the Greek language from the ancient world are probably the Gospels and the Psalms, the book of Psalms, right? I think those two books, we have thousands and thousands of copies of both those. Thousands of copies of the four Gospels, thousands of copies of the Greek Psalter, of the book of Psalms in Greek. All right, so again, just to point out here that our manuscripts are not all the same size. To make it very clear, here are two copies of Mark. The one on the left is tiny and important. The one on the right is large and important. But they're very different sizes. That little orange square you can see on the right, the big manuscript on the right is called Codex Sinaiticus there. That little orange square is roughly the size of the one on the left by comparison. All right. The one on the left happens to be known as P137. It's the most recent copy of Mark that's been published, dated to the 2nd or 3rd century. And by that dating, it makes it the earliest copy of Mark that we have in Greek. The one on the right, Codex Sinaiticus, is from the 4th century. That is our earliest complete copy of Mark's Gospel, depending on when you date Codex Vaticanus, I suppose. But that's our earliest complete one. But you get the picture here that some of these manuscripts are really big. Some of them are really, really tiny. They're just fragments, right? So don't, again, when we say 5,700 manuscripts, don't think they're all complete copies of the New Testament and they're all from, say, the 2nd or 3rd century. Okay, they're not. One of the exciting things about working in this field, the field of textual criticism, is that we actually keep discovering new evidence for the Bible. So back in 2019, actually, as a result of this little fragment here, known as P137, there was a bit of a scandal surrounding that papyrus. It was apparently somebody tried to steal it from the owners. They figured it out, and it was kept safe, I suppose. But that group that it was almost stolen from is known as the Egypt Exploration Society. And this was a group based out of England that back over 100 years ago, 2 Oxford scholars went to Egypt and found a massive trash dump. And in that trash dump, they found thousands and thousands of fragments of papyrus. Many of them, I think most of them, written in Greek. Many of those were of the New Testament. And the collection of those is so big and requires so much work to study that they still have not published all of them. There are still thousands and thousands of fragments in Oxford right now that are just waiting for someone to study them. Well, when this fragment, this Mark fragment, P137, when there was a scandal about it, the Egypt Exploration Society realized they needed to make absolutely sure that they knew what they had in their possession so that somebody couldn't try to take it from under their noses. When they did that, when they went through their material, they made an announcement on March 7th, 2019, that they had identified some 20 New Testament fragments that are yet to be published. I think still most, maybe all of these, probably not all of them, but most of these 20 are we're still waiting on them to be published. Okay, that's 2019. So I just want to point that out to you because sometimes people have this idea that the further we get away from the time of the Bible, the worse things get for us. Like people may think about the copying the New Testament like what we call the telephone game here in the United States. I don't know if you have this equivalent there or not, but the telephone game is a game that children play, and the way you play it is you tell the first kid, you set the kids in a line, and you tell the first kid some silly sentence, some silly statement, and then that kid has to pass it on to the next kid, and they pass it on and pass it on, and by the end, the sentence has changed so much that it's unrecognizable. Nobody even know what it means. Okay. That the copying of the Bible is not like the telephone game. And one reason is because people think, well, the further we get away from the time of the New Testament, the worse our evidence gets, right? So people sometimes have this idea that the King James Bible must be the best English translation because it's earlier than the ones other people use today. Well, that's just simply not true. Since the time of the King James Bible, we've discovered far more manuscripts and studied far more manuscripts than what they had access to in 1611 when the King James Bible was published, right? And this is just an example. Even in our own lifetime, New Testament manuscripts continue to be discovered, identified, studied, published, and then they influence our Bibles. All right, we'll come back to that, or can. All right, let's think about the number of copies of the New Testament in relation to something comparable, okay? Because I want you to appreciate that even though those 5,700 manuscripts are not all equally early, they're not all equally complete, they're not all equally good quality. Nevertheless, when it comes to the number of manuscripts, the New Testament is in a category pretty much by itself when it comes to literature of the time. So on this slide, I've compared Mark's Gospel to 2 other ancient writings from around the same time, Josephus's works and the Gospel of Thomas. All right, you may have heard of the Gospel of Thomas. It's what we call a non-canonical gospel. It's in many ways, I don't think really even a gospel at all. It's a collection of 114 supposed sayings of Jesus. Okay. Well, if you think that Mark's Gospel was written about 50 to 60 AD, if you want, you can date it earlier. You can date it a little bit later. That's doesn't matter to me for this point. But our earliest copy is the one I just showed you a picture of, P137 from the 2nd or 3rd century. In total, though, we have well over 1,700 copies of Greek just in the Greek language. So I'm not even counting Latin, I'm not counting Syriac, Coptic, right? Just in Greek, we have lots and lots of copies of Mark. In fact, so many manuscripts that we really cannot study all of them in complete detail. We really have to, at a certain point, we simply have to study the manuscripts in selections. We can't study them completely because it would take too much time and frankly probably wouldn't be worth it. But compare that to the Gospel of Thomas just for a second. Scholars think that the Gospel of Thomas is probably written sometime in the 2nd century. Some would say in the second half of the 2nd century. Our earliest copy is from the 3rd century, so it's just about as early as our earliest copy of Mark, okay? But in total for the Gospel of Thomas, we only have 4 manuscripts total. 3 of them are in Greek. All 3 of those are fragmentary. Those are the earliest ones. Then the 4th copy is in Coptic. It's a translation. That's the only complete copy we have of the Gospel of Thomas. So just put that in perspective. When you think about the Bible, particularly the New Testament, the evidence we have for its text kind of blows most everything else comparable to it out of the water. We have just a lot of evidence to use to try to get back to the original text. We're in a far better place to get back to the original text of Mark than we are with the Gospel of Thomas. Now, to be fair, the fact that we have so many of those manuscripts creates part of the problem because there are differences between all those manuscripts. You have far more what we call textual variants or differences between those 1,700 copies of Mark than you do between those 4 copies of the Gospel of Thomas, for the very simple reason that you only have 4 copies of Thomas and only one of them is complete. So in those places where the only evidence for the text of the Gospel of Thomas is in that one copy of in Coptic, you by definition have no variants at all because there's nothing else to even compare it to, right? So you might think, oh, it's better for the Gospel of Thomas not to have a lot of copies. Well, it means you have fewer variants, but it means you have less confidence that you actually have the original text somewhere in your copies, right? Okay. So again, we can come back to that if you want. But to put a fine point on this, I give you a quote here from an Italian textual critic. He's a classicist. He's not a New Testament scholar. He's been dead for quite a while. But this is probably one of the most famous text critics in Italy from at least the last century, a guy named Giorgio Pasquale. And in his famous book on textual criticism, he says, no other Greek text is handed down so richly and credibly as the New Testament. He's not a New Testament scholar, but sometimes New Testament scholars, frankly, they're blind. They kind of have blinders on, and they actually are not aware of the evidence for other texts, ancient texts, and so they can end up thinking that the New Testament is in a particularly bad position, when in fact, for those who know the classical tradition really well, like Giorgio Pasquale, he's well aware that no, the New Testament is richly and credibly handed down to us, right? So that's really important. All right, now, we need to add another qualifier as we think about the evidence for the New Testament text. It's one thing to say we have 1,700 copies of Mark's Gospel, but if all 1,700 of those copies are really bad copies, we have no good copies, right? So we have to realize that we're not just interested in numbers. Numbers alone do not prove anything, okay? Other than they prove that the New Testament was very popular, which it was, okay? What we really want are good copies, not just lots of them. So we have to ask the question, how well were these manuscripts copied? And again, we can turn to Bart Ehrman and read something he says in his New Testament introduction, where he says the unfortunate thing is that when we think about our manuscripts of the New Testament, we have a problem in that the earlier we go in the history of copying, the less skilled and attentive the scribes appear to have been. All right. So he's thinking in particular of something like the chart I just showed you, where I showed you the bulk. I'm going to go back to here for a second if I can. Let's see. Whoops. Here we go. Let's go back to it. Okay. He's thinking again of a chart like this one. And he's saying, look, you have a lot of copies. There's no doubt about that. But the problem is the bulk of those copies are later, and those ones are carefully copied. But the earlier you go, the less carefully they are copied, right? And so the implication seems to be, yeah, it's great to have a lot of manuscripts, but the earlier you go, the worse they are. And so that's a problem for us in getting back to the original text, okay? Now, I want to actually grant his point here. I think Dr. Ehrman is basically right, that I do think over time, particularly when you get to the let's see, the late classical period or the Middle Ages, so starting from like 7th, 8th century and on, I do think our copies of the New Testament tend to agree with each other at a higher rate than some of our earliest manuscripts. Some of that may be just simply the fact that we have so many more of them later on, so there's sort of more manuscripts to fill in the gaps where we have gaps in the earlier evidence. That's possible. But I think probably in general, he's right that our later scribes are more careful. And some of that, I think, is simply due to the fact of where these manuscripts are being copied. By the time you get to the Middle Ages, we should assume that most New Testament manuscripts are being copied in something like a controlled environment, like a monastery, where they're being copied by monks who've been trained to do this, and they've been trained to do it especially carefully. Doesn't mean they all got it right all the time, doesn't mean they were all great, but overall, the quality of scribes, I think, does go up in the Middle Ages compared to the earlier era. But I don't think anything necessarily follows from that. Or maybe I could ask it differently. Does anything follow from that? And the answer is, I think, no, not necessarily. And to make the point, I want to draw a separate comparison for you to make the point. Now, forgive me if this analogy doesn't work too well, but probably you've all heard of Michael Jordan, and probably you've all heard of LeBron James, okay? If I were to ask you to raise your hand if you think that Michael Jordan is a better basketball player than LeBron James, can we do this on screen? Let's see if we can do this. Normally, I'm in a live audience, so this works better. But for those of you that I can see, would you raise your hand on screen if you think Michael Jordan is the better basketball player? Raise your hand so I can see it. All right, a couple of you. Oh, I was hoping for way more. All right, this is disappointing, I'll be honest. Okay, because I think Michael Jordan is the greatest basketball player of all time. I grew up in the 90s when he was still playing. LeBron James may be great, but he's no Michael Jordan. Okay, but now listen, if I were to say to you that because Michael Jordan is a better basketball player, therefore LeBron James is a bad basketball player, nobody would stand for that. Nobody would agree with that, right? You would all, even the most, committed Michael Jordan fan would still admit that LeBron James is a great basketball player. Do you see? Even if you admit that Michael Jordan is better. And so the problem I want to point out with Ehrman's argument is he's making a comparison that doesn't really get us anywhere. The same thing could hold true of our manuscripts. It can be true that later scribes are indeed better than earlier ones. It does not follow that earlier scribes are therefore bad scribes. Rather, what we could say is early scribes overall are also good. They're just not as good as later scribes. Does that make sense? Okay. So I think that's probably the way to say it. We don't need to really denigrate the early scribes just because later scribes were indeed better than them. Now, having said all that, this does not mean that all scribes were great. Scribes did make mistakes. If they didn't, I wouldn't be speaking to you right now, would I? All right. So let's think about some of the types of mistakes that scribes made in copying our New Testament. Here's an example from Mark 1:1, a very famous example. In the Greek text, this says, Mark 1:1 says, the beginning of the gospel of Jesus Christ, the Son of God. Now, I say it says that in the Greek text. I should say, really, it says that in most Greek manuscripts, but not all. Some manuscripts do not have the words Son of God there in Mark 1:1. And in fact, the picture you've got on your screen is a picture of Codex Sinaiticus. And the scribe initially, when he copied Mark 1:1, did not include those words, Son of God. And you can see them there on your screen circled in red. What's happened here is the big text does not have the word Son of God. And then the scribe has come along, probably the same scribe that wrote the big letters, has come in and written in smaller letters there, Son of God in Greek. Let's see if I can use a pen here. All right. Yes, there we go. We're gonna get fancy here, okay? Those little letters there in Greek are the words Son of God. They're abbreviated for you Greek students. So they don't look like Son of God. That's why, it's because they're abbreviated, okay? And so here we have a question. What's the original text of Mark? What did Mark write? Which one of these readings did Mark write? And which one of these readings did a scribe either intentionally or accidentally say that Mark wrote? Okay, which one is right? And there are different views on this. So let me walk you through it because this will help you understand how we do text criticism, similar to the way we do it in the Old Testament. All right, but this is a helpful example. All right. One argument is that scribes sometimes expanded titles for Jesus. All right. So sometimes if a scribe's manuscript that he's copying from says that Jesus did something, in copying that, the scribe might change the text to say Jesus Christ did that something. All right. And we can point to evidence of this in our manuscripts where scribes do sometimes seem to, the manuscripts do seem to indicate that scribes expanded titles for Jesus from time to time. All right. And so that's an argument here, is that some scribe early on thought, we're not just talking about the good news, the gospel of Jesus Christ, we know from the rest of Mark's gospel that he's also the Son of God, right? We could turn to the end of Mark's gospel, or toward the end of Mark's gospel in Mark chapter 15, where the centurion soldier is standing by the foot of the cross. He sees the way that Jesus dies, and he says, surely this man was the Son of God, right? So maybe some scribe, knowing that the centurion is going to say that later, puts it right here in the first verse and just adds a simple addition to it. Okay, that's one explanation for this. In which case, if that explanation is right, then Mark originally wrote the beginning of the gospel of Jesus Christ and did not write the words Son of God. However, I think there's a simpler explanation for this, and part of it is because of a manuscript I once spent some time with in Italy. Manuscript number 582 is from the 14th century, and you have a picture of it here on your screen. This manuscript is somewhat special in that it's one of those 60 or so manuscripts. It's a complete New Testament, everything from Matthew to Revelation. And I got to spend an afternoon with it once when I was working on my PhD in England. I took a trip to Italy and got to see it in person. And I got to look through the whole manuscript. And one of the things I noticed is on almost every page, you had corrections in the margin, like you can see here on your screen. So this is a different style of handwriting, but the text still says over here on the right, it says the beginning of the gospel of Jesus Christ. And then I'm going to use my laser pointer if that works for you. Can you all see the laser pointer there or no? Do you see a little red dot? Yes. Okay, very good. So you can see where there's this red circle here, and there's this little symbol here, which is not actually a Greek letter. It looks like it's a vertical line and then two horizontal lines, all right? And then you can see the same symbol over here in the margin, right? It's a cross-referencing symbol. And then without even knowing any Greek, but just knowing what I've told you so far about Mark 1, I bet all of you know exactly what this Greek text says out here in the margin, don't you? It says Son of God, okay? So what's happened here is almost certainly it's the same handwriting out here in the margin. The scribe was copying, and he accidentally left out the words Son of God. He caught his mistake later, and he added it. He made sure to write it in the margin, and he made a little notation for readers later so they would know what to read. Now, I say he left it out accidentally. Why do I say this? Because in this manuscript, as I went through it, I saw he made the same type of mistake on almost every page. He kept making the same mistake where he would leave things out and then add them back in. Okay, so look here. This is the exact same page of the exact same manuscript. And down here, you'll see on the right, here's this word here. All right. And what you see out here in the margin is a correction. And once again, he's made a little symbol here. Here it kind of looks like a vertical line with a little split at the bottom. He's made that same symbol over here in the left as he made over here in the text. And what I really like about this example is you can see what actually happened is he realized he left a chunk out, and he thought at first, I'll just add it up here between the lines. And that's what this is here. That says legon, the word saying in Greek. But then he scratched it out. Why? Because he realized he can't fit it all in there. He left out way more than will fit in between the lines. He's had to put it out here in the margin. That's what he's put out here. He's left out quite a bit, hasn't he? All right. So I like to always say the scribe of this particular manuscript was actually not a great scribe, even though he's from the 12th century. However, he is a pretty good corrector, isn't he? He at least caught his mistakes and fixed them. Again, this illustrates for us the way that copying the Bible is not like the telephone game. Because unlike the telephone game where you're not allowed to go back and correct yourself by going back and seeing what the person said or somebody in front of you said, in copying the Bible, you can check your work against the manuscript you just copied from. Now, in both these cases, both Mark 1:1 and then later down here on the page, the scribe has made the same mistake where he's left out words because of the repetition of the same letter. And that letter is the Greek letter upsilon, which you can see here. It looks like our English letter U, right? What's happened here is a very simple mistake, one that I'm sure Dr. Mead illustrated for you in the Old Testament. When scribes are copying the Bible, they have the manuscript that they're copying to and the manuscript they are copying from. And they're constantly going back and forth, back and forth. They have to write a bit here, then go back over here and read a bit more, and then come over here and copy that, and then go back. And that means they have to constantly find the place where they stopped copying from in what we call their exemplar in the manuscript they're copying from. And when you do that, sometimes your eyes, you know that you should go back. In this case, you've just copied the letter upsilon. You know you should go back up and pick up from a letter upsilon. And you do that, but you pick up from the wrong upsilon. And that's exactly what the scribe did here. The last letter he copied over here on the right was upsilon. And when he went back to his manuscript, he knew he should pick up from the letter upsilon, and he did so, but he picked up the wrong upsilon, this one down here. Later, he figured it. He caught his mistake, and then he had to add the text back in the margin, right? So I think that's most likely what happened in Mark 1:1. Early on, a scribe simply made a very simple but very common mistake, where his eye skipped from one letter upsilon to the other and left out the words "Son of God." Now, before we move on from there, I think it's important to say, or to ask the question, what's at stake in this particular variation? If some manuscripts, most manuscripts actually have the word Son of God there, and a handful don't, what's actually at stake? What if we're wrong about this? Does it mean that Jesus is not the Son of God if Mark didn't write that? The answer is no. Because you can't even get out of the first chapter of Mark before there's a voice from heaven at the baptism of Jesus saying, "This is my beloved Son." So attesting to the fact that Jesus is the Son of God. The voice is obviously God's, right? Then later, I think it's around chapter 5, another character in the story recognizes that Jesus is the Son of God, only this time it's a demon. And then later at his trial scene, he will be asked if he is the Son of the Blessed One. And he will answer yes, that he is. He is the Son of God. And then, of course, climactically, as I mentioned already, the centurion will confess at the foot of the cross that Jesus is the Son of God. Now, we could have all sorts of very good conversations and discussions about what exactly Mark means by this title, Son of God. What does the centurion mean? What does he understand by that title? Those would all be very good questions we could ask. But I don't think in any case is there a question as to whether or not Mark thinks that Jesus is the Son of God and wants us to believe that he is, right? So regardless of which text is original here in Mark 1:1, I don't want to say nothing is at stake, but the sonship of Jesus is certainly not at stake. For my own money, I think the text does say Son of God, and Mark tells us that right at the beginning. All right, here's some other examples of many I could give you. Here's a text in 1 John 3:1. This is a place, I give you this example because oftentimes, and you're probably going to want to ask me about this later, people think that the King James Version, or they know maybe the King James Version has verses that modern translations do not have in them. So they'll ask questions sometimes about missing verses in the Bible. And it's important for us to appreciate there are also some things the King James Version is missing that our modern translations have. And this is an example of one of them. In 1 John 3:1, the King James says, "Behold, what manner of love the Father hath bestowed upon us, that we should be called the sons of God." And then it goes on from there. But almost any modern English translation is going to say this: "See what great love the Father has lavished on us, that we should be called children of God, and that is what we are." And those words in orange you will not find in the King James Version. Why? Because the manuscripts that were available to the King James translators did not have those words in Greek. But manuscripts that we have discovered since then do have those. And those manuscripts that we have now are earlier, and I would argue better. And they're simple. They're just two words. In Greek, it's the two words kai esmen, and we are. And you can see, whoops, you can even see in this top manuscript up here, this is a manuscript from, let me get this right, 424 is from the 11th century. And you see the scribe has accidentally left the words out and then added them back in. Then the reason is very simple. It's the same mistake we just saw in Mark 1:1. You can see it here a little bit more clearly in Codex Vaticanus. The word here in Greek is esmen, and the word right before it also ends in the letters men, in English men. So it's the same kind of mistake. Some scribes accidentally left out the words kai esmen because of the repetition of the same letters. Okay. The technical term for this is called homoiotoluton, or sometimes parablepsis. It's a mistake where the scribe's eye has skipped from one word to the other and accidentally left out what's in between. All right, so here's a place where your modern translations have more text than your King James, and for good reason. All right, now, when we think about these variants, you might wonder, how many of these are there? Are there just tons and tons of variants like this that are this important? And so we need to think about this, okay? And I like to give an example from John chapter 18. It might surprise you to know that we actually don't know how many variants there are total for the New Testament, for the simple reason that it would take a lot of work to count them all, and it probably wouldn't be worth anybody's time. Because lots of the mistakes are just simple, obvious ones and don't matter for anything, okay? But in John 18, it's one of the few places where we have a really large data set that we can work with. In particular, we have over 1,600 copies of John chapter 18, just in Greek, okay? And someone has gone through and compared all those manuscripts and tallied up or added up all the variants. And one summer during my dissertation, I went through and I counted them all. And I counted about 1,698 meaningful variants, okay? So we're not talking about spelling differences here. We're not talking about places where the scribe wrote a word that isn't actually a word just by accident, okay? We're talking about meaningful variants, all right? Well, there are 800 words in Greek in John 18. So if we think about how many variants, meaningful variants there are in our manuscripts of John 18, we could just say, oh, well, there's more variants than there are words. And that would be true. And people like Bart Ehrman like to say this, and it can give the impression that we simply can't even know what the original text of the New Testament is. But I think the better comparison, the more meaningful comparison, is to say, well, how many variants are there compared to the number of individual words scribes had to copy in all 1,600 of those Greek manuscripts? So if you do the simple math, you can check me on this, but 1,659, all 1,659 of those Greek manuscripts have just about 800 words in them that scribes had to copy by hand. That amounts to about 1.3 million words that scribes copy in order to give us those 1,600 plus manuscripts, do you see? Well, if we do that math, then what we end up with really is one variant, one unique or distinct variant per 723 words copied, which is to say, another way to say it is about one variant every time a scribe copied John 18, right? That's actually not that bad, I don't think. Most of these, by the way, do not affect the translation and are easily recognized as being mistakes. One way to measure this is to ask, when we get to John 18, how many times do Bible translators think they need to give you as a Bible reader a footnote alerting you to one of these variants? And if we go through some modern English translations like the ESV, the NIV, the NASB, the NRSV, and even the Net Bible, if you've never heard of the Net Bible, it's famous for having thousands and thousands and thousands of footnotes. None of those translations give even one footnote in John 18 for a textual variant, right? So that should give you some indication of how many of even these meaningful variants, how many of them really matter. That is to say, how many of them are hard to decide between, how many of them would affect translation? And the answer is almost none of them. If you were to read a detailed academic commentary on John 18, you would find that on average, a detailed commentary on the Gospel of John will discuss maybe 3, 4, I think maybe I've seen one that has like 5, right? That they think it's necessary for them to discuss for interpretation. All right. I always say when people ask me how many variants matter, I have to say it depends on who you're talking about. How many variants matter to me as a professional textual critic? All of them do, because I learn about how scribes did their work from looking at even the really boring mistakes. But that's a very different number than saying how many of the variants matter to a Bible translator or matter to a preacher or a Sunday school teacher or my mom when she does her devotions, for example. Okay, so we can come back to that if you want. Another way to think about this is how many variants make it into our Greek New Testaments, our printed Greek New Testaments. In John 18, you can see the UBS 4, which is a Greek New Testament that a lot of Bible translators use. It has 10 variants in John 18. The Nestle Aland Greek New Testament, which I have my students use here at the seminary, has about 173. And then you can see the total there. So only a tiny fraction of these variants ever make it into our printed editions of the Greek New Testament. And that's for a very good reason. It's because the bulk of them are very boring or irrelevant because they're so obvious. They're such obvious mistakes. They may only be found in a single manuscript or 2 manuscripts. And again, they're very obvious mistake. Okay, so we have lots of variants. It's true, but it's because we have a lot of manuscripts. And most of the variants are not that significant. Another way to get at this question, think about how many variants matter, is to say how many times do editors have to guess when it comes to the New Testament? What we call conjecture. That's the technical term for this. How many times do scholars look at all the manuscripts we have, all the evidence we have, Greek translation, early translations, and patristic evidence, and think, you know what? None of them are right. The text we have in these manuscripts, none of them really quite make sense. Okay, it does happen sometimes. Happens more on the Old Testament side than the New Testament side. You can see this picture here. I always joke this is John Meade preparing his talk for you guys. Not really. It's actually Solomon Schechter, but that is a scholar working with a whole lot of biblical manuscripts, and you can see how much work he has to do. But in 1881, 2 Cambridge scholars named Westcott and Hort produced a very famous Greek New Testament. And in it, they noted, in their introduction at least, they noted 63 places where they thought the original text had been lost, that scribes had messed up the text and they had to restore it by guessing. Okay, they called these suspected readings where they suspected that the original text had been lost. It wasn't found in any of our manuscripts. Okay, that's in 1881. Okay, by 1927, the 13th edition of what would become the Nestle Aland Greek New Testament had 18 places where the editors thought they needed to guess at what the original text was. By 2012, the 28th edition of the Nestle Aland has only 2 places. In 2017, the Tyndale House Greek New Testament has 0 places where they think they need to guess at what the original text is. What that means, practically speaking, is New Testament scholars, New Testament text critics at least, are very confident that when it comes to the text of the New Testament, when we look at our printed Greek New Testaments, you have 2 parts to it. You have the top, which is the text that the editors think is original, and then you have the variants marked down below, right? In virtually every place where there's a difference, scholars think that the original text is either at the top of the page, and if it's not there, it's probably down at the bottom, right? So it's almost never a question of whether we have the original text of the New Testament. It's only ever a question of which one is the original text. And that's important, I think, for us to keep in mind. It shows us that God has really done us a great kindness in giving us so many copies of the New Testament that we can be pretty confident, I think, that we have his words, all right? Lastly, I want to ask this question. It's an important question. The variants that we do have that are difficult to decide, like Luke 23:34 that I started with, Father, forgive them for they know not what they do. How often is Christian doctrine affected by these variants? How often? Well, I'm going to skip this. Let's say we need to end at 9:20. So I'm going to skip this example for time and come back to Luke 23:34 that we started with, right? This very famous prayer of Jesus from the cross. I like to use this example because I think, in my opinion, this is one of the hardest variants in the New Testament to decide, at least for me, okay? It's also a really important text. Jesus' offer from the cross, I think all of us admit, is one of the most profound things that Jesus ever says or does, right? It's a profound example of the kind of love we're supposed to have for our enemies. But I want to ask you this question. Well, here, I'll give you some pictures. Here's P75, one of our earliest copies of Luke, where that red arrow is where you might expect that prayer to be, and there's no prayer at all. Here's Luke 23 in Codex Sinaiticus from the 4th century. Again, no prayer. Here's the earliest copy we have of that prayer in Codex Beza from the 5th century, and you can see how it's added there down at the bottom of the margin. Okay, so there are some very good, very early manuscripts that don't have this prayer at all, and there are good arguments on either side as to which one is original. I'll give you just a handful of them, okay? Some people think that, well, first let me start. There really is no good explanation for either reading that would explain it as an accidental change. So there's no way to explain this one the way I explained the other ones, where it's just an accidental omission with the scribe's eye kind of skipping between similar letters. That just doesn't really work here. So most scholars think, now this is not a case of an accidental change. Whichever way the text was changed, it was probably intentional, okay? Either intentionally added or intentionally removed. Now then, what we want to start asking is, why would anybody add it or why would anybody remove it? Can we think of any reasons why? And if we can, which explanation is better? Some scholars think that because this text was actually controversial in the early church, some scribe early on removed it because it was too controversial. Now that might surprise you. You might think, why would this text be controversial? This is like one of the greatest things Jesus ever says, right? Well, the reason is because the early church believed pretty unanimously that in AD 70, when the temple in Jerusalem was destroyed by the Roman armies, that was God's judgment on the Jewish people, or at least the Jewish people in Jerusalem, for killing Jesus. And so their problem then was with this text. This seems like a text where Jesus is praying for the forgiveness of the Jewish people. And if God judged the Jewish people then 70 or 40 some years later, then you have a problem. You either have God not answering Jesus' prayer, which seems like a problem, or you can't explain what happens in AD 70. And they were very convinced that in AD 70, it was God's judgment, at least on the Jewish leadership. So you can find discussions of early church fathers discussing this prayer and discussing it as a theological problem. So because of that, some people have thought maybe some scribe early on dealt with that theological problem by just removing that prayer, and that solved the problem. Okay, that's one explanation. The other explanation is that a scribe added the prayer. He got it from we don't know where. There's a very similar prayer by Stephen in the book of Acts, you may remember, where Stephen is stoned. He prays a similar prayer, though it's not exactly the same. But some have thought maybe this is a prayer that is floating around. People thought that Jesus said it or knew that Jesus said it, but it wasn't in any gospel. And they wanted this amazing prayer to be in the gospels. And so some scribe added it here. Okay. As I said, I think it's a difficult one, but we should ask the question again, what's really at stake? Let's take what I consider to be sort of the worst case scenario. That is, Jesus did not actually pray this prayer, and some scribe added it later. Okay. Does that mean that the New Testament does not teach that we need to love our enemies and forgive those who sin against us? The answer is absolutely not, right? We could go to the Sermon on the Mount and find the exact same teaching from Jesus that we need to love our enemies and forgive them. We could find Stephen, of course, as I already mentioned, Stephen in the book of Acts, demonstrating how to do this as he's being stoned and offering his persecutors forgiveness, right? There are any number of places in the New Testament we could go to show that Jesus taught this. This is not the only place, although admittedly it's a very poignant example of it, but it's not the only place we could go to show that Jesus teaches us to love our enemies and to forgive those who persecute us, right? So I think at the end of the day, Christian doctrine is not at stake in this textual difference, right? Certainly it's a poignant example. I don't deny that at all, and that's why I use it as an example. As I said, I think it's probably the hardest variant in the New Testament that has the most at stake, if I could put it that way. At the end of the day, I think I probably lean, although I've gone back and forth with this, but over the years, I think I've leaned more toward this being original, and part of that is because of how well it fits with Luke's larger theology. Luke has a notable theology of what we call ignorance. You see it in the book of Acts again. It's this idea that the people that crucified Jesus did not realize the significance or the gravity of what they were doing in crucifying him, right? They thought they were crucifying somebody on par with a robber and a thief, if you think about the other two gentlemen who were crucified on either side. But of course, we know as readers of the Bible that they are crucifying the Lord of glory, the Lord of life, as Acts calls him. So I tend to think that probably it is original that Luke did write it, but there are good arguments on both sides. Okay, so we could ask it this way. Are variants found in important verses? I think we have to answer yes. When it comes to the New Testament, there are some variants in important places. You'll probably want to ask me about the longer ending of Mark and the woman caught in adultery, which we haven't had time to talk about. Both of those, I think, are important texts where there are textual variants there. But do these variants undermine Christian doctrine? I think the answer is no. There really is nothing at stake when it comes to core Christian doctrine. I sometimes like to joke, there's no such thing as a Calvinist manuscript or an Arminian manuscript. There's no such thing as a Roman Catholic manuscript or a Protestant manuscript, really. Our manuscripts are similar enough at that level that those differences between different Christian denominations and traditions have much more to do with interpretation, not textual differences, right? So those theological differences do not, I think, come from that level of difference. Now, why is it? Why is it the case that doctrine isn't affected by these variants, given that there are a lot of them? I think theologian John Frame gives us a helpful answer. He says Scripture is highly redundant in a good way, such as the doctrines of the Christian faith are never derived from a single text. So if we were to ask the question, how can it be that we have textual variants in our New Testament, but no core doctrine is actually affected by them? The answer is very simple. It's because the most important teachings of the Bible are taught almost in every case in more than one place. And when Christians do theology, at least when we do it correctly, when we do it at our best, we always take into account what Paul in the book of Acts calls the whole counsel of God, don't we? We try to base our theology on the whole Bible, not just one verse or just one word. I think that's important. At the same time, we might follow up that question and say, but then why bother with textual criticism at all? I'd like to quote a famous German text critic named Johann Albrecht Bengel in his famous New Testament from 1734. He says it this way: in the same way that a grain of gold, no matter how small, is still gold, so the smallest portion of the word which comes from the mouth of God is divine. Do you all need to wait for me and Dr. Mead to finish our text critical work to know what God has said, to know what he has done for us in Jesus Christ, and to know what he expects from us? I do not think so. The height of Goliath, you're not waiting to find out from Dr. Mead how tall Goliath was before you can apply the story of David and Goliath to your life. You're not. At the same time, because we believe the Bible is the Word of God, I think we have an obligation, and certainly people like me who do this academically, we have an obligation to use our gifts to the best of our ability, to the glory of God, to try as best we can to identify what God has said, right? So I'll leave it there. If you want to know more, one of my other books is Myths and Mistakes in New Testament Text Criticism that I edited with my friend Elijah Hickson. Certainly you can learn lots more at textandcanon.org. We've got articles there on things like the woman caught in adultery and the longer ending of Mark, or what pastors need to know about developments in textual criticism. All those you can find at our website. But I will stop there and open it up for questions.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Peter. That's a beautiful presentation, I think. And we now open the discussion. I'm going to allocate time for discussion and Q&A for the next 20 minutes. For those who would like to ask questions, please write it down in the chat box or raise your hand using the raise hand feature, and we will address them one by one. So your participation is greatly appreciated. Okay. There is question from direct message. I will read from Dr. Ronnie Paul. Is the Byzantine text better than the others?
Yes, okay, so this is a good question, and this is one you wanted me to touch on, so thanks for asking. First, let me just define a little bit what the Byzantine text is. Usually the Byzantine text refers to the text that predominantly is found in our later medieval manuscripts. Today, you can find it most accessibly in a copy like this. This is a reconstructed Byzantine text by Maurice Robinson and William Pierpont. Maurice Robinson is a good friend of mine. And this is a text that is close, but not the same as what's behind, say, the King James Bible. All right. It's certainly the text that overall is found in the most number of manuscripts. And so for that reason and others, some people prefer the Byzantine text and think that the original text is always found somewhere in those Byzantine manuscripts. My own opinion is the Byzantine text overall is very good. It largely agrees with our early manuscripts at a rate of something like 90+%. So you should not think that the Byzantine text is dramatically different from what's behind other English translations, or even dramatically different from what's behind something like a text like in Codex Sinaiticus. But there are some famous differences, like the longer ending of Mark, like the woman caught in adultery, and those tend to be the famous ones that people think of when they think of the Byzantine text, maybe. So I would say overall, the Byzantine text is a good text, but it's not as good as the text that we find in earlier manuscripts like Codex Sinaiticus and Codex Vaticanus. All right. My reasons for thinking that are mainly on a case-by-case basis, that there are many places where I just think it can be shown from what we call internal evidence, from what we know about the kind of mistakes that scribes make, that the Byzantine text often has like a smoother text in Greek, where the grammar is a little bit easier or better than what we find in the early manuscripts. And that's an indication that that's because scribes made it easier. Scribes, generally speaking, when they make changes or when they adopt changes that they find in their manuscripts, they like to adopt a text that makes the text easier to understand, not harder to understand. And so I think there are lots of examples where when you compare the Byzantine text to our early manuscripts, the Byzantine text has signs that it has either been created or at least adopted by scribes because it's smoother or more explicit or things like that. Okay, does not mean the Byzantine text is always wrong. There are places where I think the Byzantine text is actually correct and our earlier manuscripts are wrong. So I am not a Byzantine prioritist like Maurice Robinson, but I'm also not a Byzantine neverist, if that makes sense. I am not a person who thinks the Byzantine text is always wrong when it's different from our early manuscripts. So yeah, it's a good question.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Peter. For the next question, from Randy Rowe. Thank you for very encouraging presentation. What is your position on the inerrancy of the Bible with the struggle of the many variants in the Bible? I'm still struggling to answer this issue, especially if we face with variants that are clearly different from each other. Does inerrancy mean that the meaning of the Bible is inerrant regardless of the variants in the text?
Yeah, it's a great question. There's a lot we could say about text criticism and inerrancy. I don't know if I can share stuff with you or not. Can I share stuff in the chat, or will that not get through? I'm gonna do it anyway. We'll see if it works. I'm gonna point you to an article that I wrote recently on this exact question on text criticism and inerrancy. So if that link will work for you, you can go there and get my longer answer. My short answer is I am a firm and confident believer in inerrancy. I believe that inerrancy is a necessary. It goes hand in hand with inspiration, because I believe that God inspired the words of the Bible, and because I believe that God doesn't lie. That means that the words God inspired are also true. Okay, so that's the simple logic that I would apply to that. I think that's also the way Jesus treats the Bible, right? I think there's never a place where Jesus says something like, "Oh, well, the Old Testament is just wrong," right? He always treats the Old Testament with full, complete authority. He might disagree on its meaning with the Pharisees, but he never disagrees with them on the belief that it's authoritative. So how does this relate to text criticism? Well, I actually think that couple ways. One is I think my belief in inerrancy encourages me to do textual criticism, or to put it better, actually my belief in inspiration does, because I believe God inspired all the words. I want to try to know what they are. But I would encourage you to think that when it comes to inerrancy, usually inerrancy is thinking about mistakes at the level of, say, theology or history, and most variants do not rise to that level. We do use the term error when we talk about textual variants, but we use it in a different way in textual criticism than we do in theology when we're talking about inerrancy, okay? So most variants, in my opinion, maybe, I don't know if I can say all, but certainly most of them, are not an issue of deciding between something that is true theologically and something that is false theologically. And I've tried to give you some examples, like Mark 1:1. Whichever reading is original is the inspired one, and they're both saying things that are true. If Jesus is called Son of God in Mark 1:1, he's called that elsewhere in the gospel. That's not untrue. If Mark didn't call him the Son of God in Mark 1:1, well, that's fine. Mark doesn't have to if he doesn't want to. There are other things he didn't call Jesus there either. Inerrancy isn't really at play there. It's really just a question of which reading is inspired. But both readings are at the level of theology true, if I can put it that way. So that, at least personally, that's helped me a lot. When I first got into this as a student, I had lots of questions about text criticism and inerrancy and how to put them together. And it helped me a lot the more I studied and worked with the variants to realize, oh, most of these differences, sometimes there are differences in meaning, but it's not a choice between something that is theologically true and something that's theologically false. But I'll point to the article if you want to see more on that. So I'll leave it there because we could talk a lot about that.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Peter. One question from the chat box. From Jabujay Singh from India. Okay, sure. Sir, thank you so much for your presentation. One question. Is the prisoners use in copying the manuscripts as punishment in the early centuries? Thank you.
Can you ask that again? I missed the first part.
Is the prisoners used in copying the manuscripts as punishment?
Oh, prisoners. Oh, prisoners. Oh, okay. Sorry, I see it in the chat box now. Okay, yes. Are prisoners used in copying the manuscripts as punishment in the early centuries? Not that I know of. No. Certainly, in some cases, people have argued that slaves were, but I don't think prisoners ever were.
Okay.
Bonar has a question. Can we take a question from the screen here? Bonar has a question, or no? Yes. I don't think I can unmute you, sorry. There you go.
Yeah. Hi, Dr. Peter. Yeah.
Good to see you, Boner.
Yeah. Glad to see you here. And thanks for such great presentation. I have actually any question, but I want to provide two questions. Number one is I'm wondering about when you presenting about the issue of Mark chapter 1, verse 1 variant. And if I'm not mistaken, maybe I guess you agree with that the reading of Arche tu Angelius Christu without VUTO.
Yep.
That's very interesting because when I tried to explain that first to my student in my class, I was trying to read the article from Dr. Peter Hart.
Yes.
Peter Hart agree with you, but surprisingly,
he does not agree with me.
Yes, surprisingly.
Although I think Boner, we're winning him over slowly over time. We're slowly chipping away at him. I think he might come around eventually. We'll see. But go ahead.
Yeah, and surprisingly, when I read the article of your colleagues, Tommy Wasserman, it's quite different because he agreed with probably the marked right about VUTO variation. And finally, because I don't want to make my student get confused, so I conclude in my class that let's say that maybe most scholars agree with some of them agree that without VUTO, but some of them agree with only Yusuf Christi. My question is, could you explain briefly how do you use your method? Why it's quite different with Tommy Wasserman about the issue, and because the initial text of your thought is about without YouTube. That's the first question. And the second question might be, I'm not sure if that's an appropriate time to ask you, but let me ask that. I know a little bit about the current issue of method of textual criticism. And my question is, how about the text type issue method?
How about the issue of what? Sorry, say that again.
Yeah, how about the issue of text type theory?
Oh, text types. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you asked me about Mark 1:1, and do you want to know, does my view differ from Tommy's? Is that your question?
Yeah, the first question, that's one. And the second one is text type.
No, Tommy and I both agree. We both have the correct view of Mark 1:1. But he's done a bit more work using the CBGM, and we talk about it in our book on the CBGM. We use that as an example. So he's given way more detail. He's written a very long, detailed, very good article on this. So I've just given you the very short version here. Yeah, there's a lot more to say, and I agree with pretty much everything in his longer article. I've just given you the easy version here tonight, which I think is the core of the issue. I think once you can explain it with a simple accidental mistake, I think your work is basically done. It's obviously helpful to look at all the other evidence as well, but I think the simplest explanation is just an accidental omission. And once you realize that, you can move on. So Peter was my supervisor, right? So I disagree with him on this one. But I keep working on him. Regarding text types, yes, there's a lot to say. We had a lot to say this summer. We had a Text and Canon Institute conference on it in Oxford. I'll just give you my own view. There were some different opinions there. I think we all pretty much agreed that at least the old way of conceiving of text types needs an update. My own view is that we should sort of abandon them entirely. And the way that I would say it is, it's certainly true that manuscripts are related to each other. There's no doubt about that. That's just, I often have to remind people, all New Testament manuscripts are related to all other New Testament manuscripts by virtue of being New Testament manuscripts. So every copy of Mark is related to every other copy of Mark somehow. But just saying that doesn't really tell us much of anything. But are there these things called text types that are these groups of manuscripts that can be tied geographically or to a specific time? No, I'm not convinced that can be done, mostly for the simple reason that I don't think the definitions of text types have ever really been nailed down. I don't think anybody actually has a meaningful definition of text types as a way to clearly distinguish one from another. Yes, again, you have some manuscripts that are more related to some manuscripts than to other manuscripts, yes. But does that allow us to draw a circle around them and say, okay, all the manuscripts inside this circle are this thing we call the Alexandrian text type? No, I don't think so. But you'll have to wait a little bit longer for me to make that full case, because the book that'll come out of the conference will not be out for another year or so. So I'll have to leave you hanging on that one, I'm afraid, Bonar. But my own view is that text types are not helpful, that we should move away from, that we can do text criticism without them just fine. So yeah, thanks for the question.
Okay, thank you for the discussion and question, Bonar. I think I open the question from Yonghan, please.
Thank you, Bu Beta. Thank you, Peter, for your presentation. It's very excellent. I just want to know at this point, do you still believe that Mark Gospel end in the first 8 or 20? Chapter 16, 8 or
Yeah, chapter 16.
20?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
if you
question.
believe that it's end in the first 8, what should we do as a preacher, as a Sunday school teacher? Do we tell the people that actually it's end in the first 8? Thank you.
Yeah, good question. All right, so the question is about the long ending of Mark. If you don't know about this one, the last 12 verses of Mark are not found in our 2 earliest copies of Mark 16, which are found in Codex Sinaiticus and Codex Vaticanus. We do have evidence for the longer ending of Mark early on in Irenaeus, at least in the 2nd century, and maybe a couple other 2nd century witnesses as well. So there's no question that by the 2nd century, the longer ending of Mark is being read as part of Mark by some people. However, by the 4th century, we have evidence that at least for someone like Eusebius, he does not seem to think that longer ending is in most Greek manuscripts. Now, we have to ask questions like, how many manuscripts does Eusebius even know about? We don't know. He doesn't tell us, okay? But it's quite interesting. The longer ending of Mark is also missing from a number of important early translations. Like I mentioned, Latin, Syriac, right? I mentioned some of these translations before. You can read on our website, Text and Canon. We have 2 really helpful articles on this. I'll put these in the chat as well. One is arguing for the longer ending of Mark, and the other is arguing against it. My own view is that the longer ending of Mark is not original to Mark's gospel. Let's see, let me just copy this here before I forget, okay, for you. So there's the article for the longer ending of Mark, and then you'll see a link in that article to the one against it. Okay, so you can read that one. I think the longer ending of Mark is not original, because I think that's the best explanation for why we have some manuscripts that don't have it, and also for why we have actually multiple endings of Mark's gospel. Many people don't realize this, but we don't just have the longer ending of Mark. We also have what's called sometimes the shorter ending, or sometimes the intermediate ending, depending on what you call it. The only way I think you can explain that is that there are manuscripts without the longer ending of Mark. And then you have to ask the question, why would anybody remove the longer ending? And I can't see any reason why someone would intentionally remove it. People sometimes think that it's because of the snake handling. But if you have a problem with the snake handling, you would do like I suggested with the prayer from the cross. You would just take out that verse. You don't need to take out all 12 verses to deal with snake handling. But more importantly, I think snake handling was never an issue in church history, like for almost all of churches. I don't know of any group that argued you should pick up snakes, poisonous snakes, the way some small number of Christian churches do in North America, right? So I don't think the snake handling part of the longer ending was ever a problem for Christians. They read it just fine, and nobody thought you should pick up snakes in your church service. So okay, so if it's not original, okay, if I'm right, some people think I'm wrong, obviously, but if I'm right, what do we do with it? We have a couple options. We still have the question. We could say Mark didn't write it, but it still belongs in the Bible. Very simply, you could say it's just like, Mark didn't write Luke's gospel, but Luke's gospel still belongs in the Bible, right? So Mark having written something is not like the only criterion for something belonging in the Bible, obviously. So some people could argue, and many have, and actually used to hold this view, that the longer ending of Mark was not written by Mark, but that's been part of Mark's gospel for so long that we should accept it as belonging there and think of it as something like an ancient appendix to Mark, okay? And we should read it with full authority and preach from it. I changed my view a couple years ago on that, partly because I felt like if I were going to apply that principle to the longer ending of Mark, I would have a lot of other variants I'd have to apply that to as well, and I'm not willing to do that. So, however, I do think that there's nothing in the longer ending of Mark that's problematic theologically, as I mentioned sort of before. So the way I have preached it myself, my church preached through Mark's gospel just a couple years ago, and my pastor, not surprisingly, asked me if I would do the sermon on the longer ending of Mark. That's what happens when you're a text critic in a church. You get asked to preach the longer ending of Mark. So what did I do? I spent the first half of the sermon explaining why there's a note in people's Bible, and I just walked people through the evidence and said, here's the evidence for and against it. Okay. So I wanted people to know, why is it in their Bible? Why is it in their Bible with a note? And so I explained all that, and I said, what should we do with it? And at the second half of the sermon, I said, look, there's nothing in this passage that conflicts with the rest of the Bible. Everything in here is true and good. And so I went through what the longer ending of Mark teaches about the resurrection, about God's promises to his apostles and the kind of miracles he would do to attest their authority. The two men on what I think is on the two men on the road to the Emmaus road, excuse me, and the ascension, those and the Great Commission. All those things are things that Scripture teaches elsewhere. And so I said, all of these are things that we should believe. So the way I would say it is something like, did I preach from the longer ending of Mark? I suppose in one sense I did, but I would say I didn't exactly preach the longer ending of Mark, if that distinction makes sense. Okay. I didn't preach the longer ending of Mark the same way I would preach the way I preached the section right before it, frankly, where I believed it was inspired by God, every word of it, and preached it with that kind of full on authority. Instead, the way I preached it was, I said, I think this probably was added early on. I don't think Mark wrote it. I don't think it's inspired, but there's nothing in here that's scandalous. In fact, everything it teaches is true and is good for us to learn from. So that was sort of my approach. If you want to find that, you can find that somewhere on my church's website. If you Google Witten Avenue Bible Church, you can find my sermon on the longer ending of Mark. But that's how I approach it. That's the simple reason.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Yonghan, for the discussion. Okay, I will read.
Beta, can I interrupt? Somebody in the chat asked about Mark 141. Is it okay if I answer that question?
Okay, please.
Okay. So somebody in the chat asked about Mark 141, which in the New International Version has Jesus being angry with the man before he heals him. All right, there's a man with a withered hand, and you have a variant there in our manuscripts. Almost every manuscript says Jesus has compassion and then heals the man. But we have one Greek manuscript, and only one Greek manuscript, I believe, at this point, that has Jesus getting angry there. Now, we also have that in some Latin manuscripts as well. Okay. I think that's a simple mistake that happened in Latin first. And then in one Greek manuscript, Codex Beza, which happens to be a Latin and Greek manuscript, probably made its way over from the Latin side to the Greek side of the page, so to speak. I don't think there's really any good reason to think that Jesus becoming angry is the original reading in Mark 141. That's my opinion. Okay. However, let's say that Jesus becoming angry there is original. It's not the only place in Mark, even in Mark's gospel, where Jesus becomes angry. We would have to explain, what does he get angry about? And that's difficult to answer, frankly, but it's not as if that would be the only place Jesus ever gets angry, right? So it's not really a problem, I don't think, for Christology, for Jesus to get angry. We just have to ask the question, what does he get angry about? But as I said, I don't think it's a problem at all, because I think the evidence for the angry Jesus in Mark 141 is actually really, really bad. I think the evidence for Jesus having compassion is much stronger. So that's my view.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Peter.
Yeah.
Maybe we have time for the next question from Andreas. The first, are all textual variants in the New Testament text significant to the main doctrines of Christianity? How can that be seen in the example in everyday life?
Yeah. So sorry.
Please.
Yeah. Are all textual variants in the New Testament significant to the main doctrines of Christianity? No, almost none of them are. That's what I was trying to make the case for, is that most of them are very minor changes. All the examples I gave you are really simple, easy, are interesting ones, because I didn't want to bore you today. If I were to give you if I were to show you the most common types of variants in our manuscripts, they would be either the kind that I can't translate for you, or they would be spelling differences or things like that that have no effect whatsoever on even they don't have any effect on the meaning, and they certainly don't have effect on theology. So there are differences of like, does the writer use the Greek article here or not? Does he give the word and or a different word for and, right? Does he use this past tense form of the verb or a slightly different past tense form of the verb? They're usually of that nature. So no, the simple answer is most textual variants in our New Testament manuscripts do not in any way affect doctrine.
Okay, thank you. Maybe the last question from Janen. Okay. I want to ask you, is there really exists a manuscript that could be categorized as a canon manuscript, or at least church father used it as a standard manuscript in their time? Thank you.
Let's see, a canon manuscript. Let me find this question. Can you ask the question again? I'm sorry.
If there really exists a manuscript that could be categorized as a canon manuscript, or at least church father use it as a standard manuscript in their time.
Okay, I'm not sure what you mean exactly by canon manuscript, but is there an example of like a manuscript that a church father used as a standard manuscript in their time? It's very hard to know. Like we don't have any manuscript that we can say we know this church father used this particular manuscript. We just simply don't. We don't have anything close to that. No. Best what we can do is we can try to read the church fathers, and where they cite the New Testament, we try to compare their citations to our New Testament manuscripts and try to say which manuscript or group of manuscripts do their citations match the most with. And I don't know of any church father where their citations match perfectly with any one manuscript or even with a group of manuscripts. At best, there's like tendencies, and you can say, oh, this church father tends to cite a text that's close to, usually matches our Byzantine manuscripts, something like that. But even then, there's almost always exceptions. So no.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Peter, and all participants. I think this is we have to end our session. Yeah, so thank you for the participation. It's really great, appreciated. Okay, this is the interesting discussion from Dr. Peter and all participants. Maybe any closing statement, Dr. Peter?
Oh, just a word of encouragement to you all. Thanks so much for coming and your interest in this. I think probably the biggest thing we should all take away is the great gift that we have in the scriptures. But that gift does not do us any good if you don't open it. So all the work that I do as a text critic does not matter if you don't actually read the Bible and try to live it out. So let me just encourage you to read your Bible.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Peter, for the excellent and blessing presentation. May God blesses you in your work, ministry, and researches. I hope what has been presented also can be a blessing to all. As an appreciation, we are going to show you the digital certificate as a symbol, and we're gonna send you as soon as
Thank you.
possible. Okay.
Thank you so much. Have a good day, everybody. Enjoy the conference.
Okay, thank you. For participants, please fill out the attendance form using the provided link in chat box. For those who would like to receive a certificate, it is available for a fee 2,000 rupiah, and you can fill the provided link in the chat box. Okay. Thank you all for your engaging questions and discussion today. Let's continue to the next break with Sania. Please, Sania.
Yeah, thank you very much, Miss Beta. And good afternoon, everyone. I would like to say thank you for our speakers for their excellent presentation and to our moderator for guiding us through today's discussion. And of course, I would like to say thank you for all of you guys for staying with us so far. And now we were taking a short break, which will last for 30 minutes. During this break, please don't forget to fill out the attendance form that has been shared in the chat box. And for those who require or need a certificate of attendance, you can find the link to the certificate in the chat as well. And you can also scan the QR code are displayed on the Zoom background to access the certificate link. And please note that the certificate is available for a fee of 20,000 in Indonesian rupiah. And while you're on break, we invite you to watch the profile video of Moria Theological College and Scriptura Indonesia Foundation, which will give you more insight into our work. And please back here by 12:30 so we can continue with the next session of the fourth session. I'm sorry, the third session. If you have any question or need assistance, don't hesitate to reach out. Thank you.
Halo teman-teman, selamat datang di kampus STT Moria. Kampus STT Moria telah disediakan perpustakaan yang lengkap untuk menunjang kualitas belajar. Juga memfasilitasi ruang laboratorium untuk mempermudahkan dalam pengerjaan tugas serta belajar, dan ruangan kelas yang nyaman digunakan untuk belajar mendalami firman Tuhan. Yuk bergabung bersama kami di STT Moria.
Di kampus Sekolah Tinggi Teologi Moria, berdiri sebuah pusat pengetahuan yang melimpah. Perpustakaan Z. Handiman diresmikan pada tahun 2006. Perpustakaan Z. Handiman memiliki visi yang mulia. Visi kami adalah menjadi sumber informasi akademik di teologi dan bidang terkait dalam bentuk berbagai media. Dan misi kami adalah menyediakan sumber informasi akademik, memberikan layanan informasi, menyediakan tempat dan lingkungan belajar yang nyaman, serta meningkatkan kesadaran belajar dalam bidang teologi yang berkelanjutan. Perpustakaan Z. Handiman memiliki koleksi yang kaya dan terus berkembang. Dengan lebih dari 29.000 judul buku tercetak yang terotomatisasi secara online. Kami juga menyediakan akses ke 13.000 judul buku elektronik melalui aplikasi Logos. Serta lebih dari 200 judul jurnal akademik elektronik koleksi kami mencakup berbagai bidang seperti studi biblika, sejarah gereja, teologi praktis, dan masih banyak lagi. Selain itu, kami memiliki koleksi kitab suci, tafsir kitab suci, kamus, atlas, arkeologi, ensiklopedia, dan karya tulis civitas akademik STT Moria, seperti skripsi, tesis, disertasi, dan artikel, yang terotomatisasi dalam sistem repositori kami. Perpustakaan Z. Handiman dilengkapi dengan fasilitas yang lengkap untuk mendukung pembelajaran dan penelitian. Kami memiliki direktori perpustakaan dan area rak buku yang luas, area baca yang nyaman, area staf dan librarian, ruang pertemuan untuk diskusi dan seminar, area pelayanan dan loker, ruang belajar mandiri untuk fokus belajar, Bible Corner untuk studi biblika, komputer dengan akses internet, scanner digital untuk kebutuhan penelitian, pengaman RefGate untuk keamanan koleksi, security untuk menjaga keamanan perpustakaan, CCTV untuk memantau aktivitas di perpustakaan, dan APAR untuk meminimalisir risiko kebakaran. Tim perpustakaan kami terdiri dari 3 pustakawan yang tersertifikasi dan 3 staf teknis yang rutin mengikuti diklat dan pelatihan dari Perpusnas. Kami berkomitmen untuk memberikan layanan yang berkualitas dan profesional kepada seluruh pemangku kepentingan. Kami secara berkala melakukan survei kebutuhan dan kepuasan untuk memastikan bahwa layanan kami sesuai dengan kebutuhan pemangku kepentingan. Anda dapat mengakses survei melalui QR Code yang tertera di layar. Perpustakaan Z. Handiman tergabung dalam Forum Perpustakaan Perguruan Tinggi Kristen Forte dan menjalin kerjasama dengan penerbit buku Kristen, seperti UPK dan Gandum Mas, serta dengan lembaga-lembaga gerejawi. Kami juga aktif mempromosikan layanan kami melalui platform media sosial, seperti Instagram. Perpustakaan Z. Handiman, pusat pengetahuan dan inspirasi di Sekolah Tinggi Teologi Moria. Mari bersama-sama membangun komunitas belajar yang bermakna dan menginspirasi.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Would like to continue our next session, and the next session will be delivered by Dr. Anthony Ferguson from the Southern Seminary on the Dead Sea Scrolls, and he's already here. Before we start, I would like to introduce our speaker for today. I mean, for this session, about his background. Someone probably could share the screen on the background of Dr. Ferguson. So Dr. Ferguson, Anthony Ferguson, is from Southern Seminary, the United States, and his educational background is he received his Doctor of Philosophy in Biblical Studies in December 2018 with a major Old Testament at the Southern Baptist Theological Seminary, Louisville, and the dissertation is on a comparison of the non-aligned texts from Qumran to the Masoretic texts. And his teaching experience is from the Gateway Seminary, Ontario, and the California Baptist University. He also got his ministerial employment as a senior pastor at 11th Street Baptist Church, Upland, California, from 2019 to up to present. Here is his publications. Some of the publications he already published many articles, and some of them are the Elijah forerunner concept as an authentic Jewish expectation, and also Isaiah 11 as predictive prophecy, and the list goes on. And yeah, we have here Dr. Ferguson, who would like to present the materials on the Dead Sea Scrolls and the textual criticism on it. Please, Dr. Ferguson, the stage online is yours.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me okay? Maybe
I can hear
you
you.
give me a
Yeah.
you can, okay.
Yeah.
And does everybody have the paper that I submitted?
We already got it. I think the others already got the papers as well.
Okay, great. Would you mind? Would it be possible for me to share a PowerPoint as well, Jeremy?
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, great. Okay, good. So you could see my desktop screen. Let's see here. Let's move some widgets around. There we go. All right. Well, what an honor to be with you guys today and to talk about this important topic of the Dead Sea Scrolls and the text of the Old Testament text. So let's get started. Okay, so the investigation into the Old Testament text is an extremely important topic for lay Christians and Bible scholars alike, since God in his sovereignty decided to record his acts of salvation in a book. Every biblical discipline depends and proceeds from the premise that the text that they are commenting and exegeting and studying is indeed a reliable guide to God's word. Even every lay person who starts their morning with a cup of coffee and their daily devotional, every member of the church I pastor is starting with the foundational truth that the book that they're reading from is a reliable guide to what God did in history. And when millions of Christians are considering the Word of God and we're sharing the gospel with non-Christian friends, we're all beginning with this premise. To quote a very popular book title by Kevin Van Hooser, Is There Meaning in This Text? Presupposes a text to study and interpret. I think all that to say It's an extremely important concept to evangelical Christians. And thus, the issue of textual criticism is very important because God decided in his sovereignty to record his interactions with humanity in a book. And yet, as you've probably heard from Peter Gurry and John Mead, the study of textual criticism is not straightforward. There are several factors that contribute to the complexities of this discipline. Two that we can easily identify is first, we do not possess the original manuscripts of Scripture. We only possess copies. And second, our copies are not identical. Rather, they preserve textual variants, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of textual differences. Now, if one of these characteristics were not true, we wouldn't really need the discipline of textual criticism if we had the original manuscripts. It wouldn't matter to us how many copies and how many variants we had because we have the originals. And likewise, if all of our copies were identical, then it would make textual criticism very straightforward. I mean, I wouldn't have a PhD and I wouldn't be talking to you right now. But it is true that on the one hand, we do not possess the original manuscripts, and on the other hand, our copies are not identical. So the discipline of textual criticism isn't only important because of God's sovereignty, but also because of God's providence. In God's providence, he has allowed there to be textual variants in our manuscripts. It's an understatement to say that the discipline of textual criticism of the Hebrew Bible, our Old Testament, has experienced a renewed vigor over the last 75 years because of the important discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls. The Dead Sea Scrolls are a collection of approximately 1,000 biblical manuscripts, mostly in Hebrew, some in Aramaic, less in Greek. These were discovered at various Judean desert sites, of course. The most popular of these is Qumran, but biblical texts and non-biblical manuscripts were discovered at other sites as well, including the famous fortress Masada and Nahal Hever, Nahal Se'elim, Wadi Meriba'at, and others as well. The fact that a quarter of these texts are biblical is actually a staggering statistic in light of our knowledge of the Elephantine papyri, which are documents that date beginning in the 5th century BC. And from what we know, or at least what's been preserved, there isn't a single biblical text preserved among the Elephantine papyri. So the fact that approximately 225 texts from the Dead Sea are biblical is indeed a staggering statistic. These ancient manuscripts date from the 3rd century BCE to the 2nd century CE. There may be some exceptions to these, and some scholars debate the exact dating of the Paleo-Hebrew texts, some dating them earlier, but the consensus roughly is that these texts are dating from around 250 BCE to around 135, around the Second Jewish Revolt. Most of these texts, like I've already mentioned, are written in the original language of the Old Testament. And this fact removes some of the difficulties associated with Septuagintal studies and the studies of the Vulgate and other translations, simply because these are Hebrew texts. So when we're thinking about issues like translation technique, because Hebrew and Greek are not the same, some of those issues are alleviated. Not all of them, though, as I've mentioned in my dissertation. The biblical Dead Sea Scrolls are all written in Hebrew contemporary to the copying of these texts. So even in our oldest texts, they're written in Hebrew, largely dating to the 2nd and 1st century BC, and the Hebrew of the Masoretic text is much earlier. So although this is an important point that these texts are Hebrew and thus not translations, we don't want to overstate that fact. Additionally, another reason why these are very important isn't just because they're ancient and they're written in the original languages, but they're also important because many of them are biblical in the strict sense. We have many copies of liturgical texts, lectionaries, in New Testament studies, and what we would call excerpted texts in Old Testament studies or studies of the Hebrew Bible, which are not biblical texts strictly. Rather, excerpted texts are texts which excerpt portions of the Bible for a secondary purpose, whether or not it's pedagogical or liturgical or personal. We were aware of some excerpted texts before the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls, including the Ketef Hinnon silver amulets, a very important discovery of little silver scroll rolls that date from the 7th to the 6th century BCE, as well as the Nash papyri, which dates to the 2nd century BCE. The Nash papyri is a collection of the Ten Commandments, as well as the Shema, which was a very important scroll in actually authenticating the antiquity of the Dead Sea Scrolls. So all these factors combined, these are ancient texts that are largely written in the original languages of the Old Testament, and they're biblical texts, not excerpted texts, makes them very, very important. But finally, another very important characteristic, or two further important characteristics of the Dead Sea Scrolls, is that on the one hand, they preserve an incredible amount of textual unity, or you can call stability. But on the other hand, they possess an incredible level of textual diversity, which before the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls was non-existent. Before the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Hebrew textual tradition was monolithic. This was the case, discovered to be the case in the 18th century with two massive collation of medieval manuscripts. And the conclusion was that all of these texts are indeed Masoretic texts. But that's not the same with the Dead Sea Scrolls. There is a level of textual plurality that scholars had no access to before their discovery. So the facts remain: the Dead Sea Scrolls are ancient texts, mostly written in the original languages of the Old Testament, that evidence both a level of textual unity and textual plurality. Based on the column sizes of these manuscripts, scholars can determine that many of these manuscripts were indeed running biblical texts rather than excerpted ones. And these are facts. We really can't debate these facts. And yet the significance of these facts are not self-evident. Rather, they need interpretation. In other words, how we make sense of these details and the significance in which we draw from them is not immediately apparent. And I would say that the question of the day in textual criticism, and especially for evangelical textual critics, is how to synthesize this evidence. And that's the purpose of my paper and my PowerPoint, and hopefully my time with you today will be to provide an introduction to this important debate. How do you make sense of the textual plurality and the unity evidenced in the Dead Sea Scrolls? I want to get you up to speed on this debate. I want to familiarize you with the available evidence and to provide rationale for the view I've advocated for, which is that there is a stable text or a unified text that coexisted during the Second Temple period alongside a diversity of texts. Space and time prohibits a full orb discussion of this topic, so I will limit my discussion mainly to the Dead Sea Scrolls and pull in just a few extra details toward the end of our conversation together. So the current debate. So what is the relationship between the textual plurality and the unity evidenced by the Dead Sea Scrolls? There are two general approaches to synthesizing. Let's see if I have another slide for you guys. Yes, I've missed this slide. I'm so sorry. There you go. God's sovereignty and providence. And here you have a great picture of 1Q Isaiah A. You could see the stitching holes here, right here on the column. And 1Q Isaiah A is our best preserved biblical text, but it's not completely extant. You could see here some gaps here. You could see the margin. You could see, if you look really closely, you could see the ruling as well. Hebrew hangs from the line, unlike English. I'm not sure about other languages, but in English we write on the line. In Hebrew they hang from the line. And you could see here he writes into the margin at times. He sometimes underestimates how much he has to write and he goes into the margin. But this is an example of 1Q Isaiah A. And we talked about that as well. Wow, I missed several slides for you guys. I got too excited. Okay. So what are the two approaches? First, many scholars argue that during the Second Temple period, the text of the Old Testament existed in a state of textual fluidity and moved to a state of unity. Now, when I use the word textual fluidity, I'm not meaning the same thing as when I say textual plurality. When I mean textual plurality, I mean very simply that there are a plurality of texts. There are a plethora of variants. But the concept of textual fluidity says something more than textual plurality. Basically, what it's arguing is it's trying to explain the textual plurality, and the explanation is that the text hadn't yet been fixed. In other words, the texts of the Old Testament were still in flux, they were still fluid at this point. So many scholars argue that the Old Testament text existed in a state of textual fluidity and moved to unity. Although scholars disagree about the details of this process, namely, was it gradual or was it indeed a process? The idea is widespread. Ian Young is one Australian scholar, for example, who believes that the text of the Old Testament was stabilized in stages. He argues that beginning around 164 BCE, the idea of a stable text housed in the temple began to exert influence. So in his mind, before the Maccabean revolt, this concept did not exist. But because of the Maccabean revolt, this idea of a temple text having authority began to exert influence. Young argues for a deposit date of the Qumran text around 63 BCE, and he has to do this because he has to account for why the Masoretic text is so dominant at the other Judean desert sites. So every text discovered at every single Judean desert site, besides Qumran, testifies to a Proto-Masoretic text. I'll list two examples from Masada later in our conversation, but he has to argue that the texts were deposited at Qumran in 63 BCE because in his mind, Qumran has plurality. The other sites do not. And those other texts were deposited at 70 AD at Masada during the first Jewish revolt. And then the other texts during the second Jewish revolt were deposited in around 135 AD. So how do you account for plurality and then dominant MT? Well, he says chronologically speaking, you make sense of it chronologically. So basically the text was becoming stabilized. And when we look at Masada, we're seeing the stable text. When we look at Nahal Hever and Nahase Alim and Meriba'at, we're seeing a stable text. But those texts deposited in 63 BCE give us a window into an earlier moment in the text. So in his mind, the text moved from fluidity to unity. Dominique Barthélemy, the famous French scholar, is another proponent of this view. He cites some of the same evidence as Ian Young. This is quantitative evidence. He looks at the text from Masada and Meriba'at, as well as comparing 1Q Isaiah A with 1Q Isaiah B as evidence for his theory. So basically 1Q Isaiah A dates to approximately 125 BC. 1Q Isaiah B dates to about 50 BC. So there's about 75-year gap there. But 1Q Isaiah B is very aligned with MT. 1Q Isaiah A less so. So in his mind, again, it's a chronological explanation that helps him account for a movement from plurality to unity. So both of these scholars are arguing that over time, textual plurality decreases and ultimately gives way to a dominant MT around the 1st or 2nd century AD. Ulrich is another proponent of this view. He talks about this in his book, The Dead Sea Scrolls and the Developmental Composition of the Bible. He states 3 points. First, he argues that the Bible was adaptable from context to context and from time to time. He argues that the biblical books were not authored by a single person, but were community products. And then that's the preacher coming out of me, I'm sorry. Number 3, he argues that the nature of the scribes who transmitted the biblical text both committed scribal errors as well as possessing a level of freedom to change the text. Ulrich then therefore argues that the text moved from plurality to unity, although he rejects what Ian Young and Dominic Barthelemy argue for as textual standardization. Rather, he argues for a freezing of the development of the text. He says that in the wake of the destruction of the temple and the dispersal of Jewish communities, it rather appears that certain rabbis found themselves with a somewhat random collection of scrolls, one copy from the available forms of each book, and that promptly became the text they used, guarded, or transmitted. So in Ulrich's mind, this movement from plurality to unity wasn't a textual critical decision. It wasn't because people valued the MT. In his mind, it was merely historical accident. It's just the text that remained. I mean, all the Qumran texts were wiped out and hidden in caves, and this is just what they had. So contrary to these scholars, so that's the one view, right? That how do you make sense of the plurality and the unity? Well, you can make sense of it by saying plurality gave way to unity. Well, another way to make sense of this is to argue that a unified text, a stable text, existed alongside a plurality of texts, and that's the point I'm going to argue for. Adam Vandervoo argues for this view. He says, instead of supposing a development of pluriformity to uniformity in the textual tradition of the Old Testament, which is Young, Barthelemy, Ulrich, also Armin Lange, many great scholars. He says we should also theoretically consider the possibility that there was always a relative uniformity of textual tradition in the religious circles around the temples of Jerusalem. So he's arguing that there's always been a stable text. It's been the text that's been kept in the temple. And if you pushed him on where he would say that stable text derived from, he probably would have said Ezra and Nehemiah. Vandervoo cites the early Greek recensions, including Aquila, Symmachus, and Theodotion. These are 3 early Greek recensions, but also there's other recensions as well. We have a Greek minor prophet scroll from Nahal Hever that dates to 50 BCE, around the turn of the era, and it's systematically updating and editing its Septuagintal base text to align with a Masoretic text, and this is before the turn of the era, so this would be before Aquila. Also, 4Q Alex X numbers, I think it's 4Q 121 would be the other designation for this as well, is a text that dates to the 1st century BCE, a Greek text of numbers from Qumran, the 4th cave, and it also is updating its text to align with a Masoretic text. So he's citing all these Greek recensions. Of course, the evidence besides Qumran, Josephus, we know famously and against Apion, he claims that people don't touch the Hebrew Masoret, the Hebrew Old Testament. People don't change it; it's unalterable. And he also cites the rabbinic literature to support his view. Ari Vander Kooi similarly says, it seems to me that this second theory, that is a stable text existing alongside a multiform one, does more justice to the data than the first one. That would be the view of Young and Barthelemy, because it sheds light on the assumption of a conservative line of copying. And if you read his helpful article, Preservation and Proclamation, you'll see a really helpful historical argument to support his view. Peter Gentry clearly states, let me be absolutely clear, the consensus view that the text was standardized in the 1st century AD is wrong. Gotta love Peter Gentry, right? He just gets right to the point. It's wrong. So for the point of our time together, there are 2 basic approaches, and of course we're painting with broad brushstrokes here. I don't know if that's a helpful idiom for you guys, but it's we're being very general. There are 2 basic approaches to understanding the text of the Old Testament during the Second Temple period. 1, the text existed in a state of textual plurality throughout Judaism and later moved to unity. Or 2, a stable text existed alongside a plurality of texts. So what was it? So for the remainder of our time, we will survey the textual diversity, the textual plurality. We'll give a sampling of the textual unity. We'll provide a little bit of the historical sources, and then we'll conclude and hopefully have some time for Q&A. So number 3, the textual diversity and overview. The biblical Dead Sea Scrolls evidence a level of textual plurality that was unverifiable prior to their discovery. There are several ways to illustrate the nature of this textual plurality, but perhaps the most efficient way to become oriented is to survey Emmanuel Tove's classification grid to the Dead Sea Scrolls. You could do this across all 4 of his editions, and I've done this on the Evangelical Textual Criticism blogspot. I've surveyed these and provided a few helpful observations, I hope. But in this paper, we'll survey just his 3rd and 4th editions of TCHB. So in Table 1, you'll see he divides his discussion into Torah, then the rest of Scripture, meaning the prophets and the writings, and then he has his totals. You'll see in his 3rd edition that basically the MT and the non-aligned categories are equal, right? Torah, 48% is Proto-MT, 11% is Samaritan, 2% is similar to the forelog of the LXX, and 39% is non-aligned, and so on. You guys could see the statistics yourselves. Basically, you have MT versus non-aligned, and very little in the LXX and Samaritan Pentateuch. If you look at his 4th edition of TCHB, things radically change. You'll notice he's only now grouping 2% as Proto-MT. So what changed from, I believe his 3rd edition came out in 2012, I believe. I guess I could look at my notes. And his 4th edition came out in 2022. So what changed over the course of 10 years? Well, several things changed, but basically the statistical threshold for what qualifies as Proto-MT has shifted. That's one of the big differences. So you'll see that basically in his 4th edition, MT has gone down significantly. You can see this on page 7 of my paper. Proto and semi-MT only make up 13% now of the text, while the non-aligned accounts for 45% of the manuscripts. So this classification grid aligns the texts preserved in the Dead Sea with the Masoretic texts, the Samaritan Pentateuch, and the Septuagint, or the Old Greek. And basically, he argues that if a text is inconsistent in its agreements with these texts while preserving unique readings, then it is classified as non-aligned. And perhaps, maybe I think I saw somebody raise their hand. Does somebody want to unmute, or?
I think we can go to the Q&A after your presentation. I think you can complete the presentation first, and then we go to the Q&A.
Yeah, excellent. Okay, so a non-aligned text is a text in Tove's words that is inconsistent in its agreement with MT, LXX, and Samaritan Pentateuch while preserving unique readings. So the statistics I've just listed gives us a bird's eye view into the amount of textual plurality represented in the Dead Sea Scrolls. But one should, however, recognize that these statistics, Tove's statistics, reflect a quantitative approach to assessing the textual plurality. That is, variants are counted and not weighed. It's a very important point that the Italian scholar Bruno Chiesa critiqued Tove of, I believe, in the late 1980s. He then groups a text based on about how much similarity a text possesses with other texts. On the one hand, similarity could be minor, as in the case of 1Q Isaiah A. Tove is on record of saying that 1Q Isaiah A is non-aligned in the least meaningful of ways. Namely, it presents a alternative spelling practice. So basically it represents O's and U's and vocal schwas with the Vav much more than the MT does. It also has a different morphological scheme. It often will mark long A in suffixes with the consonant hey. It does this also in peculiar ways with the particle ki and others as well. So basically, 1Q Isaiah A is non-aligned, but only because it spells things differently. That's important for us to know. I mean, I'm trying to think off the top of my head, but you know, British English and American English is very different. You know, they use S's when we use Z's, and we all know who's right, right? And well, you guys like my church, not too. My church doesn't think I'm too funny either. Anyway, so nobody would think that a different spelling practice, right, is significant when you're asking about is the Old Testament reliable? But 1Q Isaiah A is not aligned in minor details. But the classification of non-aligned could also include texts that are very non-aligned, as in the case of 4Q Joshua A. My point is simple, that the Dead Sea Scrolls possess a certain level of disagreement to MT, SP, and LXX, and if it does, it becomes non-aligned regardless of the nature or quality of these disagreements. These disagreements might be minor, they might be significant, but they're all just non-aligned texts. Readers should be aware, therefore, that Tove's statistics do depict a level of textual plurality, but they do not describe the nature of the textual plurality. Armin Longa's statistics describe the nature in some detail, since he establishes a statistical threshold for how much alignment is needed for a text to be classified as proto-MT. So Tove never mentions in his works, at least as far as I'm aware, about how much agreement is needed to be classified as LXX or SP or MT. But Armin Lenga, he gives a threshold, at least for the proto-MT text, and basically he says if a text is to be categorized as proto-MT, it needs to agree in 98% of all of its readings with Codex Leningrad. And you'll see, I think I have that on the paper as well, that Longa's statistics are a little bit, they favor the MT in a slightly more way than Tove's do. But Tove's and Lenga's statistics provide us with a window merely into the amount of textual plurality, but do little by way of describing its nature. Are these texts non-aligned in minor or major details? That is a very important question to ask. What's the nature of this plurality? How significant is it? So in my PhD dissertation, in which I had the privilege of having Emmanuel Tove serve as my external reader, I investigated the nature of this diversity. In order to properly assess the diversity, I gave specific weights to each textual variant, signified by 3 categories. I described the variants as follows. Variants in category 1 are variants that do not necessitate any change in meaning. These include synonymous lexemes and synonymous syntactical constructions, different ways of forming a purpose clause or communicating the past tense. You could do it in several different ways. If a construction is in the Qumran text can reasonably be explained as synonymous to the form or construction found in the MT, the constructions are assumed to be synonymous and grouped as category 1 variants. That's a conservative approach rather than a liberal approach to categorizing them. But at the end of the day, some of these things you just don't know. So you have to have a default. Variants in category 2 are variants that can be reasonably explained as deriving from the MT, although the readings are not synonymous with it. These variants typically involve a slight change in meaning or perspective. they usually elaborate or simplify the meaning of the MT so that the text becomes more or less explicit. Moreover, these differences can usually be explained as cases of harmonization to the surrounding context or parallel passages. An example of this would be like in Isaiah, if the MT reads an imperfect followed by a participle, 1Q Isaiah A might do two imperfects. So it's just harmonizing the syntax to its context. Or another example in the Samaritan Pentateuch and in some of these texts is that God's regulations for how to build the tabernacle are given. And then in the book of Exodus, Moses also does it. So the Samaritan Pentateuch has the tendency to align what Moses does to make it identical with the instructions so that nobody has any doubt that Moses did exactly what God wanted them to do. So that happens all the time in these non-aligned texts. These texts are harmonized to their context. Now, variants in category 3 are the most significant variants. They imply a meaning irreconcilable to the MT, and they cannot be easily explained as deriving from it. So I applied these weights to the non-aligned text, the 55 texts identified by Tove as textually non-aligned. So if you go back to his third edition, because he didn't come out with the fourth edition when I was writing my dissertation, so we're talking about the roughly 45% of texts. I took those texts and I applied these weights. And here are some of my conclusions. When one eliminates the category 1 variants from the statistics, 15 out of the 55 texts immediately move out of the non-aligned category and move back into the proto-MT category. These texts include 4Q10, 4Q15, 11Q1, and so on. So 4Q10, maybe I should say a word on designations. What this means is it's found in the fourth cave of Qumran. So the 4 means the fourth cave, Q means Qumran, and then 10th means it's the 10th manuscript discovered in Qumran. Or sorry, it's the 10th manuscript discovered in the fourth cave. This has another designation, 4Q Genesis K, which is a little bit more specific, namely 4Q, fourth cave of Qumran. It's a copy of Genesis, and K would be the, what is that? A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, the 11th copy of Genesis, I guess. So those are what the designations mean. So basically, when you eliminate those category 1 variants, 15 texts immediately move out of non-aligned back into proto-MT. Now, eliminating the category 1 variants is important because these variants evidence a, quote, facilitating, unquote, approach to copying the text of Scripture. More specifically, they often derive from a desire to update the text to fit contemporary usage. The difference between these 15 texts and the MT is analogous to the differences between the King James Version and the New King James Version. Namely, it's updating language so that it's understandable for its audience. The variants in category 2 represent a change in meaning, but could be understood as deriving from the scribal process. Most often, these were scribal errors. So there's something called parablepsis, which means your eyes skip. Typically, there's a trigger for parablepsis. Homeoarchon or homeoteluton are the fancy ways of describing these triggers. Basically, if two words begin in the same way, that can trigger a scribe's eyes to skip. And for those of us who know Hebrew, we know that there's lots of similar beginnings to words. I mean, think about Vav consecutive imperfects, Vav Yod. That's the beginning to a lot of things. So a scribe's eye can skip because of a similar beginning. And we also know because of Hebrew, it's a language it's an inflectional language, right? I mean, there's lots of similar endings in Hebrew as well in a way that you don't have in English. Parablepsis is very, very common. And these category 2 variants end with a text that has a different meaning than the MT. Often it's a shorter text because text has been omitted because of parablepsis. But most often there's clear evidence that, man, this guy, his eyes skip from line to line or word to word. So these category 2 variants were often scribal errors, but not always. Sometimes they were intentional changes, like I've mentioned, cases of harmonization and other types of interpretation. There's a famous variant, did God finish working on the 6th day or the 7th day? Obviously, that's an example of interpretation because everybody wants you to know that he didn't actually work on the 7th day. So this would be an example of a category 2 variant based on a certain interpretation or theological framework. Most often, the non-aligned text reading was secondary to the MT and often resulted in a more internally consistent text, as we'll see in just a moment. These variants are more significant, of course, than category 1, but due to their textual nature, often demonstrate that the MT is the more conservatively copied text. So far what I've shown is that when we weigh these variants, we see that a lot of them are just merely updating the text and language of MT. Many others are different. They have different readings, but they're the more dynamic they're not translations, the more dynamic approaches to copying. There are the more careless approaches to copying. When we actually apply textual criticism to the non-aligned text, we see a perspective that the Masoretic text is often the text behind the non-aligned text. So let's get specific, and I think I have a slide for this next one. Okay, we did that. Here we go. So let's get specific. Here we have textual plurality 2Q2. So this would be the second cave from Qumran, the second text discovered in the second cave, and this is a fragment of Exodus. You could see many textual variants, as we'll talk about in just a moment. This idea of them afflicting them, this obviously has been deteriorated, and there's lots of reasons why the text would deteriorate. Most of the texts were not preserved in scroll jars, only a few were. So, you have parchment laying on the ground for 2,000 years. It deteriorates. Some of the deterioration is because of animal urine. Some of it's because of rodents eating through the text in the caves. Some of it's deteriorated because of a Roman soldier slicing it in half. So the way we know that is that if the slice mark is very clean, it likely indicates something very, very intentional. And even here you could see I just had it printed like this because I thought it looked nice. But you could see here the white around the lines. Here you could see that there's a horizontal line and the Hebrew is hanging from the line, right? Right there. It looks very good. So here we have this fragment, and here you have, the Egyptians are afflicting them. Whoops. So this is a fragment of 2Q2. It partially preserves 148 words from various chapters in Exodus and dates paleographically to the Herodian period. So we're talking around the turn of the era. It preserves a fuller orthographic profile in addition to 8 textual variants. And Tove calls this non-aligned. So let's look very specifically at why this is non-aligned. So on the one hand, it has the different orthographic profile. I mentioned that in 2 instances, it marks a long O where the MT does not. Here you could see one example right here. Where did it go? Oh, I just missed it. Maybe I was looking at the wrong fragment. Let's see here. No, it's right there. See that right there, guys? Can you guys see my mouse cursor? So that's not a lamed. Lamed is the only letter that it goes above the line in Hebrew. That's actually a superscripted vav. So somebody went in afterwards and he added the long O sound right there above the line. So so it preserves a fuller orthographic profile, but that's not significant, at least in my mind, when we're thinking about the reliability of the Bible. All that indicates is that spelling wasn't standardized. And my goodness, spelling isn't standardized in most countries. I think Germany has a standardized spelling, But I mean, even if I didn't have my word processor, my spelling wouldn't be standardized, right? I mean, you guys could see a couple typos in this paper right here. So anyway, it has a different orth spelling practice. And it has 8 textual variants. So let's take a look at them. So this is page 10. Here you have 3 variants on 4.2.1. 2Q2 is prone to making its text more internally consistent. This tendency is pervasive throughout the text. 3 variants at fragment 1, line 2, that's Exodus 1, verse 12, demonstrate this tendency. Here 2Q2 reads, O Tom, with the final mim, meaning them. Yir vu, they multiply, the plural subject, and yishratsu, they swarmed. Against the MT's reading of oto, him, not them, singular, not plural. Yir be, not yir bu, singular, not plural. And yif rots, singular, not plural. These differences represent a change in perspective. The MT views B'nai Israel as a singular entity in Exodus 1:12, while 2Q2 views B'nai Israel as a plural entity. On the one hand, this change is minor, as illustrated by several English translations that translate from the MT, not 2Q2, and yet render Israel as a plural entity. Does that make sense to everybody? So they're translating from the MT that says singulars, and they translate a plural. Take, for example, the ESV that reads, the more they multiplied. And yet, literally speaking, the MT is reading he multiplied. On the other hand, this change, so although it's a minor change, this change is informative from a text critical perspective because it sheds light on the types of liberties ancient scribes were willing to take when copying scripture. And thus it provides us insight into the nature of the textual plurality preserved in the Dead Sea Scrolls. 2 key observations strongly suggest that these 3 readings, namely the plural readings of 2Q2, are secondary and demonstrated tendency to make the text more internally consistent, while the MT is inconsistent in how it describes Israel. And this is true basically across the board. The MT is by far the less internally consistent text. Here's what I mean. The MT describes Israel as a plural noun once in verse 11, 3 times in verse 14, and once in verse 20, and as a singular noun elsewhere in verses 7, 8 through 14, 20. Namely, MT can't make up its mind. Sometimes it does singular, sometimes it does plural. 2Q2 is consistent, at least where it's extant, to describe Israel in the plural. So what 2Q2 has done is it's taken all of B'nai Israel, all the subjects that refer to it, all the objects that refer to it, and made them plural. The MT goes back and forth. Additionally, 4Q1, and I have 4Q Paleo. It's not Paleo. That's a typo. It's just 4Q Genesis through Exodus. It's not written in Paleo script. Agrees with the MT's inconsistent readings and dates to the late 2nd century BCE, indicating that the MT's inconsistent readings is indeed ancient. These 2 facts strongly suggest that 2Q2's plural readings are secondary to the MT. 2Q2 has adjusted its text to make it more internally consistent. 4.2.2, here you have the difference of yifrots and yishratsu. The same tendency is present here. And 3 reasons support this conclusion. The verbal root of parats, meaning to break out, and sharats to swarm, occur in similar contexts in the MT. In Exodus 1:7 of the MT, 5 verbs are used to describe Israel as flourishing, and thus this overlapping context provided an opportunity for 2Q2 to substitute the verbal roots. And here I think the important point, the MT is less internally consistent. Its text has more variety than 2Q2, and 4Q1 agrees with the MT in reading yifrots against 2Q2, which indicates that the MT's more varied reading of Israel flourishing is again ancient. 4.2.3, here you could see a reading. Those brackets, if you look at 4.2.3, you'll see brackets, one on the left around the Lamed, and then one on the right before Vaye Kutsu and after Moed. Basically, the text in the brackets means it's reconstructed. So that would be text literally right here. So if you guys all can see my cursor, right? Okay. So you could see right here, you have Vayakutsu Mitzrayim right here. So those words, Cain, Yir, Bu, Vakain, Yitzratsu, But, Moed, Moed, that's all hypothetically over here in the reconstruction. So when we look at this edition is indicating the exact same thing. Let's see, it's 10:20. What time did we start?
We still have around 10 minutes for the presentations.
Okay, well, we need to
do
go.
the Q&A.
Well, you're going to have to take my word for it. All of 2Q2 simply makes the text more internally consistent. And that's just one example. You know, you can look at my dissertation and see me apply the same methodology to all of the text. So there's some insights into the textual plurality. At least in some examples, it's to make the text more internally consistent. Here's 4Q1. This will give us some insight into the textual unity. 4Q1 is preserved in 60 fragments. So now I'm on page 14, number 5, getting specific textual unity. 4Q1 is preserved in 60 fragments. 37 of these fragments are identifiable and preserved portions of Genesis and Exodus. It dates to the late 2nd century, so about 125 BCE. This is very old. And it agrees with the MT in 97.75% of its readings. That's pretty good. It has 27 textual variants out of 1,200 identifiable words. And most of these are minor. For example, it has a plus of a conjunctive vav and a minus of a conjunctive vav. There's a substitution of the divine name, several minor differences. But that just gives you insight, guys. There are texts that are very close to MT. And this is a very nicely copied text. Here you can see the margins. You see the vertical rulings here. And you can see the horizontal. This is basically the writing block. You have a block. And so that means this has been a well-prepared manuscript. He's hanging from the line. He's not going too far into the margin. This is a very nicely prepared piece of parchment. And he has copied this text very, very carefully. There's not many mistakes. This is a very good copy of the Bible. And it's, aligns very closely with MT. All right. Another example would be at Masada. This is Masada Leviticus A. This text dates to about the turn of the era, and it preserves 93 identifiable words and only has one spelling difference. The difference between in a nifal participle, sorry. One spelling difference regarding a nifal participle masculine plural. So you'll see at the bottom of page 15, 5.3, only one difference. And Codex Leningrad's 1,000 years later. Here's Masada Leviticus B. Again, a very nicely prepared manuscript. You could see here's a nice superlinear correction, but look at, again, nicely spaced words. The rulings are very nice. The margins are nice. Good bottom margin. This is a very well copied text as well. 649 identifiable words and only one spelling difference. But perhaps regarding this text, what's remarkable isn't just where it agrees with MT, but I think what's also remarkable is that there are a few examples of extraordinary agreements. Here you see this word who. Well, this is either an archaic reading or it's a scribal error, probably an archaic reading. You'll notice in Hebrew, sometimes there is the feminine and the masculine, there's a common form that does the masculine and the feminine. So who would be the masculine form of that? He would be the feminine form of that. But anyway, my point is simple, is that this text is coming across a very, very old form and it doesn't touch it. Very unlike what's happening at Qumran. Remember those 15 texts that update their language and update their syntax and make the KJV, the NKJV? Well, Masada Leviticus B will not do it. Not even if the form is super, super archaic. So what we're seeing is that indeed there is a level of textual plurality in the Second Temple period, but much of it is minor. And in addition to that minor plurality, there is a stable text that's going back as far as our manuscript will allow us. One of our oldest texts is 4Q Jeremiah A, and it dates to around 200 BC, and it's an empty-like text. Okay, so how do we synthesize this data? I'm on page 16 now, number 6, synthesizing the data. The above evidence provides us with a sampling of the textual plurality and the unity preserved in the Dead Sea Scrolls. The question of the day regarding the Old Testament textual criticism is how to synthesize this evidence. What is the relationship between the textual plurality and unity evidenced at Qumran? It seems that our answer to this question should begin with the ancient Jews themselves. How did ancient Jews interpret this evidence? Jews understood the Old Testament was stable enough to guide religious practices, theology, and ethics. The traditions of the Pharisees are described as being formative by at least the 2nd century BCE, and these traditions were dependent on a particular text of Scripture. Ancient Jewish debates likewise assumed a text stable enough to guide discussions and debate. Members of the Yahad, this is the community who congregated at Qumran, they never called themselves Essenes. Other people called them Essenes. They called themselves the Yahad, which means the community. Names like the Sons of Light, names like that. So they were confident enough in their Bible to study it with great passion. They believed that proper study of the law and the prophets would inaugurate God's kingdom. Additionally, the study of the Torah during Antiochus Epiphanes' Hellenizing efforts led to many dying for their faith in the 2nd century BCE. And if Ian Young is right, that the law wasn't stable or until after this time period, well, why was Antiochus Epiphanes making such a big deal about the law? All of this evidence reveals that ancient attitudes about the state of the Old Testament text during the Second Temple period, it was stable enough to guide religious practices, dictate theology, govern ethics, and even die. This evidence, coupled with the texts that refer to an unalterable, strong text, strongly suggests a stable text during the Second Temple period. And those texts would be Josephus against Apion. And those texts would also be Jesus in Matthew 5, not an iota will pass away. The Gospels writing that Jesus goes out of his way to fulfill prophecy. Philo's use of Scripture, but also Deuteronomy 17, the idea that the king has to copy the Torah from a authorized version, not just any version, but an authorized version, namely a version kept in the temple and guarded by the proper authorities. All of this indicates that there was an unalterable text, and widespread Jews believe that this text was stable enough to, again, guide their religious practices, dictate their theology, govern their ethics, and even die. So, conclusions. Too many Christians are ill-informed about the biblical text preserved in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Sensational arguments have been made that the Dead Sea Scrolls prove that the Old Testament text has been copied with precision. That is true, but it is only half of the evidence. Some texts were copied actually very poorly, and others were resignified, that God's word might be understandable to generations. Many were edited so that the scripture would be more internally consistent, and many others were excerpted to produce a document that was no longer a running biblical text. When we put this evidence together and interpret it together with the historical sources and the non-biblical texts, the best explanation in my mind is that a plurality of texts coexisted alongside a stable textual tradition. This stable text tradition was guarded in the temple by the proper authorities and was close to what we know now as the MT.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Ferguson, for the wonderful presentation. And I believe that there will be many questions about the materials presented today from Dr. Ferguson.
Yeah.
So we come to the Q&A session. Anyone who would like to raise questions, please, you can directly raise your hand or write it on the chat box. Okay, there are already two people who raised their hands. First from Mr. Johan. You can ask your question, please. Yeah, Pak Johan, please, you can ask your question. You're still unmuted. Well, we can't hear you yet.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
No.
thank you, Dr. Gendry. Thank you, Dr. Anthony. Very excellent presentation. That C scores, one of the uniqueness is there is no book of Esther in Dead Sea Scrolls, right? If I'm not mistaken. I honestly want to know at this point, do you believe Book of Esther is something really historical event or just a myth? Because until today, there is no record outside of the Bible about that event. And New Testament never mentioned Purim or what about something from Book Esther, and we find no any record in the Dead Sea Scrolls as well. So what do you believe about Book of Esther? If you believe that is a historical event, what kind of argument you use for that belief? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So I'm not an expert on Esther. I could speak, let me speak to it first from the perspective of a Dead Sea Scroll scholar before I speak to it from the theological standpoint. It's true. It's not it has not been preserved, and I think that's the better way to describe it. I'm not comfortable saying it did not exist there. That I think is an argument from silence in my mind. We have to be honest with ourselves. What's been preserved at Qumran is probably a very small proportion of what was there originally. And Esther is a small book. So I don't think it's a cop out of me to say that given how small it is, that it's maybe just a historical accident that it's not been preserved. The Book of Chronicles is preserved in only one tiny fragment, 4Q 118, I think. It's very, very small. And it's been debated about if it's really Chronicles or not. Nehemiah only exists because it's assumed that Ezra and Nehemiah was kept on the same scroll. So when we hear arguments that only Esther hasn't been preserved, there's a lot of nuance to that. Now, some people argue that there's another aspect to the discussion, and it's namely that the calendar of the Essenes precludes Esther and Purim from being a part of their liturgical calendar. I'm really not an expert to be able to speak to that. But I do know scholars do debate if Esther is there scholars do debate if it's a mere historical accident or if it was intentionally left out. I don't know if we have enough information to make a definitive call. With that said, do I think it was historical? I do. I'm not an expert and up to date. I do think it's a very scandalous story. right? With Esther, here you have an orphan girl. It's a very unlikely hero. God's not mentioned one time. I mean, if you're going to make up a story in order to encourage the Maccabees and their revolt, I mean, I could, you could think of a lot of better stories, I think. And so I think that causes me, in addition to my confession, to see it as historical. That's about as good as I could do for you. Hopefully that's satisfactory.
Okay. I think it answered the first question from Mr. Johan, and we can go to the next question. Mr. Sean Cole has already risen his hand. Please, Mr. Cole.
All right. I suppose all of you can hear me. I come from the more pastoral perspective, pertaining to your conclusion. You mentioned that too many Christians are informed about the biblical text preserved in the DSS, right? And you mentioned that sensational arguments have been made that the Dead Sea Scrolls prove that the Old Testament text has been copied with precision. Actually, what I feel as a pastor, right, we need to guide our parishioners or worshippers on how to draw certain conclusions. Of course, there are many manuscripts that are copied very poorly, but can I say that the Dead Sea Scrolls prove that the Old Testament text has been passed down with precision with respect to the Masoretic text? Why do I say this is because prior to the discovery of the ESS, the Masoretic text has not been attested to be very accurate. But since these Dead Sea Scrolls have been discovered, right? The Dead Sea Scrolls can point to the precision and accuracy of the Masoretic text that has been passed down over the centuries. So if I am to give a conclusion pertaining to this, right, I would say that this stable text tradition was guarded in the temple by proper authorities, and it is what we know as the MT or Masoretic text. And the Dead Sea Scrolls actually attested to the accuracy of the Masoretic text. Do you agree?
Yes, I agree with what you said. I think I say that. So when I say the sensational argument, I say, let's see. That was on the last page, right? When you want to find something quickly, it's hard to find. No, it's on page 16. Sensational arguments have been made that the Dead Sea Scrolls prove that the Old Testament text has been copied with precision. That is true, but it is only half the evidence. So I do think it's a valid statement to make, but it needs nuance. I've seen apologists, for example, popular blogs, people who I don't think are qualified, who would say, oh, look at 1Q Isaiah A. It proves that the Old Testament has been copied with precision. And I don't know about you, Sean, but that makes me very uneasy for multiple reasons. First of all, Isaiah is not is the book of Isaiah. How can you move from Isaiah to the entire Old Testament? Does that jump makes me uncomfortable? Like if I was a lawyer, if I was a doctor, and somebody made that kind of jump, it would make me feel uncomfortable, right? Secondly, the 1Q Isaiah A, it's our oldest copy of Isaiah, but it dates to 125 BC. I mean, I believe Isaiah wrote Isaiah. So I'm dating it 7th century BC. That's 600 years removed. I mean, even if you're a critical scholar and you're dating Isaiah, it's a compilation and you're dating it to the 4th, 5th century BC. That's still hundreds of years removed from the original manuscript. So again, like now we're making a chronological jump that I'm not comfortable making. So I think there needs to be a lot of nuance. And what I've tried to say here, sensational arguments, too often we take a little amount of evidence and we want it to prove what we want, right? And we make it, we say it proves it, and if we say it with enough passion and enough certainty, but I'm concerned that my youth group that's now going to University of California, Irvine, Cal Poly Pomona, Claremont College Scripts, and they're going to listen to a Bart Ehrman type person who's going to say, oh, look at all these differences. Like, I feel the need to show them the evidence and not hide behind the evidence. So I think the best thing you could do is give people the evidence. Don't hide the evidence. Like in my dissertation, like there's a table after table after table of the evidence. Like you don't hide the evidence. But the thing is like it's not self-interpreting. So you have to interpret it. And I just think that my interpretation has better explanatory power. And I want to give that to my people. So what I would say is, as far back as our manuscript evidence goes, we see that there is a conservative approach to copying, and that text is an MT-like text, as far as we could show. Is that helpful,
Okay,
Sean?
thank you. Yes. I suppose my problem is that when we show our members that there are texts that are copied very poorly, it will lead them to think that all the texts are copied poorly. But as what you have shared, if you are able to present everything on like in a table, people will be able to see that there will still be a strand of how do I say, a strand of texts that are copied religiously and properly, that that comes to what we hold on to our hands today, known as the Bible. This
Yeah,
will
so
actually yes.
So you could give them my paper. I have that Sean McDowell video that's very popular. You could look at where I do that. You could look at my posts on text and canon with Phoenix Seminary or where I do that. So what I'm arguing against is, there is a movement in evangelical circles to say Dead Sea Scrolls prove the reliability of the Bible, and then there is mainline progressives and popular news media outlets like New York Times who take the opposite approach. Like the problem with both of those approaches is they're not accounting for the totality of the evidence. They're just reading the evidence in light of in light of their presuppositions. So like we want to read all the evidence together and try to build a coherent explanation based on the evidence. I think that's the best approach. But Sean, I'm not going to lead with I have a lady whose sister just died. She was 24 years old. I'll probably be doing the funeral soon. And I'm not gonna talk to her about poorly copied text. Like this isn't like my platform, but like when people in my congregation have questions, like I have an answer. You know what I mean? And I'm accounting for all the evidence as best as I can.
So it is very important for pastors to know textual criticism as well.
Yeah, we should know Hebrew, we should know Greek, right? We should know textual criticism. Absolutely. We should know the Bible. That's the Bible.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Core, for the question and the answer from Dr. Ferguson. We can go to the next question from Dr. Padere here. Please.
Thank you, Dr. Gendry. And thank you, Dr. Ferguson, for the wonderful presentation. So I would like to ask you about the famous question of Christians about the text in the Old Testament. So do you agree with the opinion that the author of First Chronicle chapter 21, changed the text about David being tempted by the devil instead of God, as written in 2 Samuel 24? Does this have to do with textual criticism or just difference in interpretation?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's a textual critical question. It's not in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Like I said, there's only one fragment of one text in Chronicles, so it doesn't quite pertain. So I couldn't really give you an answer. I would imagine it's not a text critical issue. It's probably more of a literary critical issue. So in critical studies, you have higher criticism and lower criticism. Those are ways to describe this. Textual criticism would be lower criticism. And I think the question you're asking is more upstream. Is that making sense? So
Yes.
you're asking the question, how can we harmonize or not harmonize the
Yes.
testimony of Chronicles with Kings, which is absolutely outside of the purview of this. I mean, I can give you my opinion, but again, it's going to be I mean, outside of me doing Old Testament 1 and 2 at Gateway and Cal Baptist, that's about as refined as it's going to be. I mean, I think when you're comparing it's a synoptic problem, right? This is the same issue you're having with the Gospels. It's the same issue when you look at Deuteronomy and compare Deuteronomy to Exodus, Leviticus, and Numbers, in this historical prologue. He's repeating things. It's the same issue with Chronicles and Kings. I think it's important to ask what's the perspective of the particular author. And I think when you look at Kings, there's a very clear perspective. You have an explanation of why God's people were exiled. And in Chronicles, the author of Chronicles, I mean, it could be Ezra. I mean, the language is very similar to Ezra. It's very priestly. Ezra obviously is a priest. I tend to think it's Ezra, but clearly Chronicles is anonymous. It doesn't tell us who the author is. It's a different perspective, right? It's written after the return of the exile, and the author is trying to comfort the people. The people know why they've been exiled. They don't need to be told that again. They have kings. They need to be comforted to rebuild the temple. So I think a lot of the differences between Kings and Chronicles aren't historical contradictions at all, but they're different perspectives on what the author's trying to communicate. And in my mind, I would say that are both historically accurate. I would definitely try to harmonize these things. And you might not, I mean, probably a lot of people wouldn't want to harmonize these issues, but I would be very, very okay with harmonizing these things. But I would say probably the answer to your question is discovering the perspective of each author. And it's probably not going to be a textual critical issue. Maybe there's some Latin text where they knew what King said, so they changed it. You know what I'm saying? But
Yes.
I think all scholars are going to agree that this is an issue with literary criticism. It's not an issue with textual criticism, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Okay. We can go to the next question from Mr. Silvanus Gabriel. Go ahead with your question.
Yeah, I would like to ask a simple question in your study of this matter. Do you find that we can simplify to make a uniformity whenever we find similar personal pronoun, whether it's singular, it comes to this kind of fragment, or it's always plural and will come to this kind of a certain document? Can we come into that conclusion?
I'm not quite sure I understood the question, Mr. Gabriel. Could you try one more time?
Yeah. When we read the text in Qumran text, can we come into a conclusion that whenever we find a certain pronoun, whether it is plural or singular, and we can decide it is come from a certain document because it use plural, and it comes from other document because it is used singular? Can we come into that kind of conclusion?
So the conclusion I was trying to make was that 2Q2 was secondary to the MT. So that's the conclusion I drew. Somebody could disagree with me. I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, we don't have the exemplar, or you could say the German word Vorlage. But I argued that QQ2 is secondary, and the reasoning I gave was I gave the evidence as 4Q1, which is an older text that agrees with MT. So there you'd have external evidence, and you would say that here you have an older text that's been very well copied. It's not a poorly copied. 4Q1 was a great copied text, like I showed you, and it agrees with MT against 2Q2. And then I also tried to show that 2Q2 is internally consistent. And in my mind, I think that's what I think that is a hallmark of the non-aligned text. Is what they do is they seek to make the text more internally consistent. They want to make all of the number the same. They want to make all the verb forms the same. They want to make it very, very consistent. So those two reasons led me to conclude that it was secondary to the MT, and then therefore motivated by a desire for internal consistency. And
Okay.
that desire is throughout the Samaritan Pentateuch. When the Western world became aware of the Samaritan Pentateuch again in, I think, the 17th century, Gesenius did his dissertation on it, and then Bruce Walke, a evangelical scholar in the States, did some work on it as well. And the Samaritan Pentateuch is an updated Masoretic text that also makes it more internally consistent.
Yeah.
So I don't know why, but I think Jews around the turn of the second century or the Second Temple period want a very internally consistent text. Honestly, I think that kind of speaks to this doctrine of inerrancy. They want everybody to be aware there are no contradictions in Scripture. There are no historical issues in Scripture. So they iron them out. They get rid of them through these types of differences. And the MT largely is not like that. Largely, the MT is a much less internally consistent text.
Yeah. I asked this because in the book of Deuteronomy, sometimes we find when they use singular form, they address Israel as a whole.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
Is
So
that
that would be
also
the
the
perspective.
case? Is that also the case when they want to address Israel as a whole? I mean, and they use singular, or they want to address themselves as a separate group and they use it singular. But when they want to address those outside their group, they use plural.
Yeah. So I think, yeah. So the Bnei Israel is the subject, the sons of Israel, namely the Israelites. And you're right. When it's described as a singular, we call it a collective singular. But also a collective group can be described in terms of its individuals, and that would be the perspective of the plural, right? So the singular, the perspective is a group. The plural is there's a bunch of individuals. So that would be the perspective. You're right.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, there is no raised hand yet, so I think oh, there is another raised hand from Mr. Stephenus Carnadi, please.
Yeah. Thank you for the opportunity, Dr. Monday and Dr. Ferguson. Thank you for the presentation. I would like to know why do the Qumran community made so many copies of the manuscript? And when you answer the question, you also mentioned that what we found in the caves are not all. There should be so much more, maybe. So what are they for? Is it they distribute somewhere or what? Thank you.
Yeah, Stephanus. Why so many texts when you read? So that remember, 3/4 of the Dead Sea Scrolls are non-biblical texts, and some of the best preserved texts are like the Habakkuk Pisher and the War Scroll, the Temple Scroll, 1QS. This would be their handbook, the Damascus document. And Stephanus, when we look at these documents, we learn that these people loved the Bible. That's what we learn. They saw themselves as preparing the way of the Lord by going into the desert and studying the Bible. That's what 1QS, I think it's column 8, line, I can look it up real quick, but that's exactly what it says. If there were 10 members of the Yahad together, like there had to be a priest with them, like studying the Bible with them. Like at nighttime, they had to take watches studying the Bible together. Like the interpreter of the law, like the interpreter of righteousness, his job was to interpret the law and the prophets for them, which is very, very important, Stephanus, because what it does is it tells you the interpreter of the law is not on the same level as the law and the prophets. His job, he is not a prophet. His job is to provide the proper interpretation of the law and the prophets. But again, like they love the Bible. Like the people who joined the community of the Jihad, so the Jihad seems to be a part of the wider Essene movement. So again, they never call themselves Essenes. Philo calls them Essenes. Josephus does. Pliny does. These are our historical sources. And Philo connects the word Essene to the Greek word for holy, right? Let's see if I can remember off the top of my head. Hosios, right? So Hosios. So here you see those S's, Essene. So Philo at least connects the word holy because the people of Essene were known as the super holy people. Like the Pharisees were holier than the Sadducees, but if you wanted to be radical in your devotion, you join the Essenes. So why did they have so many biblical texts? I mean, at least from when we look at the non-biblical texts, like this is clearly a people who love the Bible.
So it's for their own use, I think, for the community, because when you see I can only see through photos of the remains, the archaeological dig of the community. It seems it's not too large. So if there's like 30 copies of Deuteronomy, so everyone would have a copy. Is it like that? Is that it's for their own use?
It's a good question. Yeah, okay. So so in Qumran, when we looked at when scholars looked at the kitchen, there is 1,000 dinner plates broken on the ground.
Oh,
And yet the community could only house 50 people at a time. So there's not living quarters. And the caves weren't used as permanent living quarters. Jody Magnus has a really good book on the archaeology of Qumran, and she says that if they were used as living quarters, you would expect to find things associated with living in the caves, and you don't. So the caves were used for storage purposes. So basically, when you look at the halakha, the interpretation of the law, the Essenes were very strict. So if rainwater fell into your jug of rice or grain, then it contaminated it and it made your grain now ritually impure. So one of the ways that the Essenes guarded against this is they stored their grain and stuff in the caves. So all that to say, my point is that Qumran was a sectarian settlement. It was the headquarters for a group of people. When you look at the historical sources and even 1QS, the Jihad lives throughout Israel. They live everywhere. And likely what they do is they come to Qumran for certain ceremonies. And when they come to Qumran, they probably set up makeshift tents and stuff to live in, but they didn't live there permanently. Another evidence for this is that when you look at the actual drone footage of Qumran, if there was permanent settlements around, you would have seen pathways, and you don't. So Qumran was not a permanent settlement for this group. People came there. So it's possible, hundreds of people, maybe up to 1,000. That's how many dinner plates they had. Although, we have probably 12 dinner plates and we have 4 people in our home. You know what I mean? So maybe there was 225 people who gathered at Qumran for a very short period of time and then went back to their homes to do their work.
Wow, that's so enlightening. Thank you, Dr. Ferguson.
Yes, absolutely. And I think yes, I think I talked about some of that in a blog on Texting Canon, who are the people behind the Dead Sea Scrolls, and on my academia article, I think, what have we learned after 75 years of the Dead Sea Scrolls? So, yeah.
Okay. I think time is quite limited now, but I actually have one question, but I don't know if you can answer it pretty quick. But two questions actually, but since we have limited time, I only would like to ask you one question and probably with a simple answer. So the non-aligned portions are quite huge in the Dead Sea Scrolls compared to the other variants, especially the Masoretic texts. And the DSS spellings are quite unique, if we can say so. So, for example, the mater lectionis of the texts are quite evident, Do you think it is influenced by the Aramaic spellings or a dialect variant of the Hebrew language?
Yeah, that's really good. Have you read Kucher's book, The Linguistic Background of 1QIZAA?
No.
So that would probably be a great way to go. It's debated. It really is. Are these yeah, so like key, right? Why do you have an aleph at the end of key? Certainly there's Aramaic influence. You know, yeah, gutturals are exchanged often in Aramaic, much more than in Hebrew. It does happen in Hebrew. Sometimes you have third aleph verbs that are functioning like third yod vav verbs, third hey verbs. So I think Aramaic is, when you look at some of these texts, like 1QIZAA, it does seem like Aramaic was the mother tongue of the scribe. So it's possible. That's probably where I'd land. I'd probably say these are, there's some kind of phonological representation happening with a lot of these things.
Okay.
I think that's Kutcher's view, and I think that's Qumran's view as well, in his grammar of Qumran as well.
Great. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
So our time is, as I said before, is limited, so we can conclude this session for now from Dr. Ferguson. But before we close the session, we would like to present to you a appreciation from the committee. So here is the certificate.
Oh yeah, thank you.
For you, and thank you so much once again for this session. And it was a really wonderful presentation from you. And yeah, I would like to keep contact with you, and then we can probably discuss some things.
That'd be great, yeah.
We can go to the next session with Professor Park from Tanjung Christian University, and the moderator will be Dr. Harold Pardede. Yeah, please.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jendri and Dr. Ferguson, for the wonderful presentation. So let's move on to our last speaker. I hope all participants in the Zoom room are still excited for Professor Park. How are you, Professor Park?
Yeah, I'm fine. Can you hear me?
It's nice to see you again. Professor Park has been a guest speaker several times in international seminar conducted by Moria Theological Seminary. So before Professor Park presents her paper, I would like to introduce her profile. So this is the, yes, Professor Park received her PhD from Claremont Graduate University in USA. And now she's a chair and associate professor of the Department of Theology in the School of Theology at Tanjung Christian University, Taiwan. And she is an ordained pastor at Presbyterian Church since 2006. So Professor Park has many writings, monographs, articles, journals, and books. We can see at the screen. Professor Park, expert in feminist theology and contextual theology. Okay. That's the profile from Professor Park. So, Professor Park, you have 1 hour for the presentation, and we will continue with a Q&A session about 20 until 30 minutes. And now time is yours.
Thank you so much, Dr. Howard Pardede. It's nice to see you, and thank you for introducing me. I'm so honored to be here and participating in this wonderful seminar, and so glad to present my paper at this moment. So I think I'm going to have this kind of PPT at the same time. So since I think 1 hour is enough for me to present my paper, right? So I try to, have some slow reading, or sometimes if time's not, then I will just a little bit skip it. But anyway, I do have here the PPT as itself. Okay, so let's go. Okay, introduction. My title is The Text of Song of Miriam from the Ancient Times and Today. So it will be this morning and this afternoon. I'm so glad to participate and learn so many things, textual criticism from the other scholars, right? And then this is really helpful for me. And then it will be, for me, is ancient times are really important, whether which one is the older one, which one is original, which is the old text, for Lage, right? But I want to the kind of today what we do with the text. That's also important for me. So I'm so glad to be here today. So let's go. When discussing the Pentateuch, Moses is often considered as a central figure, regardless whether we attributed authorship to him or not. Whenever the question of authorship arises, some scholars argue that the first 5 books of the Hebrew Bible written about Moses, when Moses emerges as a central figure in Israelite history, Miriam's role seems to be diminished. So this paper examines Miriam's influence in the Hebrew Bible and its relevance today. To achieve this, I will analyze the Miriam text in Exodus and focus on the Song of Miriam and conjunction with the Song of the Sea through that lens of textual criticism. And furthermore, I will explore interpretations of Miriam using the post-colonial criticism. But these 2 approaches aim to enrich readers' understanding of the biblical text and its application in the various contextual settings. So Miriam and Exodus chapter 15, 21, 20 and 21. So this is considered one of the earliest songs in Hebrew Bible tradition. The text is closely connected to the Song of the Sea from the macro-textual perspective. Verses 20 and 21 typically associate with the Yahweh's tradition, while the 1 to 19 are classified under the many specific sources. And although verses 20 and 21 are relatively short compared to other songs in Psalms or other biblical texts, they serve as a key confession for the Exodus narrative and even for the Pentateuch. And this director and these directors or endeavored to collect 2 songs and enforces meanings of the Miriam songs. So now we go to Exodus chapter 15, 20, and 21. Miriam, the prophetess, a sister of Aaron, took a timbrel in her hand, and all the women went out after her with timbrels and dancing. Miriam sang to them, "Sing to the Lord Adonai, or Yahweh, for he is highly exalted. Horse and riders he has thrown into the sea." Verse 20 begins with Miriam's name, emphasizing her role as a leading the figure in the following 2 verses, which features victorious song and dance. The name Miriam originated from the Mara, meaning is bitter, or the one can read Miriam in 1 Chronicles chapter 4 was son of the Bithia, the daughter of Pharaoh. So Miriam probably related to the Egyptian setting. All is would derive from Egypt and Hebrew and Ugaritic noun. So Miriam might come from the Egyptian MRI, which means to love, from the Canaanite root RYM, to give. So Hebrew may be temura, offering. So William Propp suggests Miriam means eminence. The origin of the name Miriam may be traced to several languages and various meanings of demonstrating that the names was popular in ancient Near East. Furthermore, it connects to the Mary in New Testament, as the Greek name Mary is equivalent to the Hebrew Miriam. In both the Hebrew Bible and the New Testament, Miriam was a prominent name. History and storytelling, and her role, significant role, is highlighted by the prophetesses, maybe, yeah. Verse 20, Miriam is the references to prophetess, a title that is uncommon title for women in the Hebrew Bible. However, other prophetesses mentioned include Deborah, Huldah, and Isaiah's wife, and Noadiah. What was the role of the prophetess for Miriam? I believe this question is key to understanding of her significance in the text and its interpretation today. So at this point, two aspects can be identified: a communicator with a god or musician for ritual purposes. So Hannah Tervanotko suggests that the role of the prophetess is ancient Near East and among the Israelites was significant in compassioning the communication with God and the professional duties. Meanwhile, Drora or Donald Zettel interprets Miriam as a leading a group of culture musician and in ancient Israel, highlighting that female prophecies in ancient Israel was accepted, even though female priesthood was not. Miriam's leadership in Numbers 12 confirmed her prophetic mission. Alongside Moses and her brother Aaron, Miriam serves as one of the leaders of the Israelites during their wilderness journey. Miriam and Aaron questioned Moses' role as God's chosen leader, particularly objecting to his marriage to Cushite women. Their complaint seems to go beyond the marriage, as they challenge Moses' exclusive access to God's evaluation. And they say, has the Lord spoken only through Moses? Has he not spoken through us also? And the Lord heard it. The verse reveals tension in their understanding of the prophetic authority and their role in the community. So in Numbers chapter 12, God intervenes decisively, affirming Moses' special relationship with God and rebuking Miriam and Aaron for their presumptions. Miriam is struck with the leprosy as a sign of a divine displeasure. Aaron pleads with Moses on her behalf, and Moses intercedes his healing. God instructs her to be shut outside the camp for 7 days and symbolize both purification and restoration. Despite this setback, Miriam's broader role in leading and guiding Israel remaining important. So her leadership alongside Moses and Aaron is acknowledged in Micah chapter 6. And God reminds Israel, "For I brought you up from the land of Egypt, redeemed you from the house of slavery. And I sent before you Moses, Aaron, and Miriam." And Miriam is challenging to Moses, reflecting her desire to affirm her prophetic role, although her failure in Numbers 12 highlights human weakness of God's chosen leaders. She was still welcomed by the people. The Israelites wait for Miriam to complete her quarantine. The people did not set out on the march until Miriam and they've been brought in again. When during this wilderness journey, Miriam's prophetic leadership persisted. Miriam is referred to as Aaron's sister in verse 20, and not Moses' sister, because Aaron is her older brother. In the Hebrew Bible tradition, Miriam is not identified as a wife or mother. However, in Jewish tradition, it was uncommon for a woman to remain single. So Joseph is considered Hur to be Miriam's husband. And while rabbinic traditions identify Caleb as her husband and Hur as her son. Woman's status in ancient Israel was deeply connected to the patriarchal framework. Exodus chapter 15, Miriam's status is tied to this system with no other name but Aaron mentioned to affirm her role. Her designations were the prophetesses understood by her connections to Aaron, whose prophet role is affirmed by the Lord. The Lord said to Moses, "See, I have made you like a god to Pharaoh, and your brother Aaron shall be your prophet." In verse 20, the three Hebrew words, Miriam, prophetess, Aaron, emphasize Miriam the prophetic mission, even as she leads with a trembling in dancing and singing. When the woman performed, they hold hoop, a small hand drum without a metal disc. Using drums symbolize victory in battle, and their participations reflect their traditional role in welcoming warriors. In contrast, Psalm 68 highlights a cultic focus on praising God. Their song could be elaborated with a dance as a symbol of joy following the victory, Mehola. Verse 21 begins with a vowel consecutive in the third of feminine person singular, referring to the Miriam by Ta'at. So both verse 21 and 20 and 21 highlight Miriam as a main character of the song, the basic meaning of the Ana. These two may be answer or respond, though many translators rendering it as sing. Hebrew verb can be interpreted different ways based on the parallels in the Arabic or Bedouin tradition, where songs are improved by a leader, whether following chorus, whether they are woman or man. However, one cannot guarantee an exact translation into English. So, according to Davies, interpretation of the Miriam song is best supported by the broader context, where Anna serves as a call to worship, positioning her as a cantor. Still, the simpler translation is preferred as is aligned with the other instances of the root. The verb followed lahem, a masculine third person plural form rather than the feminine form. Miriam also used that the masculine imperative shiru to sing, to issue the command to sing. Verse 20, it is the evidence that Miriam and the woman went out together to sing and dance. If Miriam command to woman uses the feminine plural, verse 20 can be read more smoothly. However, did Miriam command the sons of the Israel to sing in the corresponding verse 20? There might be two possibilities to consider regarding the gender incongruence in verse 21. First, the respond in verse 21 to the masculine plural in verse 19 extended the Miriam's song to encompass the entire chapter, Exodus chapter 15, including the Song of the Sea in verses 1 to 18. Second, gender mismatches are maybe a common feature of Hebrew grammar. But Miriam may still have intended her song specifically for the woman. Either interpretation affirms that Miriam was the leader of the song in verses 1 to 19 and 20 and 21. Verse section, Miriam's role is presented within the literary context, which links her song with the Song of the Sea and highlights the significance of the Lord's salvation. In the second section, Miriam literally led the woman in the praising the Lord's glorious victory over seas, over horses and riders. Chariotry enables military victories over the Hyksos, Hittites, and Arabians and the Macedonians. In the second millennium BCE, the Egyptians renounces for the military's might and the expertise in the chariot warfare appeared unbeatable. However, the chariot military could not threaten Israel because the Lord's power was stronger than that of the Egyptian. The scenery of the chariot occurred in Exodus chapter 15, Pharaoh regretting the release of the Israelites. and prepared his army, including 600 elite chariots and other forces, to pursue the Israelites. With hearts hardened by the Lord, the Egyptians chased the bodily departing Israelites, eventually undertaking and them their camp and the sea near the Pihadom and against the Baal, Japhon. As Pharaoh's army pursued Moses, parted the sea in order the Israelites cross the safely. God protected them with all the crowd, as you know well, this kind of story. So stories in Exodus chapter 14 was summarized as the style of the song in Exodus 15, verse 21b, by using lama, hast or shoot, horse riders have thrown into the sea. So verse 21b also the part of the song that uniquely featured rejoicing Israel's deliverance, as it is the verses 1b through 18. So verse 21b confirmed that 20 and 21 belong to the genre of the victorious song, as it contains and praise the song, the Lord who achieved a military triumph. So as noted earlier, verse 21a and verse 1 are connected by the repetition of the same Hebrew verb, shir, and ga'ah, to raise and exalted. This is the evidence that one needs to interpret 20 and 21 along with the 1 to 18. So if we could see this one, then Miriam, Exodus 15, titled the Song of the Sea, also can be divided in 3 sections, verse 1, 12, 13 to 18, and 19. Part 1 is a mix of poetic forms. Verse 1b as a first-person poet, 2 to 3 are hymned with the Yahweh and third person the subject, and 4 to 5 and 8 to 6 a narrative. So 6 to 7 and 11 are 12 as healing narrative, respectively. Part 2 begins with the 13 narrative with Adonai Yahweh as a second-person subject, and the shift through the 14 Israelites narrative in 14 and 17. And then conclusion is going to be one of the 18, and then another conclusion, the 19. So verse 1. Moses and the Israelites sang a song praising the Lord's greatness, celebrating his triumph by seizing who was swept into the Exodus and his power and deliverance, as Miriam sang. So verse 1 to 22, Israel songs as strength, defense, and salvation, exalting him as a warrior whose power shattered their enemies. They celebrated his majesty's right hand and his first Pharaoh's army into the sea and throwing them like a stone in the depths. God's anger consumed their foe, and by his breath, waters parted and then later covered the Egyptians. So despite the enemy's boasters of victory, they were overwhelmed by the sea. The song glorified God's unmatched holiness, majesty, and wonders, declaring him unique among all gods. He's almighty and bringing all the deliverance, swallowing up and adversaries, affirming the divine power and glory. So verse 13 to 18, the Israelites praised God's unfailing love, strength, and leading and redeeming his people, guiding them to holy delivery. And they proclaimed the fear, trembling, and the surrounding nations, Philistia, Edom, Moab, and Canaan, and his power. So God's people who has really passed safely, he had established them on his holy mountain and sanctuary. The song, this really song concludes this kind of declaration of Lord's eternal reign, celebrating his sovereignty and faithfulness. So verse 19, Pharaoh's horses and chariot are all engulfed at the Lord's return to the sea waters. So one must consider the association image of the ritual in which really the sea crossing dramatically and re-entered throughout the verses 1 to 21. The verses 20 and 21 depict a ritual with the instrument, and while the verses 1 to 19 form part of a liturgical section. If that's so, right, what about the other the Exodus, right? Chapter 1 to 2 with Miriam and Moses. Moses is one of the important patriarchs in the Hebrew Bible. From the Exodus 1, we can read Jacob's sons, along with their household, came to Egypt. Totally, 70 people, excluding the Joseph, means all together, right? So after Joseph and his generation passed, the Israelites, flourished, becoming the fruitful, profiled all the existing strong, filling the land with their all-growing numbers. A new king arose in Egypt, but did not know Joseph, right? That's one of the situation. And then all the things and the Pharaohs ordered the Hebrew midwives, Shiphrah and Puah, to kill any male infants born in Hebrew woman while allowing the daughters to live. However, the midwives, fearing God, defied Pharaoh's command on allowing the boys to live. When questioned by Pharaoh, they explained that Hebrew women was to give birth too quickly for midwives to intervene. Right? God rewarded the midwives for their faithfulness, and by blessing them with a family, and the Israelites continued to multiply and grow strong. Frustrated, Pharaoh issued a decree to all Egyptians throw every Hebrew boy into the Nile River, sparing only the girls. This escalation reflected Pharaoh's determination to suppress and the Israelite population, his growing fear of their strength and numbers. Yet God continued to sustain his people. Right? That is the metaphorical reading, understanding of the saving girls connecting the Moses survive as the woman surrounding Moses, midwives, Pharaoh's daughter, Moses' mother, and Miriam, played crucial roles in preserving his life in Exodus chapter 1 and 2. The midwives' fearless actions and wisdom, even in the defiance of the Pharaoh's command, supported not only Moses' life, but also the future of Israelite. So in Exodus, the Leviticus couple, yes, had a son, his mother, and all the beautiful son they really want to keep. Right? So I could a little bit skip here as we know the story. The following, verses 5 to 10, Pharaoh's daughter found a crying baby, and then this is a reed, right, bathing in the Nile. So feeling companionship, she identified him as a Hebrew child. His sister offered to find a nurse, bringing their mother, who nursed him. When he grew older, the child became the Pharaoh's daughter's son, named Moses, meaning is drawn out of the water. Both Moses and biological mother and adoptive mother demonstrated a form of sisterhood through their care for him. His sister Miriam acted as the mediator between the two mothers, even though the text does not mention her name explicitly. So Moses helped 7 daughters of the Midian priest ruled, and then rescuing from the shepherd. And when the daughters told their father about the Egyptian who helped them, he invited Moses to eat with them. And Moses stayed with Reuel, and he gave the daughter Zipporah, wife to Moses' marriage. Zipporah also gave the birth to a son, Gershom. This is also becoming the descendants. So Moses' life stages from his birth, being a nursing baby, and to his marriage and role as a father, demonstrated the presence of the contributions of woman in his life. In particular, his sister appears in the Song of Miriam, chapter 15. Miriam can be understood in comparison to other women and her brothers. The victory song significantly influenced other women's story-related mother as the deliverance. From the Egypt is centered to the Moses narratives in the ancient Israel, and then the remaining pivotal in modern revelation theology and even Minjung theology. and exploring today's theology, I aim to revisit Miriam through the lens of the post-colonial biblical criticism. Miriam, post-colonial biblical criticism, is a methodology that applies the post-colonial theory to biblical text, focusing on the discourse of history, culture, and literature shaped by the colonization. According to Sugit Araja, post-colonialism challenges the belief that it is a purely Western phenomenon, as writers from the global South, like Indian, Chinese, Asian, have developed in the interpretive systems rooted in the everyday struggles and cultural narratives. So it gains recognition in Western academia during the 1980s, aided by Edward Said Orientalism, which books is explored to the link between the colonialism and the knowledge production. Said highlighted how colonial powers used the knowledge to justify and perpetuated domination over colonized people. Following Edward Said's scholarship, the works of the Franz Fanon and Homi Bhabha and Gayatri Spivak and others have further developed post-colonial studies in areas such as psychology, cultural phenomena, and gender. The post-criticism is argued that the people, literature, traditions, thought, and history are shaped by the colonialism, not only geographically, but also culturally and in multiple dimensions. Post-colonial biblical criticism fundamentally involve reframing questions about biblical narratives and how they, traditionally been interpreted. Unlike previous biblical methodologies, it highlights the fact that the setting of the biblical text was shaped by the multiple empires. The people of the Bible lived within the imperial societies. The study of the post-colonial criticism is biblical studies that largely divide into two parts: colonial histories within the biblical text and colonial realities in readers' context. The Scriptures emphasize the effect of the post-colonial biblical criticism as it challenges colonial biases in the biblical text, interpretations, and institutions, and exposing the role of the empires open and ignored by earlier methodologies. So it resists single story readings and advocating for the diverse voices across ethnic, gender, and sexual lines, while critiquing the Eurocentric perspectives. The approach confronts biblical scholarship's complicity in the empire building, urging an anti-colonial stance and reparative effort. Unfortunately, yes, it questions where the stories and the stories were told and who tells them and whose interpretation hold authority and power. The settings of Miriam's stories were in the Egyptian Empire. The study of the empire is necessary to understand Miriam in Exodus. According to James M. Weinstein, the rise of Egyptian empire in Palestine marked the late Bronze Age, following the Hyksos expulsions and Egyptian's New Kingdom military campaigns. The scholars debated whether the Palestine conquest was rapid or gradual. Some, like Cannon and Wright, and they argue for the swift in the Egyptians' dominance, while others, like Sager, suggest a prolonged resistance, and with the key Hyksos cities maybe holding out until Thutmose III, the Megiddo conquest in the early 15th century BC. This period reshaped Palestine's political landscape. Palestine became the province of Egypt's New Kingdom's empire by Thutmose, while the neighboring powers such as the Babylon, Assyria, or later Hittite, or the city and Alassia, and they are sent to the gift Egypt in recognition of the Pax Egyptiaca. However, the peace was the least intended for the emperor, not the non-Egyptians. The determining the time of the Moses in relation to Egyptian history is debatable. One possibility places the Exodus around 1445 BCE based on the timeline provided in the Kings chapter 6. Solomon's temple was constructed between the 960 and 920 BCE. And the First Kings 6 state that Exodus occurred 480 years earlier. That is making you to fourth year of the Solomon's reign of Israel, the month of Jibu. So he began to build the house of Lord, right? And then the other opinion is around maybe 1250 BCE. This dating is tied to the Exodus chapter 1, which references the city of the Ramses and Pithom, reported built by the enslaved Israelites. Although Exodus never mentioned Pharaoh's name, archaeologically and textual evidence maybe links to the biblical Ramses to P. Ramses and constructed by the Pharaoh Ramses II. The time of Miriam and Exodus is widely associated with related to late Bronze Age, I guess. So encompassing the New Kingdom, Dynasty 18, and the Aramean period, and the reign of Ramses II. Right? The Moro, Bashan, and the northern Israel, a key Egyptian garrison town during the 19th and 20th centuries. And this will reveal the rich archaeological finds, and including the Egyptian pottery and royal scables and jewelries, inscriptions, and statues. Mentioned in the Satis verse is a topographic list in houses, Egyptian officials, military personnel, and the Canaanite population working and alongside with them, and reflecting the blend of the culture and the town's statistic and the importance between the Jordan and Jezreel villages. Although the historical background of the Exodus is likely set around 100 2050 BCE, maybe the final version, maybe Exodus, probably complete around 600 years later, during or after the Babylonian exile. Yes, the gap between the Song of Miriam and the final redaction raises questions about historical settings. However, the enduring reality in Exodus is the empire setting, and whether in Egypt or Babylon. So as mentioned earlier, Egypt's peace policy served Thutmose imperial ambitions, bringing hardship to the Israelites. Thutmose's peace burdened the Palestine's population with the annual harvest tribute, impoverishing cities and weakening resistance. His demand for labor and demanding the rain and particularly the hill country, these operations parallels the story of Miriam, Moses, but affected the Palestinian inhabitants rather than minorities in Egypt. So the story vividly stands out in context of the Moses and Egyptian imperialism. The Pharaoh's command to kill the male infant. In the Exodus chapter 1, kind of typo, I'm sorry. The Israelites and the descendants of Jacob grew the murderous role in Egypt after Joseph's death. A new Pharaoh, fearing their numbers, enslaves them, subject them to the, labor. So Pharaoh's orders Hebrew wives, as we say before, right? But the Shipwa and then the Pua, they didn't really follow what they really need to do. So this is really defined as the Pharaoh fearing God, save the boys. So when they front those claims, Hebrew woman gave to birth quickly. So God blessed the midwife with the families. The Israelis thrive, right? So Pharaoh's command all the Egyptians, yes, they only have all daughters. From the colonial perspective, okay, this is a repeat those kind of situation from the parable, two questions arise. First, one might question Pharaoh's strange command to male infanticide. Emperors typically seek to expand their population through the colonization and conquest. Secondly, if the Israelites had lived in Egypt for 400 years more, according to Exodus 12, then it would be difficult to maintain their distinct identity as Israelites. However, the biblical text in Exodus still presents the Israelites' slavery in Egypt and their liberation and their substantial lives in the post-colonial society as they journey toward the promised land in Canaan. So let's see, the Miriam's exemplify the concept of this sly civility, a term from the Homi Bhabha and discussion in his post-colonial theory. So Miriam and sly civility. Homi Bhabha, as a famous post-colonial scholar in his book, The Location of Culture, criticized fixed cultural and national identities. He emphasizes the instabilities of colonial power and the agency of the colonized in the resisting and reshaping it. He demonstrated how process of the hybridity, mimicry, and cultural negotiations expose the flaws in colonial authority and open up the spaces for resistance and transformation. He argues that colonized people mimic the colonizers as a subject of the differences that is almost the same but not quite. In colonial society, the people imitated the languages, behavior, and culture of colonizers, mimicry becoming a dual strategy. Colonial power seeks to colonial through the assimilation, but unintentionally forces resistance. This resistance, emerging from the subtle differences, and destabilizes the colonial authority and increasing the surveillance and the challenges and the dominant norms and the disciplinary systems, and ultimately exposes the frightening of the colonial power structures. Moses' life in Egypt, royal court with the Pharaoh's daughter, would have been a time of assimilation into Egyptian culture. He might have sought to identify as an Egyptian prince, even though the details of his life in the royal court are not provided. For him, resistance to Egyptian culture could begin when he fled the royal court after killing an Egyptian who was beating a Hebrew, and his identity as Pharaoh's son was stripped away. This antagonistic relationship leads to the single of the Song of the Sea in Exodus chapter 15, 1-18. The readers of the hymn should not be surprised by the song, but instead recognize the resistance and the victory provided by the Lord. How did Moses maintain this identity as a Hebrew? Although Moses lived among the Egyptians and shared many aspects of their culture, he remained distinct, almost the same, but not quite. Exodus chapter 2, Moses saw the Hebrew Ehau, a Hebrew, one of his brothers, being beaten. During times of peace, Moses maybe did not seem to grapple his dual identity as a mimicry prince, caught between being Egyptian and Hebrew. However, the dual identity came to the crisis point, forcing him to make a decision when confronted by the violence against his own people. This moment marked an awakening for Moses, compelling him to confront his true identity. To understand Moses' status, one must pay attention to Miriam because she was a main character to help him while the infant through the royal family. Miriam's role could be meant for slight civility from Homi Bhabha's post-colonial perspective. Slight civility is a survival strategy and employed by the colonized within the colonial society. In the colonial context, colonizer demanded submission from the native population, often under the pretext of developing their culture or land. However, in reality, the colonizers exploited native productions and resources through the political and violent means. Such a situation, the colonized could not fully resist as their primary concern was survival, preserving the one life they have. The slyness emerges from the colonized subject ability to use the language, norms, and expectations of the colonizers, and in ways the subtle disrupt colonial dominance and without resulting the overt relevance. Okay, so Bhabha situated slight civility within the broader dynamics of the colonial mimicry had ambivalence. While it appears complied with the colonial expectation, and it also simultaneously destabilized the binary of distinctions between the colonizer and the colonized, creating a space for negotiation and subversions and resistance. Despite defiance in the challenges the authority of colonizer by exposing the inconsistency of the vulnerabilities, allowing the colonized to reclaim agency within the structure of oppression. So in a sense, slight civility reflects the complex interplay between the submission and resistance, where deference and become the strategies of the critic and the politeness became the weapon for the contesting power. The Hebrew midwives, Shipra and Pua, as we see, did not fully follow Paro's command, but subtly subverted it. They told Paro the Hebrew woman was stronger than Egyptian woman, gave birth, as you know. So these two women, familiar with the two conditions, both Hebrew and Egyptians women, exactly exemplify the characteristic of the mimicry and the ambivalence in the colonial society. They subtly disobeyed Pharaoh's order, but this act was a slight civility by the midwives working perfectly to save Moses, and who later became the leader of the Israelites and lead them out of Egypt. And Miriam and her mother's plan for Moses is the presenting of the slight civility to Egyptian empire. They did not follow the command of the Pharaoh by saving the baby. They preferred the subtle resistance of the colonizer who adopt subvertive the language and the practice of the colonizer to challenge authority while remaining the ostensible complaint. Miriam's action, particularly there, exemplified this dynamic as the negotiating power within the constraints of Egyptian oppression. The Miriam's role ensuring the Moses survive, the display the shrewd manipulation of the oppressive system. When Pharaoh's daughter discovered the infant Moses, Miriam, and strategically offered to find a nurse for the child, securing her mother's role as the caregiver. This act of mediating is not overt rebellion. Rather, it is calculating the subversion, both adhere to and undermine the Pharaoh's edict. Miriam is a sly the civility allows her to navigating the power and dynamic of Egyptian authority, leveraging her subverting position as a child and a hero to infiltrate the royal sphere and then the safeguard Moses' identity and survival. Baba's framework illuminated Miriam's subtle resistance as a critic of power and domination. By conflicting the outward to the expectations of Egyptian society, Miriam simultaneously reclaimed the agency of her family and community. Her action destabilized the boundaries between the oppressor and oppressed, demonstrating the capacity of the marginalized to resist from within the structure of the dominance. Furthermore, Miriam's role as a prophetess suggests transformative the potential of her career's subversive act. Her leadership during the Exodus signified the culmination of her resistance, wherein the slight civility of her news evolved into the overt leadership. Thus, interpreting the Miriam's role through the Baba's concept reveals her as an agent of resistance who employs subtle strategies to confront and destabilize and the system of the power she inhabits. Baba also discussed paranoia of power, stating, the authoritarians demanded can now only be justified if it is contained in the language of paranoia. The Pharaoh's paranoid behavior is evident in his command in infanticide in Exodus chapter 1. He feared increasing population of Israelites, but this fear was unfounded. It was a hallucination of the Pharaoh's mind. Although there was no actual threat from the Israelites, his paranoid mindset blinded him, leading him to issue the command for murder. And Pharaoh was unable to recognize the importance of population growth in his empire. His actions were cowardly because he was paralyzed by the fear of unborn power. So paranoia led to the salvation of Israelites. Pharaohs could not prevent the liberation of the Israelites. The song of the sea and the Miriam song in Exodus 15. And that testify to the outcome of the paranoia, These songs allowed the Israelites praise the Lord by overcoming imperial aggregation. So additionally, in Exodus, one can observe both the people singing in the Moses and the woman singing with the Miriam. Baba emphasized the vox populi by quoting the John Stuart Mill stating, but the spirit sound of the vox populi engaged as the one individual in public discussion and a steady communal habit of the correcting his own opinion and collating it with those of others. The song of Miriam, thought was a short hymn, still contains a significant discourse, and this is really in post-colonial settings. The conclusion, texts invite us explore the original sources and uncover their meanings and interpret them from the diverse perspectives. Exodus chapter 15, 21, Miriam, the prophetess and sister of Aaron, took a tambourines in her hand, and all the women followed her with the tambourines and joyful dancing. Leading them, Miriam sang, "Praise the Lord, for he is glorious exalted. He has hauled both horse and rider into the sea." Understanding this text requires exegetical efforts such as textual criticism within its literary and historical context. Furthermore, readers are inevitably influenced by the societal context they live. Post-colonial criticism offers a vulnerable framework for addressing contemporary issues while engaging with the Bible. Mimicry and slight civility, as argued by Hopi Baba, enable us to interpret the Song of Miriam from the post-colonial perspective. Miriam also devised the shrewd and perspective strategy to counter their strengths. Her method of slight civility not only saved Moses from the river, but also brought his own mother and into the imperial court. This ultimately led the Israelites to triumph over the seemingly and insurmountably Pharaoh, and demonstrating the power of wisdom and ingenuity over sheer force. Okay, thank you so much. I could stop my presentation here.
Thank you, Prof. Park, for the interesting presentation about the text of Song of Miriam from the ancient times and today, using post-colonial criticism. I think this is a great material for us to learn about the role of a woman like Miriam as a prophet from Exodus 15. So now we enter the Q&A session. For anyone who wants to ask directly, can raise your hand or write a question in the chat column. Anyone? Okay, Mr. Sean Ko, please.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. I echo the sly civility stance that the prophet and the prophetess actually exhibited in the Old Testament. I suppose we as citizens in our various country can still leverage on this as a way forward for the church, right? We sometimes the government's initiatives do not correspond to what the church subscribe to, but through this sly civility, we are able to partner with the existing authorities, the government, and then to ensure that our church is not compromised. What do you think of this position?
You mean in the church settings, like civility nowadays? Yes, thank you for the all the good question for now. I think yes, still slight civility, especially if I have a Taiwanese church and even in Korean, if I'm the Korean, so maybe I have some Korean background as well, right? So in Koreans, we have merely two different sections. Some churches conservative, if I say conservative, right? And then the other is also kind of liberate and more progressive churches really going. So whenever some kind of issues happen, how do we really engage with this situation at the same time? And then, for example, if this is more like a colonial setting is important, right? So our church is really liberated. Our churches, whatever we are really want to say, we could say so or not. That's also another issue for us. Somehow, I don't know if, for example, if even demonstrative countries in Korean situation, but still economically, how much the Korean is liberated. We are all around like China and United States, Japan, Taiwan as well, right? Taiwan is also related to still post-colonial situation. And if we say about something against in China, or if I really say something against government in Korea, they may have something kind of censor, right? But sometimes the censorship is really coming from myself. They don't really say anything, right? But I know from the history, yeah, because under the some colonization, even if I do some dictatorship, if I say kind of power, right? If I have a really power, if I against the power, the figure, right? And then they may be, giving me chance to really block my mouth. That really happened. And nowadays also really happen, right? So maybe I'm sorry, I kind of, back and forth, so maybe you get a little bit confused, right? But anyway, so slight civility is still, yes, really we need to do in our own churches at the same time. Yes, as I said before, we only have one life. If I say too much, resist too much, and we may occur the kind of violence, right? I don't want to be a really violence to, dangerous violence, making too much difficult time myself, right? So that's why I cannot really go to front as a one, but at least we have one wisdom, we have our own way wise to do that, right? So that's the kind of slight civility. We will have some kind of wise. I don't know. I don't. When I come to here, should I share about right now in Korean situation or not? But I know it's all the martial law, right? So still, it's really going on. Even though all the paramount, they lift the martial law, but still it's going on. The impeachment is not done yet. So one example, the chairperson of the congressman, the parliament, as maybe he know, he didn't really conflict with the army of at that time nearby the parliament. He just went out the other gate, or he went over the wall. That's why he could go enter that parliament place and to have the meeting. If not, maybe policemen and soldier, they really block him. He cannot go inside. This is kind of same situation. Yes, maybe we need to go inside of the Jericho to conquer, right? For example, then if they are really blocking, how do I really go? We need to some kind of slightly subtly have some kind of planning to keep my own life. At the same time, we need to plan our plan to be complete, right? So the churches, I think, is also same situation at the same time. So I don't know right now, how many, churches, how they really preach about this situation. Usually conservative churches, they still really quiet. Some progress churches and some religious leaders, yes, they do say about something, right? So that's the, one of the situation. Yes, still, unfortunately, we have still those kind of situation. Whenever we see some kind of power, paranoid. I think the Homi Baba, he's really right. Paranoid mind block everything. He thinking about only his way, right? Don't see any other situation. He thinking attacking, they are all attack me. I have to protect myself. So what kind of, method that I could use? I have power, I could use it, right? But I don't think it's what God really wants us to do that. You have to really see what people's voice, folks, folks popular, folks stay, right? God's words and human beings' words. Voice, yeah. Okay, thank you for question. Yes.
Thank you, Prof. Park, for the answer. Please, anyone want to ask to Prof. Park about this text and the role of Miriam in Exodus, the book of Exodus? So, Prof. Park, can we say the Miriam role is the same like Deborah in the book of Judges, something like that, or no?
Oh, yes, I think so. Yeah, the Deborah, yes, she is the also prophetess, and she has a really leading to go Israelites. But if I say little bit differently, then the Miriam has a more under the colonized situation or empire situation, right? So she need to have a more wisdom to wise, but the Deborah they already can get out of, right? So get out of course they enter the somehow promised land, but if Deborah is more internal, how do you have your own leadership, internal, your own people, local people? It should be more local people's leadership, and but this Miriam also have a more little bit global. If I say right now more global, international perspective, Miriam need to do more with her perspective. But maybe that is little kind of differences we could see. For now, I could see this one. Yeah.
Okay, Prof. Park. So we have a question in the chat column from Alfian Apriano. Mr. Alfian Apriano, how does the specific cultural and historical context in which Miriam exists shape her understanding of civility and resistance until the baby Moses period? What role does this context play in her spiritual formation to be slaying civilian?
Okay. So overall, Miriam's story can be seen as the microsome,
Yes.
microsome of large struggles face the individuals of post-colonial context, illustrating how slice civility serves as the means for survival and subjugation. Yeah. Yeah, I think the word is okay. So how the baby Moses, right? So it maybe I thought I could be a little bit more from here, but if we have those kind of questions, yes, the slice civility is you already accept what is really going on. And the slice civility is the meaning, yeah, for the post-colonialism. And through the, which meaning is Miriam already know what is culture and the society looks like in Egyptians and Pharaoh's time. Okay? So that's why the civilians meaning is, civility is you need to look like a Pharaoh, but you don't really lose your own identity. So Miriam still have it, her own Israel identity, but I keep this identity. Then how do I overcome this bias, this conflict situation, right? So that's why slightly she want to approach the Egyptian daughter, right? If you don't want to really go there, right, then you cannot really do. So Miriam knows, go to this court. And then she want to have really to that suggest some kind of what do I say, more approach and persuasive. It is not easy, of course, right? But you could make the situation, the baby is there. You want to kill them or not. Even the daughters know that he is really Hebrew boy, right? But still, if you don't want to really, you don't need to kill them, then what kind of things you could have it to save him? Then like a Miriam come to and talk to, right? The approach, the more wisely. So that part is also somehow woman. I don't know. Sometimes the gender differences make the discrimination in Asia, right? But anyway, so sometimes women know what is the without fighting violently, but know how do I go more indirectly resolve this kind of problem, right? So that's why I think this the daughter Pharaoh's daughter and Miriam, they know that those kind of situations, how do I do that, right? So yes, if I have one in the nursery, the mother is there, right? If giving the nursing, then the Moses could be survived. So I think the approach, what kind of a methodology and approach and attitude, the Miriam's attitude is really important to receive, to save the Moses, the baby Moses. So that's why civility, which meaning is you have to know both of them can ambivalent. Sometimes our concept of ambivalence is, asking you where do you belong? You belong the Hebrew, you belong the Egyptian. They maybe ask you those kind of ambivalence in the colonial situation. But if you know both of them exactly, then you will know what I need to do to solve this kind of problem. So that's the SNICE ability, giving you the chance to think about it. Because Homi Papa also mentioned about that is when the missionaries go, when missionary enter the other the place, how do the missionary really going to do? You want to do just without any understanding, you will just go to spread the God's words, or you want to know them as you go there, then maybe the cultural exchange, cultural understanding, mutual understanding will help you to complete your own mission.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Park, for the answer, and thank you for the question. Next from Dr. Ronnie Paul. Does Miriam expression reflect formal liturgy or a spontaneous response? Does the song emphasize justice or simply vengeance?
Yeah, I think this is actually that the Miriam song is the Song of Miriam. People usually say this is the oldest, one of the oldest song, or oldest, even how do I say, more text, or oldest one to be recognized, even much older than the Song of Sea, which is Exodus chapter 19. I mean, Exodus chapter 15, verses 1 to 19, right? So I think I kind of wanted to kind of combine. Yes, it will be really happen after that, the Exodus. After that, yes, they're gonna repeat as a one, formally. They want to have a formally invite as a liturgical understanding, because we could say that some kind of how do I say, they could mutually respond kind of each other, right? So Miriam's going and the woman's also singing. So those hymnal responders is coming through this kind of liturgical setting, so structure. So I think, yes, it should be the spontaneously coming, but still they could develop as a former liturgy. Yeah. I think that's what I'm thinking.
Okay. So the next from Mr. Sozanolo, please. Oh, I think the unstable signal from Mr. Sozanolo. Where are you, Mr. Sozanolo? Okay. Okay, from Mr. Nepo Lawli, please.
Thank you for the time. I just a simple question about the feminist theology, that how can Miriam's song uh, inspire a feminist theology that firmly grounded in scripture, while also pushing for justice and liberation for women today? Because we have a challenge that the waste woman has been historically excluded from the church in the role shift. And how we can use this song of Miriam to build our theology in feminism. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. That's the great question for feminist understanding, right? So yes, today I want to little bit more focus about the text itself, right? But so far, many feminist theologians, they mention about Miriam and Deborah, as you mentioned before, but they could see as a one kind of feminist itself kind of highlight what they're really doing, right? But the post-colonial concept is kind of, I want to really add more. I want to go more. And then if we see that this kind of medium, yeah, in the churches, what about the church leadership? Is this the one, my question at the same time? We do have in our school, yeah, we do have some female, the girl pastors from the Indonesia, and they are really good. Yeah, our school I know some of them. That's really nice. Every time they do have good voices to bring up and know about what is the justice, and even they really one touchable preachings they're really doing. That's I could really see when they do some preaching in here. And then, but I'm also glad, many women pastors in Indonesia, and they do have some, pastorship, but at the same time, still, I think still kind of need to dig more, right? So leadership, if women's leadership could be more than any other places, then it would be great to know. And yes, even I cannot really generalize, that's really for sure, right? But still, some conservative churches in even Korea, they don't have a woman pastor, they don't have a woman ordination. So that's also really some issue still, right? But there's still big, they are really big Presbyterian, I'm sorry, today is kind of Presbyterian churches in Korea, some part, not whole, one part. So many churches, right? But they don't still allow the women's and leadership. And whenever they say about why, still cannot really understanding the reason for that. Yeah, maybe that's another issue to discuss, right? Yeah, some leadership, yeah, could be better.
Thank you, Mr. Nepo Lawli. And for the answer from Prof. Park. Anyone? We're still waiting, Mr. Sauzulu. We have about 10 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh,
Please, Mr. Zozanolo.
just like I can unmute on it. I thank you, Mr. Pardede. Professor Park. I asked. You have said that Miriam sometimes someone read as a male Miriam. What do you mean?
Oh, the name. I'm sorry. The name. Usually we thought Miriam as a female name, right? Like
Yeah.
Miriam.
Why someone read Miriam as a male Miriam? Why someone read as male, not female?
Yeah, because maybe that English a little bit confused you. So just I could see the man's name, son in Chronicles. We could see the Miriam as a male's name. Yeah, that's the one thing. What was like the first?
Yeah. I see.
Chapter 4. Yeah, chapter 4, verse 16 or 17. Yeah, 16 and 17. Because I want to know what's the really etymology about the mediums, right? So that's what I put it as a meaning of the medium, Mara, So that is also used not only woman's name, but kind of man's name, kind of informative understanding about the name of Miriam.
Uh, and then what is the difference of mimicry and sly civility? What's the difference? I think that the sly in the side of the colonized, and I think that the mimicry in the side of colonizer. What can you explain more?
What's the difference, right? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think that is also good way to understand about what's the post-colonialism. Yeah, mimicry is the, you could say the same, but not quite. That is really coming from the homie papas. So mimicry is, yes, if I have a colonizer under the Japanese, right? Then, yeah, in Korea like that, right? So I'm Korean, but it's Japanese colonization, right? So I am like that, right? But mimicry is I act like everything like a Japanese, right? So the same, I could speak Japanese. I just like to eat more Japanese food, right? Some kind of culture, right? Culturally, really, I want to get engaged with the Japanese more, like that is the, I going to try to do that. But that time, I also have ambivalent, the same time, it was quite the same, but not that same. The same, but not quite. So even though maybe I could have sometimes, looks like a really Japanese, I acting like that, but still, if I really enjoy my Korean food with my family, then I cannot really be a Japanese at all, right? Even Japanese, they thinking in this kind of at all, right? Also Japanese, they want to be a colonized Korea, but they still say that you are second citizen. They don't really say that you are the same, like a royal family, right? The colonizers themselves want to include when they need the resources, when they have some kind of productions, they want to take in this kind of way, right? And then they say, oh, you are the Japanese, you coming, right? So that mimicry is giving you the kind of ambivalence. I keep the really same thing at the Japanese and at the same time. Then slime civility is kind of one of the methodology. How do I use? But sometimes I need to do something decided. If really need to, I will be working for the Japan or I will be working for the Korean. Then I need to really decide, right? Even though I am the colonized one, right? Then I will working for Japan, which is really media working for the Hebrew people, right? But you don't really go to violently come, but little bit slightly go to methodologically different approach. So mimicry is, I think, or more concept mindset. But slight civility is happen when you do some strategies, something actions, right? When do you need to something differently, but you looks like a really following, but not that follow. So mimicry is the same, but not quite. The
Not
slide,
quite.
oh, not quite. But slight civility is, yes, I could looks like a following, but not that I'm really following the methodologically. Then, yeah, maybe your action should be a little bit kind of same, but what you're inside it is also need to be, expressed, and then do what kind of practice you're doing is differently coming through the two concepts.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you for the questions. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Susanolo, for the question and the great answer from Prof. Park. So maybe last question. We have a few minutes before close this session. Anyone, last question? No? I remind all participants to fill link attendance at the chat column. Don't forget to fill link attendance at the chat column. Okay, so before we give the appreciation to Prof. Park, we will have a photo session. So to all participants, open cam. I give to Miss Sania. Okay, thank you. So thank you, Prof. Park, for your presentation, and we would like to give a little appreciation digital certificate. Yes. Once again, thank you, Prof. Park, and God bless you. So this is the last part from our seminar today, and for the closing session, I will give to Dr. Sri Mulyani.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Harold. Once again, thank you for our speaker in this first day seminar, John Mady, Peter Guri, Anthony Ferguson, and Prof. Park. Thank you. All moderator, committee, and all participants who attended in today's seminar. Do you feel tired? I hope you all stay enthusiastic, yes. But it's time for us to take a break. We will meet again tomorrow on the second day seminar. We will close this seminar with prayer. Let us take time to pray. Our Father in heaven, thank you for your love and grace so that today's seminar can run well and smoothly. Thank you for the heart that you have given to the speaker, moderator, committee, and all of the participants. We will end today's seminar session and will continue on the second day tomorrow. We would head over at the speaker, moderator, committee, and all participants who will attend this seminar tomorrow. May God bestow love and help for us so we can meet again tomorrow. In the name of Jesus, amen. Once again, thank you very much for all participants. See you tomorrow.
See you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Thank you, everybody.
Bye.
Thank you all. See
Terima
you.
kasih.
Thank
Terima
you
kasih,
very much for all.
Makasih.
God bless
Terus
you
banyak
now
banget
and
anak-anaknya.
forever.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye, guys.
Mana?
Suruh nilai namanya, Bu.
Mana ada?
Hamida. Hamida.